Soft currents fold around your thoughts now, somewhere past the hum of your room, and the breath you forget you're taking. An older world exhales beneath layers of salt and silence. Not a world of kings or clocks, but of deep water, deeper cold, and the long patience of ice. Mounds lie beneath miles of black sea, waiting. Carvings still glow in silted stone, where no hand has traced them in millennia. Patterns hum faintly in tectonic grooves, not as voices, but as memory, sleeping and unsolved. So as your breath slows and the dark settles, ask yourself, where are you listening from, and what lies beneath you still? This is Unspoken Mysteries, where the sea keeps secrets in its deepest sleep, and tonight, it dreams of ice. Curled into the ocean floor, like the fossil of something never known, a spiral formation sleeps in the dark. Ridges repeat, in perfect sequence, each arc slightly tighter than the one before, coiling toward a center that refuses to show itself to sonar. Patterns this precise rarely occur in nature, yet no tool has scraped them. No sign of human influence lingers. Divers lowered into the trench surrounding it report dizziness, disorientation, and the feeling of being watched, not followed, just observed, as if the sea itself was pausing its movements to take note. Light fades faster near the formation, shadows seem thicker, and the current hums with a pressure just beyond hearing. Cameras show no motion, yet interference blooms across their recordings like static under ice. One explorer described the spiral as a sleeping eye, though nothing resembling vision could be found within. Perhaps it is not meant to see, but to be seen. Past the jagged lip of a collapsed seabed ridge, a line of voids nestles along the base of a stone wall, perfectly equidistant, each entrance the same height and width. Instruments call them caves, divers call them mouths. No known current feeds them, no outflow disturbs the water surrounding their openings, and yet each one exhales a steady whisper, too low for unaided ears, but caught by every device. Submersibles sent to explore them often lose signal after a few minutes. One returned with deep scarring along its metal shell, though it encountered no physical debris. The rhythm of sound inside these chambers follows no recognizable pattern. Pulses drift into one another, like breath slowed to the point of stillness. Some say they resemble old nesting hollows, carved for creatures that may no longer exist. Others believe they are artificial, carved not by hands but by purpose, as if the sea had reason once and shaped its memory into walls. Beneath a shelf of black basalt, where no light has touched in lifetimes, a circle of spires stands rooted in silence. Each spire leans slightly toward the center, their heights staggered but intentional, the way teeth sometimes fit together in a jaw that no longer bites. Remote drones have circled them in long, slow arcs, gathering fragmented images through distortion and grain. Across the surfaces of these pillars, no growth clings, no barnacles, no coral, no silt. They are smooth, unnaturally so, and faintly glisten, even without a direct light source, as if retaining luminescence from an era no longer remembered. Some believe these structures hum, not in pitch or tone, but in a pressure felt behind the eyes, a pressure that lingers long after observers turn away. Water currents bend around them, curving gently as though guided, avoiding contact. Whatever they are, their purpose remains hidden. Not tools, not monuments, only presence. Rising from the ocean floor, like a forgotten stairway, a series of wide, flat platforms climbs the incline of a submerged ridge, each step precisely spaced, as though built for a gate no longer known to this world. Their surfaces are grooved with long, shallow lines, forming intersecting shapes that resemble constellations, but not any constellation charted in the sky above. Divers sent to survey them speak of an overwhelming vertigo, not from depth or descent, but from the sense that the steps are meant to be ascended, not examined. When teams swim upward, along the stair-like formation, they report feeling drawn toward the unseen, toward an apex that doesn't exist, but seems to linger just beyond reach. Cameras remain steady, yet visual feed displays subtle distortion that worsens the longer the structure is observed. One diver surfaced whispering about movement, patterns of faint, swirling forms that hovered just above the edges of the stone. No such figures were caught on film. Still, the sensation of ascent remains palpable in the footage, as if gravity momentarily softens, and something waits at the summit that cannot be touched, but always watches. Some believe it's a ceremonial path, others believe it's bait. Wound into the crevices of an ancient trench lies a network of channels too narrow for submersibles and too precise to be natural. These thin, winding paths stretch for miles in elegant spirals, tight curves, and sudden sharp angles etched not by erosion, but by will. Each path appears carved, the edges clean, the depth consistent, and the direction without randomness. What's more unsettling is that water flows differently through these veins. Currents entering the maze slow, bend unnaturally, then vanish, disappearing altogether as though absorbed. No traceable exit exists, and dye tests performed by probes never reappear. Temperature monitors placed near the maze detect irregular drops, pulses of cold, not from outside but rising from within. Divers attempting to trace even one full channel have all turned back before completion, citing a tightness in their lungs and a ringing in the skull that becomes unbearable. The layout resembles no known engineering or biological pattern. Some compare it to a nervous system, others to a map, but every path leads inward, toward a dead center that never reveals itself. It is a maze with no exit, or perhaps no entrance, designed to pull the sea itself inward. Beneath a slope of sand, veined with dark minerals, long ribs of a foreign geometry arch from the seafloor, like the remains of a thing that never walked the earth. Not bone, not stone, not metal. These spines resist classification, sheening faintly in shades that shift with movement, as though responding to thought rather than light. Touching them is forbidden now. The first diver who made contact described a sudden warmth, a vibration in their arm, followed by a blank period of nearly 3 minutes, during which their camera remained active, yet showed no struggle, no motion, only stillness. They swam back with no memory of returning. Later, medical scans showed nothing out of place in their body, yet brain activity spiked into unfamiliar frequencies when questioned about the object. Experts disagree whether the rib forms are remnants of a creature, an edifice, or something altogether in between. They taper outward in a perfect radial arc, embedded at equal depths, suggesting either immense age or deliberate construction. In one image, sand appears to rise slightly at their base, as if hiding more of what waits beneath. Nothing grows there, no fish linger. Only the strange rhythm of silence echoes between the curves. Coiled in the hollow of a deep basin carved by pressures no longer present, a perfect ring rests just beneath a thin veil of sediment, too symmetrical for accident, too clean for erosion. When first detected through sonar mapping, it was dismissed as an anomaly, a false echo caused by overlapping waves. But when divers were lowered into the basin and brushed aside the layer of silt, they revealed a seamless circle inscribed into the stone, several meters across, unbroken and unmarred. Its surface is not flat but etched with fine grooves that form no recognizable language, yet produce an unmistakable rhythm when touched by water. Divers who swam across it reported a sharp change in orientation, as if their sense of direction collapsed inward for a moment before returning. Some described the feeling of being watched not from above or below, but from inside. One diver noted a hum, not heard but felt, low in the chest, rising slowly, as if syncing with a heartbeat not his own. Instruments placed inside the ring record faint fluctuations in magnetism and occasional bursts of heat that never repeat. The circle resists explanation, yet endures in silence, as if built to witness time itself forgetting. Nestled against the crumbling wall of an underwater cliff, dozens of spheres lie arranged in a staggered arc, each the size of a human torso, each perfectly smooth and silent. Unlike any rock formation in the surrounding region, these objects give off no echo when pinged by sonar, absorbing sound entirely. When light strikes them, it does not reflect but vanishes, as if the surface eats color. One diver dared to reach out and place a gloved hand on the nearest orb. They reported a sudden surge of cold that pierced the suit, and a fleeting image, so brief and intrusive it could not be described in words, only in silence afterwards. The spheres are not anchored by anything visible. They do not roll or shift, no matter how strong the surrounding currents grow. Some rest halfway buried, while others appear freshly exposed, as if moved by unseen forces that align them with purpose. They hum faintly when grouped together, though not always in the same tone, as if communicating in intervals that ignore time entirely. Attempts to measure the space between them reveal inconsistencies, distances that change between observations. Each sphere feels intentional, each feels like an eye refusing to blink. Rising from a narrow crevice along the ocean floor, a thin tower stretches upward, like a needle stitched into the black velvet of the abyss. At first it appears natural, a shard of volcanic rock forced into shape by tectonic violence, but closer inspection destroys that theory completely. The sides are smooth, unmarred by growth, carved with long vertical lines so faint they seem like shadows. What's most disconcerting is how the water around the tower behaves. Currents slide sideways, splitting at odd angles as if repelled by something invisible. Instruments placed nearby register no temperature shifts, no noise, no biological signatures, and yet, each time they return, those instruments are slightly altered, scratched, warped, or with memory banks corrupted by data that doesn't decode into language. Cameras have attempted to capture the full height of the spire, but the image always cuts off at the same point, even with no obstruction above. Some theorize it extends beyond what we understand as physical space, or perhaps intersects with something that doesn't belong here. Divers refuse to descend near it anymore. They say the pressure isn't physical, but emotional, like standing near a thought that doesn't want to be remembered. Folded into the seam between two tectonic ridges, a narrow valley stretches farther than sonar can reach, its entrance flanked by two vertical slabs that stand like guardians, tall and featureless. Their presence doesn't announce itself through size alone, but through effect. Water slows as it passes between them, as though time itself thins in that passage. No direct light has pierced beyond the threshold, not because it cannot, but because equipment dims inexplicably in that space. Cameras lose clarity. Lights begin to flicker, and divers describe a stillness that defies explanation. Several have tried to swim further into the trench, but none make it past the midpoint without turning back, gripped by a weight they cannot locate on their bodies. Some believe it's a pressure in the mind rather than the lungs. One diver described it as the sensation of memory collapsing inward, like forgetting your own name while still speaking it. Within the valley itself, audio recordings captured faint sounds, metallic scraping, and what some interpreted as breathing, long and slow. No machinery exists that can confirm or deny the origin. Only silence remains, always waiting at the edge, just before comprehension. Half buried in a basin, where sediment builds and vanishes in equal measure, a fractured disc juts from the seabed, like a frozen ripple caught mid-breath. Its surface bears shallow indentations, not random but organized, clusters of depressions that suggest placement, purpose, language. No known alphabet matches, and yet, the arrangement evokes an emotion difficult to name, not recognition, but proximity to recognition. Touching the stone triggers magnetic fluctuations in nearby instruments, short bursts of data that encode as static, though some researchers insist they see shapes in the waveforms, repeating arcs and spires like architectural blueprints carved from frequency. The disk appears ancient, yet it shows no wear, no erosion, as if preserved not by time, but by something more intentional. Each visit alters its appearance slightly. On one dive, a crack along its edge closed inexplicably. On another, a previously unmarked groove was visible in every frame. Its changes do not follow human logic. They suggest awareness, not of us, but of being observed. Layered across the incline of a collapsed plateau, flat stones rest like overlapping scales, each one slightly offset from the next, too uniform for chaos, too imperfect for machine precision. Their surfaces appear scorched, despite the cold faintly darkened, as if seared by something far older than fire. Divers report that the temperature above these stones drops abruptly, though not in the water itself. It is the feeling of temperature, the sudden memory of winter, that arrives uninvited. One diver fell unconscious briefly, while swimming across the fourth layer, drifting down gently as though guided, and awoke with the taste of salt and copper on their tongue. Data from the suit revealed no loss of oxygen, no drop in blood pressure. What's stranger still is the sound beneath the plateau, a low rhythmic pulse barely perceptible, but constant, like the thudding echo of footsteps within the bones of the earth. Attempts to drill beneath the stones fail, not due to resistance, but because the tools simply cease functioning. Some believe this plateau was never part of the ocean, but a structure swallowed by it, folded into the sea like a secret hoping never to surface. Curved elegantly into the corner of an underwater alcove, a crescent-shaped depression rests within otherwise unbroken stone. No cracks surround it. No geological trauma explains its existence, and its interior has been worn smooth, too smooth for the churn of tides or the crawl of time. Its arc forms a perfect semicircle, deepening evenly toward the center, where a single hollow exists, round and unblinking. From that central point, faint tonal vibrations can be felt, not heard, moving through the water like distant strings pulled taut. Divers who swim too close to it describe sensations not physical, but emotional. The sudden recall of dreams they can't quite place, the names of people they've never met hovering at the edge of thought. Instruments placed inside the hollow record repeat in intervals of nothing, followed by brief surges of electromagnetic noise that render all digital readouts illegible. Some claim the cavity is not a mark of impact or erosion, but a seat, an indentation where something once rested, or where something still belongs. Patterns in the surrounding rock mimic tidal waveforms, though their frequency does not align with any known ocean behavior. It is less a place, and more a memory sculpted in stone, waiting to be remembered again. Tucked into the wall of a trench, with no visible entry, lies a series of vertical ridges, resembling the gills of an impossibly large creature, each one deep enough to conceal a human body standing upright. What's most unsettling is their uniformity, each groove identical in width, depth, and spacing, as if stamped into the bedrock with a tool crafted for repetition. When submersibles pass their lights across the formations, shadow plays create the illusion of movement, not flickering, but deliberate shift, like something leaning back into darkness to avoid being seen. Divers once placed sound emitters between the ridges to measure echo return time, only to find the resulting data corrupted by phasing patterns that mirror human speech cadences, though no words are ever formed. One researcher claimed that when processed through audio enhancement, the sequence sounded like inhalation, but others argued it was merely our minds projecting shape onto static. Either way, the ridges feel inhabited, not by life, but by intention. No flora grows here, no fish wander between the lines. It is a place absent of life's clutter, holding only the possibility that something once used those grooves to breathe, or perhaps to listen. Along a stretch of seafloor, mapped as featureless, instruments detect a faint vibration, steady, pulsing, always at the same frequency. Divers sent to investigate descend into what appears to be a simple sandy plain, only to find beneath the silt a vast, flat panel of material, unlike any natural formation. Not rock, not metal, not any known alloy. It hums softly beneath gloved fingers, and pressing one's hand against it elicits a subtle pressure behind the eyes, as though the brain recognizes a signal, but cannot interpret it. Probing tools inserted along its edge encounter no resistance, vanishing into empty space, suggesting the panel is merely a lid, one that rests atop a chamber yet unopened. Cameras lowered into the gap return garbled images, swirling lights, shifting angles, glimpses of forms that never stabilize. No sense of scale can be confirmed, no depth measured. The surface bears no symbols, yet still feels written, inscribed by design too alien to read. Some believe it's a hatch, others a window, but all who visit agree, Something lies beneath that should not be moved, yet cools softly all the same. Draped between two submerged ridgelines, a tunnel stretches forward with no visible curvature, too long for natural formation, too silent for any cave touched by tide. Water within it grows still, unnaturally still, as if the tunnel itself breathes without movement. Submersibles launched into its mouth glide forward effortlessly, propelled not by their own motors, but by an unseen pull, like a breath being drawn inward. Walls along the interior remain untouched by barnacle or bloom, yet they glisten with faint, opalescent residue that seems to rearrange with every pass, forming patterns that dissolve when directly observed. Divers report a narrowing sense of self while within. Memory dims, identity thins, names forget themselves. Those who reach the midpoint speak of echoes, not of their own voices, but of something waiting further down, repeating their thoughts before they've had time to think them. Instruments register nothing, no change in temperature, no seismic activity, no measurable vibration, yet every reading taken returns incomplete, missing values, as if the tunnel erases part of the data, the same way it erases parts of those who enter. It does not curve, it does not twist, it only draws in. Pressed into the flank of a long-forgotten slope lies a narrow entryway, barely wide enough to admit a person, yet carved with such symmetry that it cannot be dismissed as accident. Surrounding the entrance, the stone bears shallow marks, scratches, scrapes, and symbols that seem more organic than crafted, forming a ring that glows faintly under certain angles of light. Once within, the passageway dips and tightens, opening after several meters into a domed chamber, so smooth it reflects distorted images of those who enter. Divers describe seeing themselves blink out of sequence in the mirrored walls, their movements echoing fractions of a second before their bodies respond. No sediment settles here, though water flows freely. When teams attempt to measure the chamber's acoustics, they find that sound does not reflect normally. It scatters, as if bouncing between unseen surfaces behind the stone itself. One submersible operator described hearing a voice she recognized as her own, whispering questions she hadn't yet asked. Others noted changes in their footage, frames showing brief glimpses of extra figures, outlines too faint to identify. No recordings ever confirmed their presence, and yet none returned unshaken. The passage does not end, it becomes chamber after chamber, deeper still, as though space continues folding inside itself. Beneath the overhang of a submerged fault line, an opening curves downward like a sinkhole too symmetrical to be chaotic. At its center, a column descends into blackness, narrow at first, then widening into a great vertical shaft. Its walls appear smooth, but closer inspection reveals spiraling grooves, shallow and deliberate, that trace along the length like the teeth of some ancient drill. Probes lowered into its depth record a peculiar distortion. Colors shift in the camera feed, outlines blur, and audio recordings capture soft rhythms that defy classification. Divers who hovered near the edge describe sensations of imbalance, not physical but internal, as if their thoughts began rotating in sync with the shaft's spiral, their sense of time stretching into an almost fluid state. When light is cast downward, the walls shimmer in response, not from reflection, but reaction, as though the space resists observation. The further the descent, the more subtle the pressure, building not in the chest or lungs, but in memory. One diver turned back after experiencing what she described as an injection of unfamiliar images, visions of underwater cities, mirrored halls, and statues facing walls instead of open spaces. Whether hallucination or imprint, the experience remains consistent. The shaft does not descend into darkness, it descends into knowing. Carved horizontally, through the base of a sunken cliff, a long corridor stretches across nearly a full kilometer of submerged terrain. At first glance, it resembles a lava tube or a collapsed reef, but closer readings expose angular corners, flattened floors, and repeating indentations too measured for nature's hand. The ceiling rises and falls in calculated rhythm, almost like breath suspended in stone. Along its length, divers encounter narrow alcoves carved at precise intervals, each one just large enough to shelter a crouched figure. These alcoves are empty, but divers often report the sensation of a presence occupying each recess, as if something once knelt there, waiting. Attempts to film the corridor in full always result in footage corrupted by shimmer, a rippling that masks the space with waves of false light, hiding more than it reveals. Some teams have attempted to mark the walls with carvings or light tags, only to return later and find the corridor smooth again, as though time had no interest in permanence. The most unsettling feature lies at the far end, where the corridor terminates not in rubble or curve, but in a seamless wall that gives the illusion of depth. Those who place their hands on it swear they feel a heartbeat, slow and steady, as if the passage was not built to contain something, but to feed it. Tucked beneath a descending slope of calcified dunes, a structure protrudes with the crisp geometry of something placed, not formed. It rises no more than 2 meters above the seabed, yet its shape is unmistakable, an octagonal ring, carved from a material no one can identify, faintly translucent and cold to the touch, even through thermal gloves. This ring holds no central pillar, no statue, no altar. It holds only space, yet that space is always colder than the water around it, and darker, even under direct illumination. Divers who pass through the ring without thinking report strange auditory phenomena in the hours that follow, voices heard from inside their own dive helmets, whispers too fast to follow or too slow to seem natural. Nothing appears on their recordings, but all describe the same echo, a name that does not belong to them, spoken in a tone that suggests familiarity. Attempts to relocate the ring have failed. GPS coordinates always vary slightly, and teams returning to where they placed beacons discover them missing, or worse, intact, yet broadcasting from several meters away. One theory suggests the ring doesn't exist in one place, but moves subtly, following intent instead of tide. Another suggests it doesn't move at all, reality does. Set into the flank of a jagged ridge, resembling a submerged spine, a tunnel entrance looms, not by height or width, but by presence alone. Its shape isn't unnatural, yet every instinct screams it should not be there. The entrance pulses with faint blue light, not from within but around the threshold, as if the surrounding rock tries to keep it sealed, glowing under the strain of containment. Cameras that peer inside fail to adjust. Contrast maxes out instantly, rendering only silhouettes of the opening itself. Divers who remain too long near the mouth report heavy limbs, sudden migraines, and dreams that linger long after waking. One researcher described floating above their own body inside the tunnel, observing themselves swimming in slow motion, though data confirmed they never entered. Interior walls reflect no sonar. Audio devices record only silence, punctuated every 7 minutes by a deep knock, measured, hollow, but sourced from no visible location. Some suggest the tunnel is not a passage, but a loop, a spatial coil twisted so tightly it folds time within it. Others fear it is not a tunnel at all, but a mouth, and the knocks are not echoes, but chewing. Wedged between 2 massive coral-coated boulders that seem too evenly placed to be natural, a narrow gap slices through the seafloor and continues on with perfect linear precision. Its floor, barely wide enough for a diver, is paved in polished stone that lacks all marine growth. No moss, no slime, no algae dares touch it. The walls of this passage flicker under light, not with color, but with depth, shadows of features that vanish when directly approached. On rare occasions, cameras capture these shadows as outlines of figures moving in the opposite direction, though when frames are analyzed, none of the team is seen turning. Divers report temperature drops that occur instantly and recede just as fast. One claimed to feel pulled backward mid-kick, despite no drag or current. The most haunting phenomenon is the low hum that begins after 10 minutes of traversal, building steadily in pitch until it becomes unbearable. The only way to stop it is to exit the passage in full. Some theorize the path leads not outward, but inward, into a folded portion of terrain disconnected from the seafloor entirely. Others fear it leads into something older than ocean, something that remembers walking before the ice ever came. Sitting perfectly upright in the center of a drowned valley, a stairway of smooth obsidian rises from the seabed, without connecting to any visible structure, above or below. Each step is broad and shallow, designed for something much larger than human stride, and leads nowhere. The final step ends in water so dark that all attempts to measure its opacity have failed. Divers climbing the stairs report a subtle change with each step, not in the water around them, but in their own bodies. Some feel their breath slow involuntarily. Others note that their limbs feel heavier, or their thoughts less distinct. Those who reach the final step often turn back without prompting, saying only that they sense something waiting. Instruments placed on the stairway have recorded measurable vibrations, like a heartbeat too slow to be human. Lights mounted along its side flicker in intervals, matching these pulses. The most compelling observation comes from a motion detection unit that recorded one step shifting downward, while no life was present. Some suggest it's a mechanical structure, a device half buried and long forgotten. Others believe it was ceremonial, but no one can deny that each ascent feels observed, as if something beneath is tracking each rise upward, not to greet, but to count. Resting along a curve of submerged fault terrain lies a vast circular depression, shallow yet perfectly contoured, as if the seafloor had been pressed by something massive and deliberate. The rim is smooth and flawless, its diameter unchanging no matter how many readings are taken. Its center holds a single stone protrusion, no taller than a person's chest, sculpted into the shape of a spindle, slender, rising, unblemished. When sonar is directed at it, readings return unusually fast, as if the signal is bouncing off more than one surface at once. Divers describe an unease when near the depression, a tightness in the throat, and the inexplicable desire to step back, as though standing on sacred ground they were never invited to. Sound behaves strangely here, muffled, swallowed, even when coming from just a few meters away. The formation does not suggest burial, nor does it suggest structure, yet the perfect design defies erosion or collapse. Many suspect it is a dormant mechanism, not broken, merely paused. Others feel it is a mark, an impression left behind, not by weight, but by thought pressed so deeply into the stone that even time refused to smooth it away. Hung within the arch of a collapsed underwater canyon, a lattice of narrow beams crisscrosses in seemingly chaotic angles, yet somehow forms a cohesive pattern when viewed from a distance. None of the beams are connected to one another. They float motionless, untouched by current, spaced evenly apart, as though pinned in place by memory rather than mass. They do not touch the canyon walls. They do not shift. And yet divers swimming beneath the lattice report the feeling of passing through something dense and invisible, like crossing a threshold between two realities. Light diffuses oddly in the space beneath it, fragmenting into bands of grey and violet, though no sediment or interference exists in the water. Some describe hearing a repetitive chime while passing through, a sound like glass struck underwater, though no audio devices have ever captured it. Scientists who attempted to map the beam pattern found it mirrored star charts that no longer align with Earth's sky, suggesting either ancient mapping or deliberate misdirection. The beams themselves cannot be moved or tested. Every attempt at contact results in equipment failure or disorientation. Many now refer to it simply as the veil, a name whispered with reverence by those who've passed beneath and emerged, remembering less than they should. Nested within a long, sloped trench, marked by folds of soft mud and quiet collapse, a row of stone pillars stands half buried, tilted toward a direction no longer marked by stars. Unlike typical rock columns, these appear jointed, composed of stacked segments, bound together by invisible seams. At first they seem like relics of a temple or corridor, long since erased. But what unsettles observers is how they lean, not toward each other, nor upright, but outward, as if bracing against something immense. Divers who float too close report subtle shaking in their gear, and the uncanny illusion that the seafloor tilts slightly toward the pillars. When teams return to the site, they often find the angle of the lean has changed. Photographs taken months apart reveal a progression, slow, uneven, but measurable, suggesting either erosion or will. Cracks in nearby sediment follow a pattern like ripples frozen mid-wave. Some believe the pillars are restraints holding back something below. Others see them as antennae, signaling into silence, waiting for a response that never comes. Hidden within a sunken gorge, where pressure bends even the hardiest hulls, a chamber opens unexpectedly, a hollow space within otherwise solid terrain, as if something inside pushed outward and left a perfect cavity behind. No visible entrance exists. Submersibles found it only after sonar detected an anomaly, a gap too geometrically clean to ignore. Inside, the walls shimmer with a wet, glass-like finish, unbroken by fissures or erosion. Along the base lies a ring of black pebbles, too perfectly arranged to be accidental. Each pebble emits a pulse detectable only at close range, soft and rhythmic, not unlike a slowed breath. Divers speak of altered awareness when within the chamber. Time elongates, thoughts unspool, and many report hearing a low song just beyond the range of speech, melancholy, almost mournful. One diver claimed to hear it echo through their bones rather than their ears. Audio recordings capture nothing. The pebbles resist removal, growing heavier the moment contact is made, as though tethered by will rather than weight. The chamber doesn't invite exploration, it contains nothing. But what it lacks is more haunting than what it might hide, an emptiness designed with intention. Curving along the slope of an underwater ravine lies a path of stones, spaced evenly like footsteps leading from one unknown to another. No erosion disrupts their placement. They remain fixed, regardless of current or storm, as though gripped by unseen anchors beneath the seabed. When mapped from above, the stones form a spiral, tightening as it descends, a funnel pulling towards some unseen center. Divers attempting to trace the full spiral lose time. Watches freeze, video records fill with static, and memories become disjointed. Some describe hearing the path hum as they swim above it, not in pitch or melody, but in pressure, an undulating rhythm that pushes against the sternum and cheekbones. Lights dim slightly the closer one comes to the center, but instruments show no power loss. It's as if the space itself grows less willing to be perceived. The innermost point remains unreached. Currents strengthen unnaturally near it, as though the ocean itself were denying access. Those who approach too closely report nausea and fragmented dreams in the days that follow, visions of hollow vessels and doorways that breathe. Embedded within a crater too deep for natural light, a ridged structure lies coiled like a fossilized shell, but wider and flatter, with layered segments that interlock precisely. The spiral isn't static. Teams have reported it appears tighter or looser, depending on the vantage point, though no movement has ever been recorded. When sonar is applied, the return pulse lingers longer than expected, as if passing through not one surface, but many. This delay creates a kind of echo within the equipment, looping signal back into itself until it sounds almost like speech, a lisping, slow language just beyond decoding. Divers find themselves unable to agree on the spiral's dimensions. Some estimate it at 5 meters across. Others swear it spans over 20. One diver floated directly above the center and swore it shimmered like heat rising off a road, though water temperature remained constant. They described the illusion of a stairwell beneath, winding downward into pitch. Lights directed into the core are swallowed entirely. If this is a fossil, it is of something never known. If it is alive, it is waiting beneath recognition. Drifting across the flat plain of a continental shelf lies a long, shallow groove, too smooth to be natural, too vast to be accidental. It carves through the seabed in a straight line for kilometers, ending abruptly at a jagged drop where the terrain seems sheared, as if sliced clean by force or intention. Along the groove, pale structures rise every few meters, no taller than a kneeling figure, shaped like blunt obelisks worn by time, yet untouched by growth. These structures do not reflect sonar, they absorb it, Divers claim the groove emits a vibration that grows more intense toward its end, a sensation that builds in the spine and fingers, rather than in instruments. At its terminus, where the shelf plunges, visibility collapses completely. Even lights with thousands of lumens flicker and die in seconds. One submersible that drifted too close returned missing several minutes of footage, replaced with warped frames that showed geometric distortions and impossible depth. The groove gives no indication of purpose. It might be a remnant of movement, or the scar of something emerging. Whatever carved it did not drift. It chose its path, then vanished into darkness. Resting just beneath a dense patch of floating sediment, a mosaic of colored stones lies pressed into the seafloor with precision too refined for chance. Arranged in overlapping arcs, each piece reflects light differently, even under uniform beams, creating the illusion of motion, like waves rolling across solid ground. Divers who stumble upon it describe feeling as though they've arrived at a threshold rather than a ruin, an entry marked not by walls, but by intention. Closer inspection reveals subtle variations in size and spacing, too deliberate to be decoration, more like notation, perhaps sound, perhaps instruction. Cameras capture the shifting patterns, but the colors never quite match what is seen by human eyes. Some observers report that the design changes over time, not with erosion, but with awareness, as if the act of observation reconfigures its structure slightly to fit the mind of the viewer. It is not a map, not a code, not a flaw, and yet it invites decoding. Etched along the slope of an underwater dune field, a line of repeating triangles stretches for hundreds of meters, shallow grooves pressed into hardened sediment, uniform in size, angle, and spacing. They do not follow the shape of the terrain, instead slicing across it, as though drawn by something that disregards landscape entirely. Viewed from above, they form a zigzag so precise that early explorers believed it to be the remnant of lost machinery, or some pre-flood script never meant to be translated. What is most unusual is their resonance. When water moves over them at speed, a vibration stirs too low for human hearing, but strong enough to shake the chests of divers and vibrate cables tethered to submersibles. Some researchers propose it's a failed harmonic instrument, others a marker, like a runway or a boundary not meant to be crossed. Attempts to sample the etched material have failed repeatedly, with drill tips blunting as if meeting something harder than any mineral. These shapes don't resist erosion, they repel it, and when sonar pulses cross the triangles, an echo always returns, measured, clipped, identical each time, as if the signal is answered. Submerged beneath a thick overgrowth of marine silt and hushed coral, a wall reveals itself only when currents shift, a flat, seamless surface, inscribed with interlocking circles that spiral outward in layered succession. No origin point exists, no beginning to trace. Each circle curls into the next, as though grown rather than drawn. Divers describe vertigo when staring too long, a sense of falling inward without moving, as if the eye is pulled not by distance, but by invitation. Touching the carvings elicits a sudden temperature drop felt through gloves, despite water around the wall remaining stable. Some believe these shapes function as a signal, visual frequency rather than auditory, speaking in curves instead of sound. Others fear they are a form of containment, a seal applied not to lock something away, but to trap a memory. Light that strikes the wall bends slightly, warping shadows into shapes that mimic biological forms, coiled limbs, unblinking eyes, and open mouths that vanish when confronted. Instruments report nothing unusual, yet footage rarely captures what divers describe, as if the wall records its own image, offering only what it chooses to reveal. Across a flat seabed, littered with broken shell and deep buried bone, lies a sequence of raised mounds, arranged in twin rows, their shapes rounded and consistent, spaced with such exactitude that early surveyors mistook them for the remnants of an aquatic burial field. Each mound is identical in height and width, rising from the sand with a sloped elegance that defies randomness. Beneath them, probes encounter hollows, rounded cavities that collapse inward if disturbed, but reveal no bodies, no remnants of life. One team attempted to lift a single mound with ballast and tethered rigging, only to find that its weight fluctuated, pulsing between resistance and surrender. The mounds themselves are warm to the touch, even at depths where no thermal vent exists. Some divers claim to hear murmurs beneath them, like movement slowed by time, or whispering caught in the folds of deep pressure. Others believe the shapes are not tombs but anchors, pinning something that once drifted freely, something that now lies still, not dead, not living, just waiting. Carved into the belly of a submerged cavern, a vast, shallow basin stretches outward in concentric circles, each ring scored into the stone with surgical smoothness. At its center lies a single vertical pole, no thicker than a forearm, rising barely above the floor, but made from a material that defies classification. When touched, it vibrates with a frequency that matches no known geological reading, and when ignored, it continues humming softly on its own, as if waiting to be acknowledged. Divers circling the basin report that no direction feels correct, no north, no up, only a persistent drifting sensation that disrupts orientation and depth perception. When viewed from above, the basin and rings resemble the iris of a colossal eye, gazing upward with frozen intensity. One diver swore the pole in the center had shifted slightly during their circuit, tilted, not broken, as though reacting to something unseen. Every reading taken within this space returns distorted, data laced with waveforms and harmonics, not present in other dives. Many now believe the basin is a listening device, not to eavesdrop on surface noise, but to monitor deeper signals, ones too old for current oceans to remember, yet still moving beneath. Tucked inside the shoulder of a coastal shelf, fractured by pressure and age, an angular passage juts forward, with unnatural rigidity, its walls shaped into repeating diamond forms that reflect light in fractured, blinding bursts. The entrance is difficult to detect from any distance, only direct approach reveals it, and even then, divers describe a strange flickering around its perimeter, like heat shimmer underwater. Within, every wall bears the same 3 grooves, short, parallel, evenly spaced, scratched too deeply for natural etching, too delicately for industrial tools. No currents pass through the space. Water remains inert, as though frozen in motion, resisting both pull and push. Divers attempting to measure its length report inconsistencies, with some claiming the corridor expands or contracts, depending on how far one dares to enter. The reflections confuse perspective, warping depth and layering surfaces that don't exist. Inside, communication devices lose clarity, and words begin to delay in playback, heard seconds after they're spoken. It's believed the corridor manipulates time in a manner not linear, but fragmented, splintering memory, language, and light. Whether designed to trap or test, no diver who has stayed longer than 10 minutes has returned without dreams they cannot explain. Built into the base of a half-submerged cliff face, a massive flat slab rests like a door, ajar, its top edge embedded in the stone, its bottom slightly raised above the seabed, creating a shallow triangle of space, just large enough to crawl through. No hinges, no frame, no carvings identify its purpose. It simply exists, as though paused mid-motion. Divers entering the gap report silence not just in their surroundings, but inside themselves. No breath, no heartbeat, just void. Light refuses to enter the crack beyond the initial crawl, and all recording devices return only black footage, interspersed with single frames of indeterminate white shapes. One team tethered a rope to the entrance, and followed it 30 meters in, only to find the rope was no longer attached when they turned to exit. It had been cut cleanly, not frayed, and drifted lifeless beside them. The stone slab itself hums faintly underhand, a mechanical tension coiled inside, as though it once moved, and still might. Some researchers propose it is a seal, a hatch, a failed mechanism. Others believe it is a memory, a door that remembers opening far too well. Laid flat against the floor of a trench, swallowed by fog-like silt, A pattern emerges only under direct illumination, hundreds of tiny indentations, forming a grid so exact, it spans beyond the camera's field of view. Each mark is shallow, round and placed with such precision that no natural process could account for the layout. When sonar is applied, the pattern reflects in strange harmonics, duplicated echoes, bouncing back at half strength and double delay, creating confusion in measurements. Divers report static in their communications and a growing sensation of déjà vu while passing over the grid. Some describe hearing footsteps behind them, matching their pace even when still. Equipment dragged across the grid leaves no marks, as if the floor resists change or ignores contact. Scientists once speculated it to be an unfinished structure or an alien form of notation, but after numerous dives, consensus remains elusive. It may not be a message, but a mirror, a field of impressions shaped by thought rather than chisel, reflecting not the sea, but the mind of the observer. Cradled in the hollow of a drowned hillock, a ring of slender stone towers stands perfectly spaced in a spiral that tilts gently toward the west, following no current or known magnetic pull. Each tower is sharp, faceted like crystal, but dull in color, grey with veins of something darker running beneath the surface. No marine life gathers here. Not a single organism clings to the stone. Light bends around the circle's interior, making it difficult to see directly across. Divers claim the towers whisper, not in sound, but in memory. Some return with the taste of iron on their tongues, others with flashes of scenes they cannot place. A staircase submerged in stars, or hands too large to be human weaving nets of light. Instruments attempting to record temperature inside the ring overheat, or return data, corrupted by looping digits. The site refuses measurement, resists clarity. Those who step into the center speak of immense stillness, not peace, but paralysis, as if time itself has been suspended for observation. The towers do not guard, they witness, silently, endlessly. Floating just above a broken valley, where seafloor drops into deeper void, a field of suspended objects hovers inexplicably, shards of black material shaped like twisted ribbons, unmoving, untethered, yet never sinking or rising. They hang in the water like thoughts too heavy to fall, rotating slowly, despite no detectable current. Divers describe the field as oppressive, the way a crowd can feel oppressive, even when silent. Light reacts strangely in the space, pooling in odd corners, disappearing in places where shadow has no right to exist. The objects resist contact, subtly adjusting their positions as if avoiding approach, though they never accelerate or wobble. Audio recordings taken within the field return with layered static that, when played back, sometimes forms recognizable rhythms, breath patterns, or slow spoken cadences with syllables just out of reach. Some believe the field is a remnant of language in physical form, communication so dense it congealed. Others see it as a barrier, a line of fragments left behind by something that shattered beyond understanding. Resting beneath the overhang of a submerged basalt ledge, a perfect octagon is carved into the seabed, its edges sharp, its lines deep and unwavering. No sediment collects within it, no coral grows along its edges, and no marine creatures have ever been documented crossing its boundary. Divers describe a sudden absence of sound when they approach it. Not quiet, but the complete removal of ambient noise, as if their ears had been submerged in glass. Lights dim slightly at its perimeter, and shadows fall in directions inconsistent with their source. The shape is not raised nor sunken, only etched, a flat void with no depth but immeasurable presence. Attempts to scan it yield nothing. Sonar passes through it without resistance, yet does not return. Some have suggested it's not a carving at all, but a window, one that doesn't open outward, but downward into something more abstract than space. Divers who stepped into the octagon returned with blurred speech and fragmented memories of distant places, none of which can be located on any map. No one remains inside for long. It's not the fear of drowning, it's the fear of staying seen. Woven across the slope of a submerged hill, A network of fine lines spans the ground like spiderwebs cast in stone. The grooves are shallow, but they pulse faintly under light, glowing not with heat or energy, but something more like memory preserved in quartz. Divers describe the sensation of walking across a brain, each step reverberating not through the body, but through thought. Those who follow the web's lines to its center find a basin no wider than a table, carved with such precision that it reflects even the ripple of breath. Inside the basin lies a single stone, hovering just above the surface without support or tether. It doesn't spin, doesn't rise or fall, it waits. Measuring devices malfunction immediately within its radius, calibration fails, memory is lost, digital readouts become alphabetic nonsense. One diver placed a finger beneath the stone and described feeling not temperature or texture, but emotion, a profound grief that had no source. When they withdrew, the stone remained perfectly still, yet its glow dimmed ever so slightly. Some propose the lines are a language. Others believe they're nerves, still connected to something that forgot it lived. Clinging to the vertical face of a trench wall, where no natural formations should exist, a series of rectangular recesses climbs the rock, like steps meant for giants. Each recess is precisely cut, too clean for erosion, too aligned for collapse. No life grows here, and even the water feels altered, thicker, slower, reluctant to move. Divers scale the ledges carefully, reporting an increasing sensation of pressure with each level. Not from the depth, but from awareness. A presence accumulates. The higher they climb, the more vivid the hallucinations become. Flashes of structures illuminated by no visible source. The sound of machinery droning from impossible distances. And once a whispered phrase in a language never spoken aloud. These images stop instantly, once the diver descends. Cameras record nothing but empty black stone. Some suggest the recesses were once docking stations. Others think they were beds, cradles for beings that did not dream but stored memory externally, in the walls themselves. No matter how often they are visited, the shadows within each hollow seem slightly altered, just enough to suggest someone, or something, returned in the meantime. Spread along the basin floor of a drowned basin sits a long spiral of flat plates, stacked edge to edge, like scales arranged by hand. They are uniform in size but differ slightly in shape, each one bearing a unique edge, as though shaped by intention, not duplication. The spiral begins wide and tightens inward, toward a center no one has reached. As divers move along it, they begin to feel disjointed from one another. Voices delay, hand gestures seem slow to register, and lights appear dimmer, even on full power. At a certain point along the spiral, communication ceases entirely, not because of equipment failure, but because divers forget how to speak. Words float to the edge of consciousness and vanish, like breath in freezing air. Only once they reverse direction does clarity return. One team claimed they saw movement at the center, a ripple of water traveling against all known currents, perfectly straight and silent. Whether caused by a living being, or the spiral itself remains unknown. Some believe the spiral is not a path, but a function, a mnemonic sequence for a mind too vast to be stored in a single skull, something that remembers itself in shape, not language. Sitting on a lone plateau, isolated from the surrounding seabed, a perfectly square pit descends vertically into darkness, its walls lined with a material that reflects no light and absorbs all sound. The opening is small, no more than 3 meters wide, but the depth remains unmeasured. Drop cameras sent down relay images for exactly 72 seconds before static consumes the feed, always at the same depth regardless of the equipment. The footage recovered shows no walls beyond a certain point, only misty black space filled with motes of drifting silt that seem to move with intention. Divers refuse to descend directly into the pit. Those who hover near it report the sensation of standing at the edge of something ancient and aware, like the silence before a scream that never comes. Some researchers proposed it's a vent, a breach between ocean layers. Others argue it's not physical at all, a spatial distortion fixed in one place, not to pass through, but to let something else return. One diver called it an eye waiting to open, another whispered, "It already has." They couldn't remember saying it. Folded across the skeletal shelf of a forgotten undersea rise, a structure lies half buried in cold sediment, spanning the terrain with impossible precision. At first glance it appears as a line of collapsed stone arches, but the curves are too even, the spacing too disciplined, and the angles too deliberate. From above, the entire shape resembles an open fan or a ribcage torn outward. Curved prongs splayed across the seabed in an unnatural geometry, each one extending for meters before dipping back beneath the floor. They protrude not from a single root or base, but rise individually, as if grown or summoned, each identical in height and bend. The material is neither rock nor metal, soft to touch but impossible to score, even with diamond-tipped tools. Divers assigned to explore the site noted that approaching from any angle triggers subtle physiological effects. Breathing grows shallower, lights dim, not from battery loss, but as if diffusion itself thickens. Vision takes on a strange double-layered quality, with movement appearing just a fraction of a second ahead of intention. Communication becomes strained. Words lag slightly in reception, and sound feels as though it reverberates inside the skull, rather than in open water. Cameras left recording for extended periods catch flickers of shapes not seen during the dive, spidery silhouettes bending over the arches, unmoving but undeniably present. Yet when played back in real time, these forms vanish. No currents touch the arches, sand does not settle atop them, and fish give the region an unnaturally wide berth. It is not fear that deters them, but some deeper instinct. This place was not built for swimming things. In one instance, a probe was lowered between two of the larger arcs and began transmitting garbled data. No images, only pulses of sound that, when run through audio software, revealed low frequencies forming crude rhythmic patterns, nearly identical to slow human breath. The sound analyst said it wasn't random, it was repeating. At the very center of the arc field lies what has been dubbed the stone lung, a dome-shaped mound with hundreds of pinhole apertures across its surface, each no wider than a fingernail. These holes exhale faint bursts of water at intervals, perfectly synchronized with one another. They do not pull in water, they only push. That gentle exhalation is silent to the human ear, but registers as vibration across all senses. Divers who rest near the mound have described sensations of pressure in the chest, despite functioning regulators and steady oxygen flow. Many describe unprompted breath synchronization, the involuntary matching of their own inhalation and exhalation with the rhythm of the mound. One diver remained too long near the lung and blacked out without any signs of mechanical failure. He returned to consciousness with no memory of his last moments underwater, but spoke briefly of flooded thoughts that weren't mine. Sonar scans of the full site reveal a different image than expected. Though only a portion of the arcs protrudes visibly from the seabed, beneath them stretches a full ring, an unbroken loop of matter embedded in the stone. When visualized, it resembles a halo or an eye socket turned outward, with the lung positioned precisely at the center like a pupil. Some believe this is merely a geological coincidence. Others suspect something biological was once encased here, something that breathed slowly, deeply, and perhaps still does. No evidence of movement has been detected, no heat signatures, no shifting of sediment. But each dive brings back altered data, subtle rearrangements in shape, minor shifts in spacing, almost imperceptible until overlaid with previous scans. It is as if the arches stretch themselves ever so slightly while unseen, and no one can say whether they're opening wider or preparing to close. Carved into the northern shoulder of a deep marine escarpment, a vast, rectangular depression yawns beneath the pressure-laden waters, like a blueprint pressed into the very crust of the earth. Its sides are sharp, not chipped or worn, but cut with the kind of precision found only in constructed environments. Unlike the surrounding terrain, which is uneven and layered with sediment, this expanse is immaculately clean. No life has ever been recorded within its boundaries. No barnacles on the walls, no silt layering its base, no algae, no worms, no microfauna. The rectangle simply exists, sterile, precise, and immune to time. Its dimensions span nearly 300 meters in length, and over 100 across, but its depth is curiously shallow, dropping less than a meter, as if it were not meant to contain, but to display. At the far end of the depression, 6 long grooves run parallel to one another, perfectly straight, perfectly spaced. From above they resemble the tines of a giant comb, or the scoring tracks left behind by an enormous claw. When divers first descended into the depression, they noted how the ambient sound of the ocean shifted abruptly upon crossing its edge. Bubbles no longer behaved normally. Instead of drifting upward in lazy spirals, they halted, quivered, and split into streams of smaller spheres that scattered outward. One diver claimed their breath echoed inside their own helmet, though no structure surrounded them to reflect sound. Another noted how the lights from their suit failed to illuminate the grooves beyond a certain point. Instead, the illumination appeared to fall short, as though absorbed by an invisible film draped across the trench. At the center of the formation lies a feature even more baffling: a raised plinth, no more than half a meter high and 1 meter wide, seemingly grown from the stone. This plinth bears an indentation, a recessed oval, that when filled with light, produces no shadow. When touched, it vibrates softly and ceases all movement in the water above it. One diver, after making contact, remained still for 21 seconds, and described afterward that he had not felt time at all. Not slowness, not speed, just absence. The dive team placed a probe directly atop the plinth to collect temperature and density data, but when they surfaced, the probe's internal memory contained no data. Instead, every file had been overwritten with a single repeating pattern of numbers, 12 digits, endlessly looping, that held no correlation to coordinates, timestamps, or serial numbers. When converted into a waveform, the pattern formed a repeating rise and fall, eerily similar to whale song slowed to an unnatural crawl. One acoustic technician suggested that the code resembled a vocalization, not a digital failure, that it might have been a reply. What it responded to, however, remains unclear. Subsequent visits to the trench have revealed minor changes to the grooves. One appeared longer than before, another, shallower. While some attribute this to poor measurement, others insist that the changes are real and deliberate. There's speculation now that the grooves may be keys, not visual but sonic. That sound, the correct pitch, may alter them further. Tests using synthetic tones have yielded strange results. Occasional vibration, brief flashes of light within the plinth's depression, or shifts in sonar return frequency. A few believe the site was a machine, one not powered by electricity, but by pressure and sound. Something meant not for life to inhabit, but for intelligence to engage with. Whether it was abandoned, or still waits to be activated, is a matter of growing debate. For now, the grooves lie dormant, the plinth remains silent, but the codes recorded from the first probe still pulse across computer screens at the research base. 12 numbers, repeated endlessly, like breath, waiting to be heard again. Drifting at the edge of an ancient seamount, where the stone falls away in jagged ledges, a field of hexagonal columns lies hidden beneath thick blankets of silt, their shapes revealed only in fragments when disturbed by current or cautious hand. These columns rise vertically from the ocean floor, like the frozen exhalation of a long-dead volcano, yet no thermal activity exists in the region, and no natural formation accounts for their symmetrical perfection. Each shaft is of identical width, rising between 4 and 7 meters, their surfaces grooved with narrow ridges that glimmer faintly beneath sediment, shimmering not with reflection but with some embedded property of their own. What perplexes researchers most is the density. Material analysis from samples drilled discretely from one column returned as inconclusive. Neither basalt, nor obsidian, nor any known volcanic glass. The matter held no crystalline structure, yet responded to magnetic fields in subtle but repeatable ways, vibrating gently when exposed to low frequencies, as if it recognized the signal and prepared to respond. Divers navigating through the field describe sensations of enclosure, despite the openness of the seafloor. It is not the claustrophobia of tight spaces, but a narrowing of perception, as though the columns align some unknown spectrum, pushing consciousness into a funnel. They report hearing distant rhythmic clicking, like fingers tapping against hollow stone. This clicking cannot be traced to any source, nor does it appear on recordings. In one disturbing incident, a diver turned off their suit lights and found that the columns ahead glowed faintly, just enough to outline shapes moving at the edge of visibility. When lights were restored, the glow vanished, and the diver found themselves disoriented, hovering several meters from where they had last remembered being. Further within the field lies a flat, circular stone surrounded by 8 shorter pillars, arranged like sentinels. Atop the circle sits a basin filled with perfectly clear water, despite being underwater itself. That water never mixes with the ocean. It hovers just inside the basin's rim, like glass turned fluid. Divers who place their hands within it find the liquid strangely warm, with the consistency of thick oil, though it leaves no trace upon withdrawal. Observers report feelings of vertigo when staring into the liquid for extended periods, often seeing geometric shapes form in the depths, tetrahedrons, spheres, infinite spirals folding into themselves. Some call it a mirror, others a lens. One diver, unable to speak upon surfacing, scrawled in chalk, "It was not water, it was looking back." No marine life crosses into the field. Even microorganisms drop in density near its boundary. One theory suggests the entire site is an artificial array, not for communication, but reception, an antenna sunken beneath Ice Age waters, long before humankind thought to whisper to the sky. The columns themselves may be frozen signals, solidified pulses of something never intended to be translated, only received. Their purpose might not be to broadcast, but to wait for the proper ear, the correct resonance, the lost frequency of something no longer echoing above the surface. Even now, at the research vessel, tethered high above the site, magnetometers flicker at irregular intervals whenever the column field is approached. Each time the same numbers appear in their readings, 3 digits, reversed, then reversed again, like a greeting repeated without hope of reply, or a warning repeated until no one remains to listen. Far below a plunging abyss, where sonar flattens into noise and gravity feels heavier, a trench gives way to a cavern not carved by collapse, but opened deliberately. Its mouth is wide, triangular, too precise to belong to tectonic randomness. The entrance frames a corridor that extends into stillness, its walls smooth, subtly convex, and lined with shallow indentations in repeating intervals. Divers describe the sensation of being funneled downward, not by slope, but by sensation, like descending into thought instead of space. Those who enter speak less afterward. Some sleep deeper for days, others wake in the night whispering phrases they cannot translate. Inside, visibility narrows. Flashlights dim, not in power but in distance, as though light tires faster in this space. The walls shine dully, like bone wet with memory, and no marine life has ever been observed crossing the threshold. Not even plankton drift past. It is not a repellent force, but an absence of invitation. Midway through the passage, the floor dips into a bowl-shaped hollow, no deeper than a person's height, and lined with parallel grooves that spiral into its center. Resting in that center is a cube, no wider than a human torso, no higher than a child's waist. It is utterly black, not glossy, not matte, just black, the kind that eats light and refuses to give it back. Equipment aimed at the object records nothing. Video returns static, audio remains blank, but when touched it pulses, not in heat or sound, but in sensation. Divers speak of memory bleeding in reverse, of moments they've never lived collapsing inward like ruins revisited. One described remembering a city that never existed. Another claimed they could hear ocean waves crashing on stone above them, though none were near a coast. The surface of the cube is cool, but it vibrates slightly, like a drum beneath the skin of the world. Measurements around it reveal irregularities. Gravity dips by imperceptible degrees. The weight of objects changes subtly. Some researchers believe it's not a cube at all, but a knot in reality, a folded dimension resting inside our own like a pearl in a dead oyster. Sonar directed at the cube bends and disperses, returning in waves that sketch shapes onto devices never programmed to visualize. In one such anomaly, a faint symbol appeared, 3 overlapping circles stitched by a single diagonal line. It does not match any known language or symbology. Yet those who view it often feel they've seen it before, though no one can say where. Beyond the cube, the tunnel narrows sharply, its walls marked with diagonal cuts so clean they appear to float rather than press into stone. Divers cannot proceed beyond this point, not because of danger, but because space itself begins to resist. One described the water turning thick, like syrup around the limbs. Another reported feeling as though their suit weighed 10 times its normal mass, even though sensors indicated no change in buoyancy. Every attempt to push forward ends the same way, with a surge of overwhelming pressure, not physical, but psychological, like trying to breathe inside a collapsing memory. Outside the cavern, instruments placed near the entrance behave unpredictably. Compass needles spin slowly, stabilizing only when pointed away. Battery life drains faster. Sonar scans always return distorted, often sketching outlines of figures standing within the corridor, though none were present. Even when the site is empty, motion alerts blink. Pressure sensors register changes inside the chamber when no diver is near. Once during a surface transmission, a low-frequency pulse rose through the radio link. It repeated once, then never again. It was not a signal. It was the sound of something remembering it had once been heard. Beneath a shelf of broken stone near a drowned ridge, where even the tectonic plates grow quiet, a cavity yawns, smooth and circular, descending in a way that denies natural formation. Not a cave, not a tunnel, a void, too perfect in its geometry, too symmetrical in its slope. It begins without warning, a black circle etched into the seabed, like a deliberate cut in the fabric of the world. The surrounding terrain is irregular, jagged stone, collapsed rock gardens, scattered marine fossils, but this one space is untouched, clean. Water behaves differently at the lip of the void. Currents that sweep freely across the ocean floor halt when they reach its edge, not redirected, but stopped. Sediment hovers at its rim, never spilling in. Even plankton veer aside in unconscious fear, tracing arcs around it, as if compelled by instinct that predates memory. Divers who approach too closely describe the sensation of pressure, mass not against the body, but inside the skull, as if the space beyond the circle is thinking. Lights cast into the hole vanish entirely, not absorbed, not dimmed, simply gone, as though falling into a depth no photons can cross. Tethered submersibles dropped into the opening transmit for a time, 10 seconds, 30, never more than a minute, before signal vanishes completely. Those feeds never cut to black. Instead, static blooms in concentric rings, flickering as if the signal is bouncing through a place that exists outside measurement. One recording returned with a single unintelligible whisper, embedded in the static. Slowed down, it resembled a syllable drawn out for too long, stretching through the frame like breath pulled from another room. It was not English. It was not language. But every technician who heard it reported a strange recognition, like remembering the shape of a forgotten name. Along the interior slope of the void are a series of smooth depressions, too shallow for foot placement, too high for seating. These hollows emit no sound, but sonar pings fired at them return in disarray, like echoes bouncing through a hallway of cracked mirrors. Attempts to anchor climbing gear fail. Nothing holds. One diver reported reaching the third depression and feeling as if their limbs no longer belonged to them. Buoyancy refused to respond, and the sensation of falling overtook every sense, despite maintaining depth. They returned to the surface with blood in their sinuses and an expression of awe edged in fear. They claimed, when prompted, that something looked back from below, not with eyes, but with knowledge. At the center of the void, faint pulses have been recorded, like a heartbeat slowed to impossible rhythms. These pulses are not seismic. They do not travel outward, nor do they echo in the stone. They remain trapped within the chamber, as if the void was built not to contain something, but to keep it waiting. Occasionally, these pulses align with subtle temperature drops detected at the site, shifts too small to be natural, too consistent to be accident. Every dive conducted here results in slight alterations to compass function, occasional magnetometer spikes, and in 2 cases, memory loss spanning several minutes of real time. One diver came back unable to recall their name, regaining it only days later. Another returned speaking in a language that has yet to be identified, and has since forgotten the event entirely. Nothing lives within the hollow, not coral, not moss, not microbial life. It is a sterilized space, immune to biology, yet not dead. No one has seen the bottom. All attempts to chart its depth return different numbers, sometimes 12 meters, sometimes hundreds, sometimes infinite. Readings refuse to agree, suggesting either a flaw in perception or the possibility that the void does not hold a depth at all, but instead opens into something that bends the idea of space into memory, something that unfolds inwards. Crawling outward from the base of an isolated undersea rise, an arrangement of geometric ridges fans out like a petrified bloom, 6 perfect rows of alternating ridges and trenches, each no more than a meter wide, yet extending farther than the eye can trace. When first mapped, the structure was thought to be the result of an ancient landslide, but the symmetry of the rows, the consistency in their angle, and the mathematical exactness in their intervals revealed something far stranger. The surface of each ridge is smooth and subtly concave, like worn glass, not shaped by erosion, but perhaps by repetition, by touch, or by ritual. Divers moving across the pattern report a pressure building, not in the chest, but behind the eyes, accompanied by faint clicking in their ears, like pressure readjusting in slow pulsed intervals. Some have noted that when moving across the structure, shadows beneath them appear delayed, lagging behind their movements by half a second, as if the ocean were misremembering their presence. At the precise center of the radial pattern sits a single pedestal, no taller than a seated figure, made of a black stone veined with threads of something metallic, though not magnetic. The veins pulse occasionally, not brightly, not rhythmically, but with subtle flickers like lightning behind stone. Cameras aimed directly at the pedestal often capture momentary disruptions, shapes of arms, hands, or spires, lasting only a frame before vanishing. They leave no imprint on the diver's mind, but remain visible in playback, recorded only by machines. Those who place their hand on the pedestal describe a stillness deeper than silence, a moment when even thought halts, as though language must step aside to allow something older to speak. No words are heard, but one diver returned to the surface and began sketching a set of symbols over and over, 6 pointed glyphs with no direct analogue in any known writing system. He claimed he did not invent them, but copied them from the pattern below. He did not remember when. Water around the formation behaves inconsistently. On some dives, it grows dense and heavy, resisting even slow movement. On others it becomes oddly weightless. Bubbles stretch longer, rise slower, limbs drift farther with each motion. The trench lines carved between each ridge seem to resonate faintly with sonar, producing harmonics that layer atop each other until forming a low, continuous drone. This drone is only detectable via specialized equipment and is inaudible to the divers themselves. However, on one expedition, a diver began humming the tone unconsciously during the return ascent. When asked, she said she couldn't hear it, but felt it vibrating in her teeth. That humming did not match any known frequency on board the equipment, yet it perfectly aligned with previous drone recordings once slowed by 50%. Some have suggested the formation is a kind of resonance field, an underwater structure built not to shelter life, but to hold frequencies, to store or transmit waves over time. Its age remains unknowable, but the lack of overgrowth, the cleanliness of the ridges, and the purity of the lines suggest continual maintenance, whether passive or deliberate. Not a ruin, but a circuit. Not broken, only waiting. Some of the ridges, when brushed by flippers or equipment, emit brief pulses, sharp notes like muted bells, only audible inside the diver's own head. Others don't ring at all. There's a theory now that each trench and ridge serves a specific purpose, that the pedestal at the center is not a throne, not a shrine, but a tuning fork, waiting for the right signal, or the right person. Some worry that the next diver to activate the correct sequence won't realize they've done it, that the tone will rise, the pedestal will listen, and something long submerged will be reminded that it is not forgotten, not yet. Beneath a collapsed archipelago, now submerged in total silence, there rests an amphitheater carved directly into the sloped wall of a hidden abyss. Layered terraces spiraling inward, like the petals of a calcified flower, too symmetrical, too intentional to be born of landslide or erosion. Each step is broad and shallow, carved with precision into black stone that doesn't match any geological signature from the region. The material registers as organic in some scans, inert in others. Its classification fluctuates between crystalline and unknown. The amphitheater descends in tightening spirals, forming a coiled bowl around a central pit no larger than a room, filled not with water, but with a dense vapor, somehow contained beneath the sea without dispersing, a suspended fog that never escapes and never dilutes. It pulses with lightless color. Divers report that even when their eyes remain closed, they can still perceive it. The structure is oriented toward nothing. It does not face the sun, nor align with ocean currents, nor reflect celestial geometry. It simply is. Its stair-like tiers bear no inscriptions, but faintly on each surface are shallow, irregular indentations, rows of thumb-sized depressions that seem more like seating than decoration, as if the structure was built for an audience. But no chairs, no thrones, no symbols of hierarchy exist. Only those indentations, hundreds of them, etched in rings like the memory of a gathering that once happened far beneath light. Divers who descend along these tiers begin to feel an auditory pressure, not sound, a sensation behind the ears, like noise waiting to occur. Some describe it as the pressure before thunder. Others say it feels like a song curled in its own throat, refusing to be sung. At the center, just before the pit, lies a flat dais no thicker than a sheet of stone, perfectly circular and warm to the touch. Cameras left facing this platform record occasional distortions in frame, shifts in color temperature, blurred outlines of forms not present, or single frames saturated in deep crimson despite clear water and white lights. One particularly unsettling recording showed a figure rising from the fog, not swimming, not floating, but ascending in smooth vertical motion before dissolving into static. The diver assigned to recover that camera refused to dive again and spoke only once about the incident, whispering that the figure had no face, only the suggestion of one, like an idea that had not yet formed. On rare occasions, the central pit emits sound, not a hum or tone, but a brief rush, as though breath had been exhaled from stone. These events are not random. They occur only during periods of extreme quiet in the surrounding ocean, times when no marine mammals sing, when currents stall, when even sediment drifts more slowly, as if the theater senses absence and responds by filling it with something deeper. There's growing belief among researchers that this site is not an observatory, but a convergence, a place designed to hold more than sound, more than people, something conceptual, perhaps the memory of speech, perhaps something older than speech, something too large for language. A diver once knelt at the center and felt compelled to stay, not by fear or paralysis, but by invitation. He said the amphitheater made him feel recognized, as though it was built for him to return to, though he had never known it. He spent 17 minutes kneeling without movement, while all sensors on his suit recorded elevated heart rate and brain activity, consistent with REM sleep. When pulled away, he wept, not from fear, but from what he called unborn nostalgia. He could not describe what he saw, only that it felt like the first word ever spoken in the world. The fog remains, the stone does not crack, and the structure does not decay. It is not an echo chamber, it is the source, and whatever once performed here is not finished. Crouched at the lip of a shelf that drops into unmeasured dark, an enormous disk lies buried beneath layers of fine grey silt, its shape only visible when tides momentarily peel back the sediment, like skin from an old wound. The disk measures nearly 60 meters across, bordered by a shallow trench that rings it like a moat, a feature so consistent in depth and width that many suspected it to be artificial, even before direct observation. Sonar first captured its outline, an impossibly clean circle, like a seal stamped onto the ocean floor. And yet when divers descended, they were greeted not by a manufactured plate, but a structure that pulses with strange complexity. The surface is not smooth but textured with irregular protrusions, thousands of them, each no larger than a coin. At first they seem chaotic, but upon close inspection their distribution mirrors star fields, configurations matching constellations that no longer grace the sky, as if documenting a map of heavens erased from memory. Water above the disk is heavy, not denser, but slower, as though the molecules themselves hesitate. When lights sweep across its expanse, some protrusions glow faintly, not phosphorescence, but light refracted from within, as if the material remembers illumination. Divers hovering too close report seeing shapes within the silt, soft humps and ridges that vanish upon touch, but leave behind the echo of pressure against the fingertips. One diver claimed to feel a vibration in the stone, not audible, not measurable, but tactile, as though their bones were being tuned. These sensations vanish the moment one surfaces, yet they return in dreams, spirals that spin too slowly to finish, voices without mouths calling not words but rhythms. The disk's perimeter holds 3 large indentations, shallow basins cut with such precision they appear machined, though no tool marks can be found. Their purpose is unclear. Some theorize they are ceremonial platforms, others believe them to be sockets, points of connection for devices or entities long gone. When sonar is focused into these depressions, the signal fails to bounce, instead absorbed or redirected into a hollow that no data can retrieve. A drone once hovered above one for nearly an hour, and when retrieved, its internal clock was 3 minutes behind, despite no malfunction or power loss. Its footage showed flickers, pale outlines swirling within the basin, like petals caught beneath frozen glass. At the center of the disk rests a dome, small, unassuming, only 1 meter in height, glass-like in texture, but resistant to pressure and temperature change. The dome is not hollow, yet it reflects nothing. No diver, no light. When touched, it produces a low tone, a single note that seems to bloom beneath the skin. The tone lasts 6 seconds, always 6, no matter the intensity of contact or angle of approach. 6 seconds, then silence. It is not a warning. It is a greeting spoken in a language that requires no tongue, a phrase older than the species that now circles it, older than the sea that drowned it. Geological studies confirm that no known tectonic force could have shaped this formation. The disk predates the surrounding stone. The trench around it was not eroded, but carved with intention, and beneath the disk, seismic readings suggest an immense hollow, almost spherical, perhaps extending deeper than any current ocean layer charted by man. Some believe it is a chamber, others believe it is not empty space, but folded reality. A compressed reservoir of thought or sound or memory, a capsule of something unspoken. No marine life swims above the disk, not a fish, not a worm, not even drifting spores. The site is suspended in biological silence. Yet, motion sensors on the seafloor tremble slightly every 13 hours. Small pulses, measured and soft, too even to be tectonic. They do not rise in magnitude, they do not fade, they repeat. Like a breath sustained for an eternity, or like a heartbeat, waiting for someone to place their ear against the glass. Rising from the twilight edge of a drowned plateau, where the world seems to hold its breath, a solitary tower pierces the water with geometry too deliberate to be the work of wind, ice, or tectonic upheaval. No rock nearby shares its shape or texture. Octagonal in form, with walls that taper subtly as they rise, the tower reaches nearly 20 meters upward from its base, though much of it remains buried in the surrounding crust. No openings are visible along its face. No windows, no seams, no coral growth, no erosion, just flawless black stone etched faintly with grooves that seem meaningless until viewed from above. From that vantage, the lines form a spiraling web too intricate to be coincidental, resembling wave interference patterns, or perhaps the imprint of sound frozen in stone. The top is flat, unadorned, and entirely dry when viewed via sealed submersible. A fact that confounds every scientific theory, as there is no surface access and no air pocket to explain the lack of water across its summit. Divers who approach the structure often report a building tension in the body. Their limbs grow heavy, not from pressure, but from resistance, like magnets reversed, muscle and water turning subtly against intention. Proximity interferes with balance. One diver found himself veering left without realizing it. Another described the uncanny sensation of the tower growing as he approached, though its dimensions remained consistent in all video footage. These accounts grew stranger when a third diver, upon placing a hand against the stone, heard a sound, not external, but internal, a tone that seemed to resonate inside his chest cavity, vibrating his ribs like tuning forks. He withdrew immediately and refused to return, stating that the tone was not noise, but a phrase. "It didn't say anything I understood," he said, "but I knew it was a sentence." Something said in reverse. Attempts to drill or sample the material have all failed. The stone resists not by density, but by absence. Tools bite at it, but nothing yields. No dust, no scraping, not even friction. It's as if the tower absorbs force rather than counters it. Magnetometers go haywire within 20 meters of the base. Compass needles spin without rhythm. Light from dive lamps fades faster here, diffusing not into murk, but into the stone itself. The darkness it casts isn't shadow, it's presence. At the base of the tower, partially obscured by thick sediment and broken shell, a series of stone plates fan outward like petals at rest. Each plate bears a shallow basin at its end, perfectly smooth, always empty. Divers placed objects within the basins, stones, markers, even sealed flares, only to find them gone upon the next descent, with no trace or disturbance to the surrounding seafloor. Cameras trained on these basins have captured brief flickers of motion, long, slow folds of something soft yet structured, retreating just before the lens focuses. These movements leave no trace, but divers describe an after feeling, like having been watched by something that blinked very slowly. There's growing speculation among researchers that the tower is not a structure in the traditional sense, but a beacon, an emitter, or possibly a receiver, built to transmit through means still unknown. A few propose it's not transmitting at all, but storing, holding messages that cannot be interpreted until the correct mind, or moment, arrives. One controversial theory suggests the tower is incomplete, or sleeping, that what now stands is the visible portion of a larger form, buried so deeply in the ocean's crust, it interacts with the world only through symbols and weight. Another diver said, while hovering above the tower, that she felt the water beneath her vibrating like the throat of something waiting to speak. When the last dive team visited, their descent was uneventful, clear currents, functioning equipment, cooperative light. But when they reached the site, the tower was gone, not destroyed, not buried, gone. A flat plain of featureless stone stretched in every direction, no grooves, no basins, no tower. They surfaced in silence. 72 hours later, a research vessel 90 kilometers to the south picked up a single sonar return, octagonal, vertical, unmoving. The coordinates pointed to a region with no known geological activity and no recorded anomalies, just empty sea. And yet the signal returned every 6 seconds for 3 days, steady, consistent, echoing beneath a world that no longer remembers what it built. Resting atop a plateau carved smooth by time or tide, or perhaps neither, an array of upright stones circles a depression so perfectly round, it seems unreal. 21 obelisks, each identical in height and shape, form the perimeter, tall, narrow shafts of blue-grey mineral that shimmer faintly beneath direct light, as though containing fragments of trapped sky. They are not carved from the surrounding seabed. Their composition bears no resemblance to the local geology. These stones were placed. No marks of transport remain, no foundation beneath them, and yet they have not shifted a centimeter since first being recorded decades ago. The space they enclose has come to be known by researchers as the basin, though it more closely resembles an eye, a blank pupil of fine dust, unnaturally flat, surrounded by towering lashes of alien stone. Divers approaching the formation report auditory irregularities. Phantom sounds heard not through water, but through skull. These aren't hallucinations or imagined noises. They are clear, the scrape of stone, distant footsteps, soft ticking like an unseen clock. None of these are captured on recording equipment. At first these sounds are quiet, but the closer one gets to the center, the louder they become, not in volume but in clarity, as if the ear has been tuned specifically to them. The brain, too, seems affected. Divers report momentary lapses in memory, forgetting their partner's name, losing track of why they entered the circle in the first place, recalling dreams they never had. One diver remained motionless in the center for nearly 4 minutes. When pulled back, she whispered a word that didn't translate, unplaceable syllables from a language that didn't echo through the water, but across something deeper. The obelisks themselves are inert to the touch, cool, smooth and dry feeling, even when submerged. They bear no inscriptions, no grooves, yet their surfaces are irregular in an inexplicable way. When photographed from different angles, their dimensions appear to change. Images taken from above reveal them to be almost serpentine, coiled ever so slightly, as if turning inward. From sea level, they appear straight. One theory suggests the obelisks aren't solid at all, but shells housings for something unseen, protected, not by matter, but by the illusion of it. The floor of the basin contains no life, even microorganisms avoid it. Dust swirls along its base in circular patterns that never settle, like silt stirred by thought. Drop cameras show that when no one is present, the center occasionally shifts, just slightly, just enough for one groove to appear. A curved mark, barely noticeable, gone within hours, always different in arc and size. Divers do not witness this movement. They only find the aftermath. The grooves do not resemble scratches. They resemble letters, or signatures, or signs. Acoustic analysis of the region has revealed a persistent low-frequency tone centered precisely within the ring. It doesn't pulse. It doesn't vary. It is a sustained hum that cannot be heard with the ear, only measured by machine. When this frequency is inverted, filtered, and slowed, it forms a complex pattern of rise and fall intervals that match the breathing rhythm of a sleeping human being. Some believe this to be coincidence. Others believe it to be mimicry. A few believe the frequency is not artificial, not mechanical, but biological, that it is not a beacon calling out, but a breath drawn in, something dormant, something meditating. Those who stay too long inside the circle often dream of movement, not their own, but the shifting of large forms, bodies without limbs or edges, moving beneath layers of water, watching from beneath glassy surfaces. These dreams never fade. They linger for weeks, months. The dreams begin in darkness and end in knowing. No diver returns from the basin unchanged. Some never return at all. And each time the circle is visited, the readings change ever so slightly, as if it is learning those who learn it, shaping itself to reflect back not what is true, but what is feared. Balanced impossibly atop a jagged rise, where the seafloor pitches downward into a chasm of endless murk, a stone bridge arches across nothing. There is no anchoring shelf, no adjacent rise, no second side, just one anchor point, one arc, and then empty space. The bridge juts out into open ocean, unsupported, uncollapsed, defying the tectonic forces that have twisted everything around it into fractured ruin. It curves gracefully, elegantly, with a surface just wide enough for 2 figures to walk abreast. Though made of stone, the bridge bears no cracks, no signs of erosion, not even barnacles cling to it. Its surface is covered in etched lines, shallow spirals, cross-hatching, thousands of tiny indents that give the impression of something woven rather than carved. And beneath the span, visible only from a distance, the same pattern repeats on the underside, inverted like the reflection of an idea caught halfway through forgetting. Divers who ascend onto the bridge describe a strange lightness in their limbs, as though gravity has been subtly reduced. Their suits, normally resistant to drag, feel soft, reactive. Movement becomes too smooth. One diver described it as walking inside someone else's breath, Another said it felt like memory made physical, an old stairwell from a childhood dream, finally found. No current moves across the bridge, no marine life crosses it. And yet it remains warm to the touch, faintly humming beneath gloved hands. One diver, against protocol, walked to the far edge, where the stone simply ends. She turned her headlamp outward, and reported what she believed to be reflections, flat vertical surfaces hanging in the black, like invisible walls waiting for sound. But when she reached out, there was only water, and behind her, her tether was slack. It had gone completely limp. Her team reeled her in manually, without resistance, and when she surfaced, she asked why she had been pulled away, insisting that she had not moved for more than a minute, though 17 minutes had passed. Audio equipment left on the bridge records occasional whispers, not speech, but long drawn-out sighs, as though the structure itself breathes. The sighs do not repeat. They differ in length, tone, intensity. Some resemble distant whale song, others are sharp, wet, and too close. These sounds cannot be heard live. They appear only on playback, embedded in the recording like breath trapped behind glass. A marine linguist once fed the audio through a spectrograph and claimed the sound waves spelled shapes, letters, maybe, glyphs, words not spoken aloud in centuries. At the base of the bridge's anchor point, buried deep beneath the origin stone, a second structure is suspected. Sonar imaging reveals a hollow beneath the support, a chamber large enough to house a vessel or something with volume and complexity. Probes sent downward report nothing but flickering static, disorientation, and magnetic surges that wipe onboard memory after just a few minutes. One managed to transmit 5 images before blackout, each showing the underside of the bridge from directly below. In the final image, an outline is visible, something wide, domed and indistinct, pressing up against the base, as if it were waiting for someone to walk far enough to unlock it. The bridge leads nowhere. It ends in absence, but it feels as though it waits for something to complete it. A second half, a mirrored arc, or a traveler whose memory will recognize what the eye cannot. Some researchers believe the bridge was not meant for movement, but for summoning, built as a shape that invites, not reaches, an offering of structure to something that lives where structure should not exist. One last theory, quietly spoken, rarely written, suggests that the bridge is a recording, not of events, but of desire, a wish made by a creature too vast to speak aloud, a longing frozen in stone, cast into the sea, in hopes that one day, someone would walk its length and answer. Hidden within a basin, carved smooth by unknowable hands, lies a cluster of towers. 7 in all, rising from the ocean floor, in a staggered pattern that mimics the star spirals found in ancient petroglyphs. Each tower is different in design yet identical in height, reaching upward at exact matching intervals, as if orchestrated by the same rhythm. They are not made of coral, not of limestone or volcanic glass. Their material is soft under touch, but resists pressure, like pliant metal that refuses to deform. The towers curve slightly as they rise, just enough to evoke posture, bodies leaning in as if listening. Their surfaces are etched with countless shallow furrows, not random, but meticulous, almost like text that flows vertically in no known language. At first glance, they appear dead, silent, but the water around them thrums, a soft tremble in the stomach, like the air before thunder, an anticipation so quiet it feels inherited. The basin in which they stand is unusually warm. Instruments fail to explain the temperature variance, which registers several degrees above surrounding waters, even at depth. No hydrothermal vents exist in the vicinity. The warmth is not radiant, but atmospheric, an ambient heat, felt beneath the skin, like standing beside a thing that dreams in silence. Divers often lose track of time while navigating the perimeter. Some find themselves circling the towers for hours, only to return to their drop point, as if they had never moved at all. More disturbing is the sensation of observation, unlike being watched from above or afar, but from within. One diver described it as being remembered by something that hasn't met you yet. Others have simply surfaced and refused to return. Near the tallest tower, half buried beneath sand and anchored stone, lies a circular plate, roughly 10 meters across, and covered in grooves that spiral inward toward a central aperture no wider than a fist. The grooves shift under light, appearing shallower, then deeper, rearranging like ridges, responding to motion. Submersibles attempting to scan the plate's pattern return corrupted readings, as if the image refracts back into the lens incorrectly. Yet divers who've touched the plate speak of clarity, not understanding, but a sudden lifting of confusion, a quiet revelation they cannot put into words. One described the sensation as remembering the shape of something I forgot before I was born. Another diver suffered a momentary blackout after contact, during which their regulator recorded a change in breath, not faster, but slower, measured, rhythmic. Too calm. Surrounding the base of each tower are concentric circles of carved stone, like ripples frozen in motion. Some of these rings are filled with pebbles, arranged in spirals that rotate counter to the spiral on the central plate. The pebbles do not move with the current. Their order remains perfect. Divers who have attempted to disturb them find their gloves catch on the water itself, as though the space inside the rings is thicker, resistant. Not a force field, nothing so theatrical. More like intent embedded in space, a refusal to be undone. No marine life enters the basin, not even plankton. It is not a dead zone, yet it is untouched by the living. One theory posits that the towers were never meant for humans or fish or life as we understand it, that they were grown, cultivated structures seeded into the earth, shaped not by tools but by memory. Another researcher proposed they were auditory devices, shaped not to house sound, but to hold silence, that each tower resonates at a pitch only the planet can hear, and together they form a chord meant not to call outward, but to soothe something beneath. Still, the question remains, why do they stand untouched? Why haven't they fallen to time? Some believe they are sustained by purpose, others say they are no longer active, their language forgotten, and then there are those who believe the towers are still speaking, only in ways we cannot yet perceive. Not in words, but in waiting. In the stillness of structures that should have long since crumbled, but instead remain upright, patient, and listening for the return of a voice that once understood. Carved into the cliffside of a submerged ravine, where gravity seems to pause, and the seabed no longer obeys its own depth, there yawns a vast oval opening, too smooth to be natural, and too silent to be empty. This isn't a cave. It's a chamber set high in the rock wall, elevated just enough that a diver must ascend to enter, as though designed not for passage, but for invitation. From a distance, the entrance appears like the closed eye of some ancient leviathan, dreaming in stone. Closer inspection reveals faint ridges along the perimeter, impressions like the folds of soft flesh pressed into rock. Nothing grows along the edge. No moss, no shell. Even time seems reluctant to touch this threshold. Inside, the water warms, not sharply, but gradually, like entering breath. The walls glow faintly with a color that cannot be named, somewhere between blue and memory. Divers report difficulty describing the chamber's shape. It is circular, yes, but not symmetrically so. Some claim it bends in directions that cannot be mapped, widening and narrowing not across space, but across thought. One moment the ceiling hovers just beyond arm's reach, the next it vanishes into distance. Pressure suits report no change, instruments insist the walls are fixed, but those inside know otherwise. At the chamber's heart lies a depression, shallow, bowl-shaped, lined with indentations that spiral inward like the grooves of a forgotten record. These depressions are warm to the touch, not hot, but alive. When hands pass across them, the water thickens slightly, like fluid caught mid-pulse. Some believe the bowl is a nest, others think it's a seat. One diver knelt at the center and immediately began to hum, unaware of the sound passing from his lips. He continued for 5 minutes. When lifted away, he wept and described no fear, only presence. It knew me, he whispered. It had no eyes, but it knew me. The chamber exhales, not air, not gas, but something subtler. A movement of pressure, a tremble that ripples along stone and mind alike. Divers have measured the intervals between these pulses, always 4 minutes and 22 seconds apart, always. They seem to resonate with nearby terrain as well, Seismometers placed along the cliff walls detect microshifts, matching the chamber's breath, as though the land around it listens, bending inward each time the chamber speaks. No force disturbs this rhythm, not current, not vessel, not human motion. Perhaps most disturbing is the way light behaves. Lamps function, but their beams curve, not as if bent by lenses or current, but by intention. The glow drifts away from what's being examined, and instead pools at the center of the room, softly illuminating the bowl at all times. Divers have tried turning away, but find their light slowly pivot back, pulled not by weight or movement, but preference. It wants to be seen, one said, or remembered. The ceiling is inscribed with lines, too faint to call writing, too precise to be erosion. They loop in slow arcs across the surface, intersecting only at 3 points. When mapped, the pattern formed a spiral that matched exactly the shell of a cephalopod native to no known era. A creature no longer in fossil records, a form seen only in dreams reported by 3 different dive teams, none of whom knew of the other's accounts. Each dream described a slow drift through hollow corridors. Each diver described feeling at home. There's no current here, no sediment, and yet the chamber pulses like a living thing, breathing without lungs, remembering without brain. It doesn't invite exploration, it doesn't lure, it waits. And whatever it was built for, it has not yet been used, or perhaps it has, just not by us. Beyond the edge of a continental fragment, drowned in silence, there lies a chasm unlike any other, a vertical slit in the earth, narrow and trembling, too smooth to be tectonic, and too long to measure. Its walls descend in twin perfection, for over 400 meters, before folding outward into a hollowed chamber, where no light belongs, and no sound dares linger. This place, recorded only in the sonar hesitations and stuttering echoes of probes, has no real name. Divers call it the throat. Its mouth resists descent, not with force, but with implication. Those lowered by winch and light report a steep drop, then nothing. Weightless silence, pressure without gravity. The sense that time is listening. The chamber it opens into is spherical, impossibly vast, and disturbingly clean. No debris, no silt, just floor brittle smooth, colored like old ash, curving gently along every surface. There are no corners, no angles, only one long descent that ends in a platform, no wider than a room, and no higher than a thought. Set at its center is a structure so minimal, it might be mistaken for a shadow, a slab, rectangular, rising only waist high, featureless, save for one shallow groove running its entire length. Divers describe it as a tomb, but one with no body, no lid, no history, only the suggestion of waiting. When light touches the groove, the surface ripples, not physically, not visually, but mentally. Observers describe a sensation akin to memory stirred by scent, the recollection of something untraceable, a word never taught, suddenly recalled, and worse, emotion, not fear, not awe, but familiarity, as though the chamber recognizes its visitor, and is unsure how it feels about being seen again. Nothing in the space echoes. Voices die immediately. Metal clicks vanish, the instant they leave the source. Audio devices record blankness. Cameras capture only frames of static that, when looped and slowed, reveal something more unsettling than error. Patterns. Shapes hidden in the compression. Symbols blooming in the noise like flowers pressed into ice. One researcher aligned 6 different recordings, and found the same glyph repeated in all, appearing precisely 8 minutes into each descent. A slanted circle, a curved line through its core. It resembles nothing known, but its placement, its timing, feels deliberate. Divers who've stood on the platform speak of a pulsing beneath their feet, a cadence too slow for any creature. 4 beats, a pause, 4 again. It does not increase, it does not stop. One diver claimed she could feel her own heart sinking to it, slowing to match. When she surfaced, her blood pressure had dropped dangerously low, and her heart rate remained altered for 2 days. She was not frightened. She smiled during debrief, saying only, "It remembered me. I've never been here before, but it remembered me." On the far side of the chamber, a sliver of wall reflects light too brightly, not with color or glare, but with refusal. The reflection bounces wrong, skewed, as if bouncing off curved glass. But there is no dome, no mirror, just a vertical plane that ripples slightly when approached. No diver has passed through. All who've neared it describe overwhelming nausea, not physical, but mental, like crossing the boundary of a thought not meant to be yours. One described it as being swallowed by someone else's dream. Another refused to speak, drawing only concentric ovals with a break at the top, like an eye opened too wide. There are theories, of course, that the chamber is a seed, that it is a womb, that it is a place of returning, not death, not burial, but renewal, set into the stone not for the dead, but for the disassembled. One researcher proposed the platform is not for observation, but for activation, that when the right being stands upon it, the room will do what it was built to do. No one has volunteered to return since the last expedition. The recordings remain, so do the dreams, and each time someone plays back the static, the pattern emerges faster, less obscured. It no longer waits 8 minutes. It appears within 2. Some believe the chamber is remembering its voice. Some believe it is learning how to speak again. Far beneath a slope of eroded basalt, where light dissolves and water holds the weight of silence, a fissure splits the ocean floor open like an incision in forgotten flesh. Within that fissure lies a vault, not a cavern, not a hollow. A vault, angular, deliberate, and completely intact. Its entrance is a precise rhomboid, clean-edged, too geometrically crisp for any known natural formation. No coral, no fauna, no sediment coats its face. It emerges from the surrounding chaos like a memory unspoiled by time. Divers call it the still house, not for its quiet, but for the way everything else seems to stop when you're near it. Instruments freeze. Depth sensors loop. Even bubbles slow their rise. Sound doesn't echo here. It refuses to leave the body at all. The interior space measures approximately 30 meters by 30. Its walls rise not in smooth sheets, but in folded panels, as if layers of reality have been pressed against themselves. Each panel bears horizontal ridges, too shallow for shelves, too spaced for reinforcement. They resemble ribs more than architecture. Some speculate they're acoustical chambers. Others suggest storage, though for what no one agrees. No equipment survives long inside. Batteries deplete in hours. Metal corrodes despite protections. Plastics stiffen unnaturally. But worst of all, memory degrades. Divers emerge unable to recount the layout, drawing rooms they didn't enter, describing corridors that don't exist. At the center of the still house stands a plinth of ivory-colored stone, streaked with ochre veins that pulse faintly in the periphery of vision, but disappear when looked at directly. Upon it lies a sphere, nearly perfect, cold to the touch and impossibly smooth. Yet the surface is marked, not inscribed, impressed, like thoughts pressed into its mass. A lattice of repeating depressions that seem to form logic patterns when viewed at distance. One diver called it a globe of someone's language, another, a record of something thinking itself into silence. When approached, the sphere emits no light, no tone, but several divers have reported involuntary memories emerging during proximity, visions of rooms they've never seen, water dripping in slow cadence onto black tiles, the scent of something both salt and warm. One diver grew catatonic for hours, repeating a phrase in a dialect no one recognized, her voice hollow and unfocused. When she recovered, she remembered none of it. But she drew again and again. The image of the sphere cracked open like a seed. Inside, she said, was not a core, but a mouth. The plinth rests atop a shallow depression lined with circular carvings, each identical in width, but descending in size. They spiral inward like fingerprints, not human, not animal, but organic in the way roots might appear if petrified. When traced, they seem to lead the hand inward, encouraging descent not into space, but into thought. Divers who touched these spirals describe a dreamlike vertigo, the sensation of slipping into themselves. One awoke from unconsciousness with water in his mask, convinced he'd been elsewhere for hours. He claimed he'd stood in a chamber where the walls breathed and something hummed behind them, learning his name before he knew it. Beyond the plinth, behind the final ribbed wall, lies a corridor so narrow it rejects entry. Not physically, but mentally. Divers who stare into it grow pale. They turn back. One simply refused to describe what he saw. It wasn't a hallway, he said. It was an arrival, and that was all. No lights function within that passage. Audio clips captured inside return, as distorted whispers arranged in deliberate meter, poetic, repetitive, almost musical. Some believe it's an echo of something once recited here. Others believe it's the vault's occupant trying to remember how to speak. The still house holds no treasure, no corpse, no altar, but it holds presence. Some believe it to be a brain stone grown to house thought. Others suspect it is a memory palace, sealed from time, containing not what was lost, but what was deliberately left behind. Not a tomb, not a temple. A warning cast into the earth when ice ruled the land, and breath had to be stored beneath the sea. Tucked behind a collapsed ridge deep in a forgotten trench, there is a doorway. It stands alone, unconnected to any structure, rooted in a slope of stone, as though it has always been there, waiting, watching, unaging. Its frame is impossibly smooth, carved from a single slab of mineral too fine to fracture, too dark to reflect. No hinges, no latch, no markings, just a tall, narrow threshold that opens into darkness. No light dares enter. The doorway leads to a place no one has truly seen, and yet many have described it with too much sameness, too much clarity. The divers who've approached it, some within meters, some barely brushing its perimeter, return changed. Not all immediately. Some continue their dives unaffected, then weeks later wake speaking new words in sleep. Others freeze mid-swim, reporting a pull that isn't physical, but conceptual. It wasn't calling me, one diver said, trembling. It was remembering me. Many who go near it refuse to return, not out of fear, but reverence, as if the space behind that threshold is too sacred, or too hollow, to intrude upon. What lies beyond the doorway is not visible to sensors. Cameras return static. Light bends sharply inward, then vanishes. Drop probes fall into blackness, and never strike bottom. Audio recordings inside capture only layered breath patterns, some slow and massive, others delicate and fast, like hundreds of lungs stacked behind stone, sleeping together. This has led some to speculate that what rests inside is not one thing, but many, a collection, a convergence. Something once dispersed, now waiting to be remembered as whole. A submersible pilot once sent a focused sonar ping through the threshold. The return signal came back garbled, distorted, but not empty. Within the noise was a rhythm, a 4-beat pulse followed by a 3-second pause, repeating. When run through frequency analysis, this signal mapped almost perfectly onto human REM cycles, suggesting the possibility of encoded biological mimicry. It's dreaming, the technician said. Or it wants us to. The chamber beyond the doorway has never been measured, but seismic imaging hints at a space far larger than the external ridge suggests, like a folded cathedral buried beneath the crust, rising and widening in geometric layers that should not fit within the trench. Some scans return impossible data, corridors that intersect themselves, rooms with angles greater than 360 degrees, planes of gravity that invert before returning to normal, as if the space inside is not built, but compiled, stacked memories forming rooms, layered perception shaping architecture. Divers who hover near the entrance often hear something, not through ears, but behind thought, a vibration in language that never becomes words. One diver, who remained anchored outside for 13 minutes, later produced a string of glyphs drawn in condensation on a window. Each symbol was different, but every one shared the same ratio of curve to angle. Linguists compared them to ancient spiral motifs found on Ice Age cave walls half a world away, motifs once dismissed as decorative, now possibly instructional, a kind of root language, a proto-script older than humanity's idea of writing. One glyph resembled the outline of the doorway itself. No one has stepped through, not fully. Those who've tried speak of vertigo, of light that isn't light, of being turned inside out without pain. One researcher described it as entering someone else's memory of space. She said time moved incorrectly, not forward, not backward, but wide, and behind it all, A voice not made of sound whispered something in a rhythm she could still feel in her ribs. Not yet, it said, but soon. The doorway remains, unmoving, waiting. A structure built not for travel or shelter, but as a membrane, thin enough to separate thought from world, thick enough to hold breath that no longer needs lungs. Some believe it leads to an archive, others, to a tomb, and a few, quietly, dread the possibility that it is not a chamber at all, but a mouth, one that has only just begun to inhale. Beyond a shelf of broken seafloor, where crust bends in slow agony against itself, there lies a pit shaped, not by collapse, but by refusal. It is not jagged, not scarred. It is clean, circular, smooth as breath held too long. Known to researchers as the mirror well, it reflects no light, absorbing headlamps, sonar pulses, and even the bioluminescence of nearby life. That darkness is not an absence. It is a surface. Divers who drift above it describe the illusion of depth, not through pressure, but perception. The pit stretches downward visually, yet instruments show it as only 5 meters deep. Drop cameras confirm this. A shallow depression, and yet, when viewed by eye, it stretches infinitely. A spiral descending beneath bone-colored stone, pulsing faintly in ways no light should. A duality, one measurable, one felt. Around its perimeter stand 4 identical pillars, each equidistant, each of a stone that cannot be matched to any known geological classification. These obelisks are not tall, no more than 2 meters, but they lean, just slightly, just enough to suggest they are peering inward. Their edges glisten faintly in darkness, like obsidian coated with something alive. Divers have attempted to mark them, to sample them, to scan their density. Nothing sticks. Chalk slides off, paint peels instantly, tools fail to cut, the stone repels memory. One researcher noted that he couldn't recall which side of the pillar he had studied, only that he had, and that it had not looked back. Inside the pit, sound is muffled, not silence, but a thinning, like the density of noise has been reduced. Divers speak in normal volume, but their words arrive dampened, distant, as if spoken from behind a wall of thought. Audio recordings capture this strange echo, one which never decays, but simply loops. One technician looped the sound file for hours, and discovered faint irregularities, tiny harmonic spikes that when mapped, formed wave patterns indistinguishable from a human EEG, not brainwaves in motion, but brainwaves remembered. A mental fingerprint, pressed into the sound of the place. A diver once dropped a gloved hand to the bottom of the pit, just to prove it ended. His hand vanished entirely from view. He described a sensation like falling sideways, not forward, not down. He described the soft pressure of many fingertips against his arm. When pulled back, his glove was warm inside, as though it had been held. The temperature reading spiked by 12 degrees. He said he had seen shapes inside the darkness, not forms, not bodies, just outlines, watching, not with hostility, with curiosity, like they weren't surprised, he said, like they remembered me. There is speculation now that the pit is not merely an opening, but a function, a computational shape, a site built not to bury, but to interpret. The pillars around it form perfect quadrants. When viewed from above, their shadows converge on the center of the pit every 13 hours, regardless of current or season. This impossibility has no explanation. It suggests that the place was built to receive light from another source, perhaps one that no longer exists, or perhaps one still orbiting, unseen beneath our feet. Beneath the pit's floor, sonar pulses return strange shadows, too symmetrical for stone, too hollow for metal. Some believe these are cavities, chambers. Others think they are not spaces at all, but shapes, geometries meant to be interpreted, not physically, but psychologically. One diver, after his 4th descent, began sketching impossible polyhedrons, shapes that seemed normal at first, but when traced, folded inward upon themselves, forming topologies with no inside or out. When asked where he'd seen them, he said, "They taught me, not with words, with watching." The mirror well does not lure, it does not speak, it simply exists, like a question shaped from gravity, like a hole in the world's memory. It does not invite an answer. It is the answer, offered long before we knew what questions to ask. And the more we observe it, the more it watches back, without eyes, without face, but with a silence too exact to be accidental. Carved into a submerged plateau so isolated that even tectonic drift has seemingly left it untouched, a shape stands too symmetrical to be natural, too unmoored to be constructed. It is not a temple. It is not a tower. It is a polyhedron, 12 faces, each perfectly equal, suspended just above the seafloor by no visible support. It hovers there, unmoved by current or gravity, rotating imperceptibly. Divers have dubbed it the drift form. At first the shape appears crystalline, edges sharp, planes smooth, but upon approach it changes. No two divers see the same form. One reports a cube, another, a dome, another, an open doorway surrounded by folding walls. Photos taken simultaneously contradict one another, as if the structure does not reflect reality, but reshapes itself based on the perceiver, not camouflage, not illusion, adaptation. Beneath the object is a hollow, not a shadow, but a literal absence, a region of water where pressure does not behave correctly. Fish that drift into this zone vanish. Not visibly, not suddenly. They simply pass from presence to non-presence. No struggle, no mark, as if subtraction has occurred. When measured, this void returns a pressure profile resembling the center of a storm, calm at the core, surrounded by violent distortion. There is no current, yet instruments twist. Compasses spin. The sea around the drift form forgets how to behave. Even light shifts hue. What begins as blue deepens into something purplish, then grey, not by filtration, but by refusal to transmit. The polyhedron itself emits no sound, no vibration, and yet divers describe hearing a tone in their bones while near it. This is not sound, but feeling a single note that intensifies or dims depending on one's angle of approach. More than a few compare it to resonance, as if the object is tuning them, not the other way around. One diver knelt beneath the form for several minutes and began to weep, unable to say why. She later drew intricate lattices of interlocking lines, repeating a phrase in trance-like rhythm. This shape has no center. This shape is the center. Touching the form is not possible. Divers who attempt to reach it feel their arms grow heavy, not from exhaustion, but rejection. Their limbs tremble, pull back involuntarily. One said it was like pushing through thought, not water, not air, but memory made dense. Those who linger too long describe sudden familiarity, as if the shape isn't being seen for the first time, but recognized from somewhere unreachable. "It's what I saw before I was born," said one. Another whispered, "It's what I'll see after I forget my name." Beneath the object, sensors detect pulses, mathematical intervals of magnetic fluctuation that occur in prime number sequences. These pulses do not radiate outward, but fold inward, curling back into themselves as though computing. This has led some to believe the object is not a monument or machine, but an interface, a receiver, perhaps, or a lock requiring not a key, but a specific thought. One researcher theorized that the shape is linguistic in function, that it speaks not in words but in ratios, in geometry, that it communicates not outwardly, but inward, transforming whoever observes it by gently altering their perception. Those who have spent time near the drift form often report changes in sleep patterns, flashes of non-linear memory, dreams of places with impossible architecture. One diver described a city submerged not in water, but in time, its spires bent backward, its roads made of moving thought. "It's not just a structure," he said. "It's a fragment, a sliver of something too large to comprehend, lowered into our reality, like a coin pressed into mud." The drift form remains unchanged. It rotates. It waits. It does not move, yet it drifts, not across space, but across meaning. Every encounter adds to its impression, yet it leaves no trace. The shape may not be looking for observers. It may be assembling one, and every gaze cast upon it brings that assembly closer to completion. Hidden in the center of a drowned valley, where no tectonic activity should exist, lies a circular structure that breathes geometry like a language forgotten. It isn't vast, nor is it tall. It spans just 20 meters across, sunk shallow into the ocean floor, like a coin pressed gently into soft earth. Yet no one who has seen it emerges unchanged. They call it the folded circle, not for what it is, but for what it does. From above it appears as a ring, segmented into alternating dark and pale stones arranged like teeth. But when descended upon, it becomes impossible to map. Divers who swim toward it describe impossible depth. Others, flatness. Some swear the ring contains staircases. Others find only seamless surface. No two descriptions match. Not because the observers are wrong, but because the structure does not choose to be consistent. Those who approach the center report a rising sense of pressure, not on their bodies, but on their perception. Shapes begin to repeat behind closed eyes. Patterns bloom on their skin when they resurface, faint and fleeting like static imprinted on flesh. One diver, whose exposure lasted no longer than 7 minutes, awoke 4 nights later drawing circles within circles, nested spirals shaped like closed mouths. He could not stop. His hands moved even in sleep. When asked what he was drawing, he simply whispered, "It's how it listens." At the structure's center lies a disk of material so dark it erases depth. Divers cannot gauge its thickness, only its temperature, several degrees cooler than surrounding stone, yet it gives off no chill. Touching the disk results in temporary disorientation and sudden lucidity. One diver spoke 5 languages fluently for 42 minutes before reverting to their original tongue, unable to recall any of it. Another, after contact, solved a series of mathematical patterns too complex for their documented knowledge. They could not explain how. It wasn't insight, they said, it was permission. The ring is surrounded by a trench no deeper than a man's height, yet instruments report gravity behaving oddly near it. Lights droop, lasers arc inward. Even suspended particles bend subtly toward the circle's edge, as if pulled by a silent alignment. Inside this trench, sound behaves incorrectly. Speech echoes where it shouldn't. Sonar pings bounce at impossible angles, returning garbled maps filled with repeating forms. When cleaned, those forms resemble interlocking pyramids, nested with strange precision. One researcher overlaid the results atop a map of ancient seafloor fault lines and found near-perfect correspondence, as if the structure had been placed there not after the fact, but before the ocean chose its shape. There are marks, too, symbols arranged on each stone segment, one per slab. Most appear non-linguistic, spirals, dots, curls, and strange geometrical splinters, like cracked circles. But one diver noted they resembled breathing patterns, that when traced sequentially, the shapes mapped the rise and fall of breath over a 2-minute cycle, a breath no human could maintain, a breath that loops back inward at the midpoint. "It's not showing us how to breathe," she said. "It's showing us how it breathes." No life crosses the circle's boundary, not worms, not algae, not fish. Crabs have been observed skirting its edge, pausing, and then retreating with unusual precision. Cameras left inside for prolonged periods capture nothing but static laced with flashes of coherent image, always architectural, always angular, always pulsing like lungs made of crystal. Some believe the circle is not a room, but an eye, a lens gazing not up toward us but sideways, into whatever dimension memory comes from when it's not attached to thought. The folded circle asks no questions. It offers no movement, but divers who return often speak of being watched, not with malice or interest, but with calculation, as though their presence was measured, compared, archived. "It doesn't want to know who I am," one said. "It wants to know how I fit into what I couldn't tell you, but I no longer believe we're observing it. We are part of its observation, a test, a variable in a formula that hasn't finished writing itself." Set within a basin of unnaturally flattened terrain, where the currents swirl, not outward, but inward, in a great spiral, there lies a structure that neither rises nor falls. It hovers, not visibly, not with drama, but subtly, so that each measurement taken returns a different altitude, by millimeters, then centimeters, then by meters, depending on the time of observation. This structure has no walls, no roof, no true floor. It is formed of frames, 9 concentric octagons, each thinner and taller than the one before it, arranged like the ribs of an invisible chamber. These ribs are composed of mineral so dark, it absorbs not just light, but spatial certainty. Divers call it the negative shrine, not because it rejects worship, but because it consumes the idea of architecture itself. Entering the frames is like stepping into slowed breath, not a stillness of silence, but of suspension. Thoughts drift slower, limbs respond with a delay. Divers move as if half submerged in another medium, one that has no weight but ample resistance. Within this space, nothing echoes. No matter how sharp the sound, how sudden the gesture, the shrine refuses to respond. It is as if movement itself becomes optional. More than one diver has described feeling as though they are being watched from above, yet no surface sits overhead. When they look up, the frames seem taller than before, stacked endlessly, receding into absence. Each octagonal ring bears markings, etched not on the outer surface, but inside the very edges of their angles. These are not runes but geometry, patterns of recursive folding that, when drawn on paper, replicate endlessly. Fractals, not artistic, but functional. Like formulas meant for structures not made of matter. Some believe they are equations written in shape. One mathematician identified 7 repeating ratios across the etchings, all matching the harmonic frequencies of deep ocean wave cycles, not in any language, not in any system, simply built into the way these angles exist. Divers who spend prolonged time inside the innermost ring describe a strange dissociation, feeling their sense of self shift slightly to the side, as though their awareness has been duplicated and moved outward. One described it as standing just behind her own body. Another claimed to see his own memory from the perspective of the shrine. It was like it tested me, he said, like it ran my life through itself, and kept only the parts it needed. When he surfaced, he spoke a phrase that no one recognized, but which triggered sudden nosebleeds in 2 researchers nearby. Neither had any previous connection to the diver, nor to one another. Remote instruments left within the rings begin to fail after the 8th hour, not due to water pressure or electrical malfunction, but loss of orientation. Compasses spin not chaotically, but rhythmically, ticking clockwise for 48 seconds, then counterclockwise for the same. This repeating oscillation has been tracked across all devices left inside. Some believe the shrine is synchronizing them. Others suspect it is reading them, aligning with internal cycles unknown to modern science. A submersible drone once transmitted a single still image before going dark. It showed the inner ring from above, as though taken by a camera that had risen through solid matter. At the center was no floor, no stone, only an aperture, black, round, perfectly framed by the rings, with no apparent depth. From that single image, researchers identified a pattern. The aperture matched the proportions of a human eye's pupil dilated in low light, perfectly, as though the structure was not a chamber, but a mirror built for an entity shaped not in flesh, but in perception. The negative shrine leaves no residue, no data. It absorbs intention, interpretation, and perhaps even fragments of the self. Divers report dreams weeks after leaving, dreams of being measured, not judged, not harmed, just compared. Placed alongside versions of themselves that never existed, then filed into memory, not their own. It's not watching, one whispered. It's recording, not for now, for something that hasn't happened yet, and the shrine waits. No movement, no signal, only space calibrated, so precisely it forgets what space should be. Geometry, in its purest form, not for building, but for remembering, and those who enter it don't return with answers. They return with shape. On the floor of an unmapped basin, far from ridgelines and tectonic seams, sits a depression that was not made by pressure, collapse, or volcanic force. It appears placed, its edges are near perfectly circular, its slope uniform in every direction, as though it were sculpted downward by intention, rather than erosion. In the middle of this basin lies a vault. It is called such not because it locks, but because everything within it is kept. A hexagonal structure sits partially submerged in silt, with only the upper third visible. It is formed of smooth, dull grey stone, impossibly hard, its corners unchipped, despite apparent age. Divers refer to it as the archive of bone, not because bones have ever been found inside, but because the few who return speak of a sound that follows them home, the faint rhythmic click of many joints shifting against one another, like memory in motion. Approaching the vault requires deliberate descent through layers of water that grow noticeably colder, despite being thermally anomalous on charts. In the final descent, bubbles slow unnaturally, not by viscosity, but by resistance, as though something below pushes upward, softly, gently denying haste. Those who descend describe light behaving strangely. Bioluminescent organisms scatter before the structure, but their glow lingers longer than expected, caught against invisible planes, briefly outlining shapes in the water that no one can later describe. At the vault's apex rests a flat surface shaped like a lid, but lacking any visible seam. Set into its face is a pattern, 6 concentric spirals that intersect in the middle, each groove carved shallow but with precision too fine for any mechanical hand. When traced with a finger, these lines vibrate imperceptibly, though they produce no sound. One diver noted a metallic taste during contact. Another lost all sense of time, emerging thinking only minutes had passed. He had been gone nearly an hour. He remembered only a phrase that pulsed inside his skull. What you forget is kept here. Attempts to open the vault have failed, not mechanically, but mentally. Divers report reaching the structure only to become overwhelmed by memories, most of them not their own. One described hearing lullabies in a language he'd never known. Another smelled flowers that only bloom in high-altitude deserts. A third said she remembered the taste of someone else's grief. These experiences are so vivid that many refuse a second dive, unable to distinguish afterward what parts of their past are truly theirs. Sonar mapping reveals the vault extends far deeper than visible, tapering inward like an inverted pyramid. Internal density scans suggest layers, not chambers, but strata of shifting material, some of which respond to magnetic pulses with non-random signals. A team once pulsed the vault with rhythmic sound in Fibonacci intervals. The return signals echoed back, altered. Between the pulses emerged interference that, when filtered and slowed, resembled breath, not mechanical, not regular, breath that waits. Etched into the base of the vault, barely visible beneath layers of sediment, are patterns repeated nowhere else in nature. They resemble the stitching of flesh, the looped weave of healing skin, magnified. One biologist cross-referenced the designs with neural activity maps of dream state mammals, and found identical curvature, not similar, identical. It led to a theory that the vault records not thought, not memory, but dreams, that it is an archive not of what has occurred, but of what has been imagined, forgotten, or prevented. Inside, it is said, the vault holds chambers with no entrance. No one has entered, yet descriptions persist, always similar. Rooms shaped like teeth, corridors that narrow to the size of thought. In some dreams, explorers find themselves pulled backward through doors that close before they open. One diver, asleep after exposure, woke reciting a sequence of numbers. When translated into sonic pulses, those numbers formed a scale, 7 tones arranged in a harmony that matched the heartbeats of sleeping children. She had no memory of the dream, only the knowledge that the vault did not store nightmares. It stored the shapes they left behind. No marine life lingers near the archive of bone, not even bacteria, and yet nothing about it is sterile. It feels lived in. It feels watched, not maliciously, but patiently, like a librarian behind a curtain, waiting for you to speak your truth aloud, before offering the matching page. And perhaps in its endless silence, the vault does not wait to be opened. Perhaps it already is. Perhaps it has always been. The only key required to enter is forgetting what you came to find. Nestled between seafloor folds, where sediment never settles and currents refuse to pass, A strange formation slouches against the terrain, as if discarded. This vault is not geometric. It is not symmetrical. It is not even entirely solid. Divers have described it as oozed stone, as if once molten architecture had cooled in mid-thought, frozen halfway between structure and gesture. No markings adorn its surface. No obvious entry point exists. But within 50 meters of its boundary, all instruments lose their ability to distinguish direction. Compasses circle once and stop. Sonar returns hollow, then flat. Even clocks begin to slip by fractions. Time reporting itself differently, each second. The team that discovered it referred to it as the disagreement, for nothing surrounding it seems to agree with itself, or with us. Approach is difficult, not dangerous, but disorienting. Divers report a deep wrongness in the water, as though gravity flows sideways and pulses are mistaken for waves. Speech fragments in strange ways. Sentences begin correctly, but conclude with words not intended. I went closer, and then I felt origin, one diver said, as if her own memory had chosen the noun, without consulting her. The closer one moves to the vault, the more language misbehaves, not in sound, but in comprehension. Even thoughts begin to rearrange. What should be a sequence of intent becomes a constellation of meaning, something closer to poetry or prayer than logic. The vault pulses at irregular intervals. These pulses cannot be heard, but they arrive, not tactile, not visual, just presence, a push inside the mind, like the brief awareness of being looked at from behind. No shadow accompanies the sensation, no movement follows, just pressure. Divers who experienced this said it was like remembering something they had sworn to forget. One spoke a single word before fainting. Before, external scans of the vault yield non-repeatable results. A magnetic burst from the east shows one contour. From the west, a different silhouette entirely. Some profiles suggest corridors, others, chambers. One acoustic map captured what looked like a human skeleton curled in sleep, 20 meters tall, tucked in the center of the formation. But subsequent mapping efforts failed to reproduce the image. The same diver who first rendered the skeleton refused to return, saying only, "It was not me seeing it, it was me being seen." The water near the vault is unusually still, more so it is obedient. Drop a probe, and it descends slowly, no drift, no oscillation. Send a light, and it stays pointed as if the space holds breath with you. But deeper inside the zone, the clarity fails. Lights return garbled with after images. Photographs are hazy, as though overexposed to a light source not present. One particularly disturbing photo showed the entire dive team standing just outside the vault, except none of them had entered yet, and each appeared slightly different. Older, sadder, eyes open wider than needed, smiles just a beat too slow. After leaving, some divers describe vivid dreams in which they enter the vault, always the same. A hallway, then a room. In the room, a chair, not carved, not built, just present, as if the room formed around it. Sitting in the chair reveals a voice, not heard, but understood. It does not speak, but it shares. Memories from places the diver has never been, the scent of cities never built, the texture of languages that do not exist. One diver remembered the falling of rain in a desert made entirely of feathers. Another wept for a lost sibling they never had. When asked what they learned, every diver responded with the same phrase, whispered without hesitation. It keeps what might have been. The vault does not deteriorate. It does not shift. It does not shift. It remains, anchored not to stone, but to memory older than experience. A reliquary, perhaps, of futures buried before they could bloom, or a prison for ideas that once woke and refused to sleep again. To call it a vault is too generous. It is not a container, it is a choice, one that someone, or something made long before water covered this part of the world. And in that choice lies a message: we are not the first to remember what we never knew. Curled into the corner of a drowned fault line lies a shape that should not be. A vault composed not of stone, not of coral, but of countless interlocking plates, like scales or leaves, fused together without seams. Divers call it the folding archive, though no mechanism for folding has ever been found. Its surface shifts color without shimmer, like shadows remembering other lights. Each movement made in its proximity feels mirrored a fraction of a second too late, as though the ocean itself is unsure whether you have acted yet. Unlike other submerged vaults, this one hums, not with sound, but sensation. There is a frequency that presses against the back of the eyes, delicate and slow, the same rhythm as a distant thunderstorm, remembered in dream. Every diver reports a sense of slow companionship near it, not being watched, but being co-witnessed. That whatever the structure is, it too is remembering, alongside them, but not them specifically, a deeper version. A root memory, something that lived before identity. The vault itself stands only 4 meters tall, but its presence dwarfs everything around it. A reef once grew along its edge, now gone, dissolved or fled. Silt avoids the perimeter, even plankton drift aside, pulled gently into spiral eddies that vanish without cause. When light touches its face, the layers shift subtly, revealing impossible geometry, curves that contain corners, surfaces that turn inside out, and vanish behind themselves, like reflections melting into recollection. Cameras cannot hold the image, lenses blur, footage warps. Only sketches remain, drawn from memory, and even those degrade with each attempt, as if the mind resists holding it whole. When mapped by acoustic pulses, the vault responds with echoes far richer than the initiating signal. Sound returns in layers, harmonics folded into subharmonics, voices within voices, tones that when translated into waveforms, resemble speech patterns. Not intelligible language, but rhythm and pause, rising and falling as though emotion had been recorded without words. Divers exposed to this audio have reported shared hallucinations, visions of stairs suspended in darkness, of open books with no pages, of vast rooms made of silence where thoughts echo, not as words, but as shapes. One researcher descended alone, tethered by a reinforced line. He was gone for 12 minutes. When hauled back, his suit was intact but inside out. He was unharmed, confused but not frightened. He claimed to have seen his own childhood, but from outside of himself, not as memory, but as data, catalogued, weighed and stored. He spoke softly, and only once. It remembered it better than I did. The folding archive may not be a place, it may be a function, a process embedded in location, activating only when a living mind enters range. There is evidence of internal resonance, oscillations that occur only in the presence of biological consciousness, not when machines approach, not when probes record, only when something that remembers draws near. That is the vault's key, not knowledge, not language, but memory itself. The act of recall may be the trigger that folds its layers open, and so far no one has remembered the right thing. Sonar logs once captured a deep tonal spike from within the vault, lasting exactly 71 seconds. It repeated 3 days later, and again 12 days after that. The interval matches no natural cycle, no machine rhythm, no underwater resonance. But layered over one another, the 3 pulses form a musical triad, an unresolved chord that ends just before the final note. A question posed without phrasing, as if the vault is waiting not for an answer, but for the question to be asked correctly. And so it waits, not locked, not hidden, but paused. It may open for no one, or for everyone, all at once. When memory and place and listener align perfectly, when the silence between the folds becomes loud enough to notice, the archive will speak, not in words, but in knowing. Until then it folds inward and dreams of everything we lost before we ever had the chance to forget. Beyond the ridged canyons, where no sunlight has ever touched, and no crustacean dares nest, a final vault has been found, if found is the right word. It did not reveal itself through sonar, nor through magnetic scans, nor by accident. It was not detected at all, until a diver stopped mid-descent, and simply pointed. "It's there," he said, though nothing lay before them, and then it was, as if the act of recognition had summoned it from slumber. They call this one the listener's refuge. It has no shape, not consistently. It is a structure that seems formed by the attention cast upon it. To one diver, it was a long hallway of arches. To another, a sunken amphitheater. One researcher claimed it was a mirror so vast it reflected her dreams instead of her body. Whatever its form, it always rests on a plateau, untouched by sediment, water clear as glass, the silence impossibly deep. No matter how you approach it, the surrounding water becomes warmer, not by temperature, but by association. Divers describe it as the feeling of entering a room where you once wept, or once loved, or once broke. Not painful, just thick with familiarity that cannot be traced. Instruments carried inside fail to transmit. Not because of damage, but because their logs return blank, as if the concept of recording fails within its boundary. And yet, when these same instruments are removed, they are brimming with data, seismic fluctuations, light shifts. Even audio, soft at first, then rising into rhythmic patterns that resemble breath through water. A murmur not from outside the device, but from within it. Inside the listener's refuge, sound takes on impossible behaviors. A whisper echoes for minutes. A shout vanishes before it reaches your own ears. Divers have sung, screamed, wept, and none of these sounds return as expected. But more strange is what does return. Voices in languages the diver does not speak. Entire conversations half-formed, not loud but nested beneath their own vocalizations. When analyzed, the recordings contain overlapping frequencies perfectly matching human heartbeats under REM sleep. Not identical, not approximate, perfectly synchronized. As if the vault were a chamber not for sound, but for interpretation. The structure's surfaces, if they can be called that, shift when not observed. Divers who close their eyes report the feeling of walls moving. Others describe pressure changes that create the sensation of a hallway folding behind them, erasing every step just taken. A few divers turned around to find no entrance at all, only a continuation forward. There is no way back, one of them whispered on resurfacing. Not because it's blocked, because it no longer existed. Within the refuge, memory behaves as liquid. One diver experienced a vision not of her own life, but of a woman standing on a hill beside a fire. She described her clothing in detail, her voice, even the stars behind her, none of which she could possibly know. Later she painted the scene. That painting matched a petroglyph found half a planet away, buried in sediment from an era no longer studied. Others speak of dreams that feel like messages, not symbolic, but instructional, though the instructions arrive unfinished. Like a sentence interrupted, just before it becomes dangerous. What lies deepest within the vault is not architecture, but presence. Not alive in the way we understand life, but thinking, remembering, waiting. Some who touch the central stone, if it can be touched, report visions of things buried in human instinct, the sensation of being hunted before the invention of prey, the certainty of storms before language learned the word for sky. These are not hallucinations, they are inheritances, passed down not through blood, but through the shape of thought itself. They do not belong to any individual, yet all who enter emerge carrying part of them. A melody they cannot place, a silhouette always in the corner of the dream. A knowledge that something ancient once asked a question, and that question still echoes. And when the vault vanishes, as it does for it never remains visible more than a few hours, it leaves behind nothing, not stone, not light, not trace, only the diver, slightly older, slightly quieter, now missing some memory they can't name. In its place, a question hums through their ribs. What did I trade to be allowed to remember? Far below the plain where light dissolves, and the sea no longer stirs, a shape rests in complete stillness, too deliberate, too symmetrical to be natural, yet too ungraspable to be called artifact. Known by those who encountered it only through fragmented logs and whispered accounts, this structure is referred to as the unrisen form. It was never discovered by search, nor stumbled upon by accident. It revealed itself during a sonar sweep that returned not a contour, but a silence shaped like a monument, a perfect void in a scan that showed everything else. One researcher described it as a cathedral-shaped hole in the fabric of detection, and once they dove toward it, that silence became louder. Divers who approach this region first report a disquiet that begins as a wrongness in the ears, like pressure change, but mental. Speech becomes effortful, sentences fragment halfway through, and thoughts seem to echo inward. One diver called it speaking into yourself. The closer they came to the center, the more the environment defied expectation. Water moved laterally, in pulses. Bubbles rose diagonally. A flashlight beam bent around corners, but did not exist. And then came the form, not seen, not lit, felt. A sudden awareness of presence, a blind certainty of geometry, without vision. Shapes guessed through resistance. The feeling of stepping into a room you've never been in, but recognizing where every object stands. It is massive, but unmeasurable. Not because it defies instrumentation, but because instruments do not acknowledge it. No laser can reflect from it. No radar can map its mass. When dropped weights land on it, they make no sound, and vanish from tethered lines. Divers who attempt to place markers find their hands repelled, not by force, but by loss of intention. They simply forget what they were trying to do, and in that forgetting, the form seems to shift, becoming less defined and more aware. The unrisen form may not be a building, it may not be a vault, it may not be anything meant to be perceived at all. There are accounts suggesting it is alive, but not as organisms are. It does not breathe, or move or digest. It simply remains, consuming understanding without effort. One diver reported that as they hovered above it, their thoughts began to disassemble, not vanish, but rearrange. Childhood memories became textures, names became sensations. Ideas no longer led to conclusions, but to questions that spiraled inward, until silence was the only response that made sense. Inside this region, time becomes optional. Logs show different durations for the same dive. One explorer believed he had been gone 45 minutes. His team clocked his descent and ascent at just under 5. Another recorded a dive lasting 90 seconds, but returned with frost on his suit, algae growth on his gear, and hair grown nearly an inch. No cameras, of course, recorded any change. Only the divers know what was experienced, and even they often lose it within hours. But one sentence repeats itself across multiple accounts, written in notebooks, whispered in sleep, carved into the condensation of submarine portholes. This was not meant for us to see. Folded into a narrow trench beneath a shelf of broken basalt lies something so still, so unbothered by time. It might have been mistaken for a natural ridge, were it not for the perfect equidistant grooves carved along its edge. There are 36 of them, each one deep enough for a body to lie inside, yet none bear any trace of use. No sediment, no detritus, nothing organic. Just clean, cold recesses cut into rock, with no sign of erosion. Divers called this place the Sleeping Rose, and though the formation has no enclosure, no ceiling, and no outer wall, stepping between these grooves triggers something ancient in the mind. A pause, a recognition, a fear shaped like belonging. Initial dives revealed something stranger still. Despite being exposed to the open sea, no water flows across the grooves. Instruments dropped into them simply stopped descending, as if held in place by thought rather than physics. A lead weight dropped into one of the troughs floated. A flashlight placed near another refused to cast light into it, even when lowered inside. Darkness here is not a lack of photons, it is a boundary of meaning. Divers began to suspect the grooves were not containers, but instructions, that each recess represented a pattern, a position, a role, not meant to be filled by accident, but by return. Dreams began within a week of the first descent, not only among the divers, but among the team members who remained aboard the support vessel. All reported variations of the same vision, standing upright in one of the grooves, unable to move, yet feeling no fear. Overhead, a sky made of shifting stone. All around them, whispers in no language, not warning, not invitation, something deeper, a hum in the bones. "They are waiting," whispered one researcher, still half asleep. "They're just not waiting for us." When reviewed later, that same researcher drew the formation from memory with astonishing precision, including several grooves unaccounted for in sonar. A new scan confirmed the update. The vault had grown. Whether it had always been that size or changed in response to awareness, no one could determine. But the question began to form in quiet corners of the research station. Was this site recording visits, adding grooves for each new observer, or worse, were the grooves already assigned, and simply revealing themselves in order? Further investigation revealed subtle markings on the stone walls surrounding the trench. They were not symbols. They were sequences, rows of notches that mirrored human vertebrae. 33 in some places, 36 in others. Each groove's edge bore one of these patterns, etched not into the stone's surface, but somehow within it. Under black light, they fluoresced briefly, revealing something akin to pulse signatures, lines that beat, dim and beat again, not in sync with time, but with attention. The more one stared, the faster they seemed to pulse. The effect was so disorienting that the team banned blacklight studies entirely after one researcher fainted mid-dive, claiming she'd seen her own death, but not her ending. The grooves never fill with water. They never collect sand. Fish avoid them. Even scavengers veer off course to avoid contact. But the greatest fear does not come from what they repel. It comes from what they might one day accept. That a groove silent and waiting will finally recognize a shape it was carved to hold, and when that shape arrives, be it body, thought, or signal, the formation will respond. Divers now avoid the site entirely. No recordings are permitted near it, and though no governing body has claimed jurisdiction, an unspoken rule has formed. The sleeping rows are to remain untouched, not protected, not studied, unacknowledged. For some things, it is agreed, were never meant to surface, not from the earth, not from the ocean, not even from memory. And this vault, if that is what it is, was carved not to preserve, but to await. And when that waiting ends, something will wake that has never once opened its eyes. Settled beyond the edge of any known trench system, past even the reach of remote autonomous vehicles, is a zone so calm, so devoid of current or echo. It was first dismissed as an error in seabed telemetry. No terrain should hold such perfect silence. Yet when a deep submersible was eventually dispatched to investigate, what it returned was not silence, but absence shaped like memory. The crew described their descent not as movement through water, but as slipping through layers of thought no longer used. At the center of this blank region, surrounded by flatness too precise to be coincidence, rests a ring, a single raised circle of translucent material, barely a meter high, etched with markings that shimmer only when ignored. Look directly at them, and they fade. Turn your head, and they gleam. This site is called the orbitless circle, though none can say why. Its diameter spans nearly 400 meters, yet nothing breaks its border. No marine growth creeps inward, no sediment gathers inside. Instruments report nothing unusual until they are left alone. Devices left within the ring and retrieved later return corrupted in impossible ways. Clock files reset to blank. Internal temperature logs show values lower than absolute zero. Audio logs play back with voices the machines were never exposed to. Voices saying phrases no member of the crew had ever spoken, and always in a whisper, and always the same final word: uncoil. Divers sent into the ring encounter physical symptoms never seen elsewhere. Heartbeat slow, even as anxiety increases. Pupils dilate until the iris vanishes. Dreams begin mid-dive, while fully awake. One diver reported seeing her own mother speaking to her in a language of geometric shapes. Another saw a bird land upon the seafloor and speak with his father's voice. These are not hallucinations, at least not as we understand them. Brain scans after exposure revealed neural patterns identical to those seen during deathbed flashbacks, as if the mind believed fully that it had reached the end, and yet no one was harmed. Physically they returned unchanged, but something in their posture, their cadence, their willingness to speak, it shifted. They came back less curious. Attempts to photograph the circle's etchings produced blank frames, but in one frame, under ultra-long exposure, a faint secondary pattern emerged. Circles nested inside each other, their sizes corresponding to the orbital paths of non-existent celestial bodies. One astrophysicist, shown the image in secret, stated the pattern resembled a solar system, but inverted. Not orbits around a sun, but concentric rings surrounding a void. A system not of gravity, but of negation. It's not a map of planets, he said. It's a record of disappearances. Inside the ring, the pressure remains constant, the temperature steady, and the silence complete. Yet everyone who steps across its boundary hears the same sound, an inhalation, not mechanical, not breath in the human sense, but the impression of something beginning to notice. It does not respond to movement, it does not punish intrusion, it merely registers. The more you remain inside, the more the awareness deepens, not yours but its. One diver, the last ever permitted into the circle, spoke only once upon resurfacing. It doesn't want to be found, he said, but it does want to be remembered. What rests at the center of the orbitless circle remains unmeasured. Submersibles malfunction near it, lights flicker and die, sound returns warped, and no human has walked to the center, because none ever managed to move toward it. Though it appears only a short swim away, every attempt results in spirals, detours, slow drifting outward, no matter the intent, as if the circle protects not itself, but what sleeps beneath. Or worse, what no longer sleeps but waits without form. The site is no longer visited, not by command, but by instinct. No warnings posted, no barriers deployed. Those who hear of it simply choose not to go, and in that choice, there is something ancient, as if we once knew, long before language or light, that some shapes should never be completed, that some awakenings require no sound, only a circle, vast and silent with nothing at its center but the echo of a name never meant to be spoken. Past the known ridgelines, beneath a shelf of basalt, cracked like ancient pottery, there is a trench so thin and so deep, it was originally catalogued as a geological fluke, a fracture, nothing more. But when a long-range thermal probe was dropped into it, the data returned didn't align with expectation. The deeper the probe fell, the more stable the temperature became, not colder, not warmer, still, perfectly still. No drift, no flicker, just presence. At exactly 6,003 meters, though no one will explain why that number matters. The probe struck something solid. The sound it made was not a ping, not a knock, it was a bell. What lay buried at the trench's floor came to be known only through implication. No light has touched it, no image has resolved it, yet everyone who studies the data agrees. Something rests there, something not meant to surface. Its gravity is not physical, it's emotional, psychological. Teams stationed above the trench began to experience dreams within days, not of the trench itself, but of places they'd never been, children they'd never raised, buildings they'd never entered, crumbling behind them as they fled toward a sky the wrong color. The structure, if it is a structure, has no contour, no measured edge, but it behaves as if it holds intention. When submersibles descend, lights dim as they approach that depth, audio begins to fail. Recordings capture a pulsing tone that when sped up, forms a pattern indistinguishable from a human heartbeat. But it isn't just one, it's many, beating together, 1,000 pulses rising and falling in slow, mournful unison, and then silence. There are reports from the earliest dives, now erased from most official records, that suggest a single phrase appeared in the logs, written by 3 different crew members independently, each in different languages. Translated, the phrase reads, "It has not forgotten its shape," no context, no speaker, just the message. And when teams attempted further descent, they found something unusual, currents that repelled not by force, but by suggestion. One diver said it felt like trying to think through someone else's memory. "I knew I wasn't welcome," he said, "but I didn't feel afraid, I felt remembered." On one descent, a diver claimed to see a wall, not stone, not coral, just blackness pressed into geometry. He described it as a surface shaped by grief, a place not built to contain, but to mourn. And written along that wall were symbols soaked in motion, though nothing moved, spirals, inverted loops, sharp triangles wrapped in circles. Later, when asked to sketch them, his hands shook violently. What he produced resembled nothing on record. But a linguist observing the shapes noticed one oddity. They matched the phonetic patterns of lullabies from cultures long extinct, sleep songs for children whose names had vanished from time. The trench is now listed on maps only by coordinates. No name, no label. Submarines pass over it without pause. No research vessels anchor nearby. It is not forbidden. It is simply unspoken. Those who've seen its shape in sonar scans never describe it aloud. Those who've dived closest do not return with artifacts, only altered speech, longer silences, gazes fixed on horizons no one else can see, and perhaps the most unsettling truth: nothing has emerged from the trench. Nothing has broken its surface, but still the ocean acts as if something has. Currents shift oddly near the trench mouth. Schools of fish detour by miles. Bulls of fish detour by miles. Even alga patterns spiral unnaturally around its perimeter, as though avoiding not terrain, but memory. And in rare moments when all is still, the sea emits a sound, not mechanical, not biological, but intentional. A single chime, soft and resonant. A bell, deep beneath, marking no hour, summoning no one. Just ringing, reminding, waiting for the shape that once was to rise again, whether it should or not. Somewhere within a slow current, far from tectonic plates or shelf breaks, a wall rises from the ocean floor, not as a mountain or cliff, but as an impossibility. It stretches for nearly 3 kilometers, visible only when sonar sweeps at precise frequencies and angles. To all other instruments, it does not exist. The surface is smooth, unbroken, yet its material remains unknown. Neither rock, nor coral, nor metal. Divers who approach it describe its texture as liquid frozen into certainty. This wall carries no carvings, no inscriptions. And yet, if you listen closely, not with ears, but with perception, a sound begins to form. Not audible, but ever present. A series of pulses, patterns, cadences. It is speech, not ours. Not any language known or hypothesized, but speech nonetheless. A rhythm that moves through the body and causes muscles to clench and unclench in time with its pressure. The sensation is not painful, it is resonant, like remembering how to hum a song you've never heard. Those who remain too long within range begin to repeat the patterns aloud, not consciously. Words form in their mouths without intent. Clicks, hums, inverted sighs. No two researchers have ever replicated the same utterance, yet recordings of them, when layered, create tones that mimic natural seismic frequencies, ones found nowhere else on Earth. The wall does not respond to touch, but when certain sounds are spoken within its range, it ripples, faintly, like breath under fabric. One diver, upon returning from a session near the wall, drew hundreds of interlinked spirals on the walls of her cabin. She had no memory of doing so. Another returned with a different voice. The same vocal cords, the same cadence, but altered in tone, softer, slower. When asked about the dive, he said, "I didn't visit it. It spoke through me." More disturbing is what follows exposure. Days, sometimes weeks later, each diver begins dreaming in languages they do not know. And these dreams are always underwater. No drowning, no panic. Just voices that surround them, speaking not to, but around them, as if they are the subject of an ancient conversation happening, without their participation. Some awaken weeping, some wake humming. One diver awoke with sand in her mouth. Linguists who study the patterns call it proto-language, but admit that term is meaningless here. This is not the beginning of speech. It is a form of intention older than syntax. Language not meant to inform, but to summon. And summon it does. To this day, every researcher who has worked near the wall eventually returns to it. Not by assignment. Not by accident. They simply go. As if the wall whispered coordinates into their bloodstream. The wall remains silent to most instruments. But recently, during a routine sweep, one sonar pulse returned not silence, but a short burst of patterned echo, unlike anything previously recorded. The waveform, when plotted, resembled the curvature of a human cochlea, a perfect spiral, a shape known for its role in hearing. The ocean, it seems, has been listening for longer than we have known how to listen back, and perhaps, in the ancient darkness beneath that wall, some presence still repeats a language no longer meant for comprehension, not to communicate, not to confess, but simply to remind the sea what it once knew before the land ever learned to speak. Cradled within a glacial hollow, drowned long ago beneath collapsing shelves, an alcove hums with shape rather than sound. It cannot be mapped, for it is neither cavern nor corridor. Its walls vanish when charted, yet return when forgotten. Resting within its arc is a formation of stones, not stacked, but grown in a circle, jagged and spiraled, their edges blackened and smooth as glass. No coral touches them, no barnacle claims their skin, but those who approach begin to murmur, soft, wordless vowels, drawn not from language, but from memory they never lived. The stones, arranged by no hand, emit no light, and yet when one closes their eyes near them, impressions appear, shapes of beasts with too many limbs, cities without roofs, skies that ripple like cloth in a submerged world. Some believe these are dreams. Others suspect they are fragments of histories recorded not in books, but embedded into the terrain itself, passed down by pressure and mineral memory. And still others claim they are instructions, designed to awaken only when ice retreated and water filled the scars of vanished lands. There is no proof the stones speak, no proof they hear, but moss does not grow near them. Water forgets how to echo in their circle, the current passes by in reverent stillness, and fish slip into trance when passing through. One diver claimed to hear a lullaby, a harmony of consonants, so gentle it stilled his breath, though his mouth remained open. Another found herself weeping, unsure if the sound was sadness or welcome. All agree the stones are not a monument to the past. They are a language waiting to be used again. If these murmuring formations are remnants of communication, then they were not made for us. Or perhaps we are only beginning to recall their cadence now, in the deep where cold memory softens and the weight of silence carries meaning. Somewhere far beneath the whispering plains of drowned tundra, where no warm current stirs, and the pressure folds time into stillness, an arc of inscriptions remains half embedded in the flank of a submerged ridge. The markings stretch over a long curvature of silvery black stone, neither cliff nor ruin, something older, less defined. The arc cannot be touched, not because it lies beyond reach, but because the sea itself seems to defend it with a curtain of shifting density. Divers who near it describe the water as thickening, not with matter, but with memory. It's as if each meter closer weighs heavier, not physically, but emotionally, as if one's own ancient instincts awaken in protest. Yet the arc remains visible, suspended in the gloom, the inscriptions neither carved nor raised, but grown into the material like veins in a leaf. These markings resemble no language known to us, no system of writing, no glyphs. Instead, they loop and spiral, mimic tree rings, follow the slow curves of tidal eddies. Some contain gaps where the stone appears melted, not eroded, but edited, as though knowledge once spoken here was later unspoken, sealed behind quiet. And yet, when gazed at for long enough, the inscriptions seem to breathe, not literally, but with the illusion of rhythm. Shadows ripple across them at intervals, inconsistent with the surrounding light. And for those who remain still long enough, the lines begin to feel familiar, not because one recognizes them, but because one dreams of them, before ever knowing they exist. There is a theory, whispered among the few who've returned lucid from this region, that the markings were not made to be read, but to be remembered, that they are a mnemonic architecture, designed not for knowledge transmission, but recall, echoes placed into stone by a people or presence, who feared forgetting more than extinction. Some call it the liturgy of the deep, not because it contains prayer, but because it compels reverence. The act of seeing it becomes an act of silence. The ridge itself offers no evidence of habitation, no tools, no artifacts, but hundreds of meters to the west, a patch of seabed stirs every few weeks without any external trigger. There is no tectonic activity, no geothermal output, no magnetic field fluctuation, but the silt there lifts, forms patterns like the rings on the ridge, then settles again in a different configuration. These disturbances always follow a visit to the inscriptions, as if the ridge listens, as if it responds. One diver, a man known for his stoicism, surfaced after 30 minutes at the site and refused to speak for 7 days. When he finally did, his voice had changed, not in pitch, but in cadence. He paused between syllables. He tilted his head when asked questions, as though translating his thoughts from something older than words. He eventually wrote a single phrase in his dive log, then vanished from the research vessel during a stormless night. The phrase read, "They do not want us to understand." Atlantean. Phrase read, "They do not want us to understand. They want us to remember what we were before speech." What we were, before speech, before the shape of thought hardened into vocabulary, before ice swallowed the plains and made memory into burial. These markings may have once been the language of oceans when they were young, not water's voice, but its soul, a record kept not in grammar, but in longing, and still the inscriptions persist, changing, some say, though no scans confirm it. Photographs remain inconsistent. What is seen with the eyes differs from what the camera returns. Some images contain entire loops not present in others. Some are blank, others filled with what appears to be script too small to have been seen, yet rendered with perfect clarity. No one can explain this, and fewer still wish to try. For the longer one studies the ridge, the more one dreams of things impossible, of sunken gardens where thoughts grew like coral, of cities where people moved not by walking, but by remembering the right pattern of silence, of oceans that spoke back. The markings remain. They have not faded. They have not welcomed us, but they have begun to enter our sleep, and perhaps that was always their purpose, not to wait for translation, but to awaken in those who dream near water, not knowledge, not answers, but the echo of a question we were never supposed to forget. Draped across a submerged slope, where ice age winds once carved tundra into ridges now buried beneath miles of cold silence, a spread of ivory fragments lay as if scattered by some ancient dispersal, not quite fossils, not quite stone, not bones in any familiar sense. They shine faintly when approached, not by reflecting light, but by repelling it. The shine is a consequence of absence, not presence, a shimmer caused not by what they are, but by what they are no longer allowed to be. None of the fragments match marine anatomy. No creature, not now, nor in any documented past, bears curvature so smooth or hollows shaped like breath chambers that never inhaled. The surrounding area is lifeless. The seafloor holds no sediment, no weed, no echo. Just these fragments, laid out like forgotten punctuation in a language long erased. Divers call this place the whisper field, not because it makes sound, but because no one who enters can stop murmuring. The effect begins subtly, syllables that hum beneath the breath, then consonants that follow no known structure. Soon, divers find their lips moving without volition, echoing phrases they don't comprehend but feel compelled to form. Attempts to suppress the urge result in pressure headaches, trembling, or a deep nausea that lifts only when the murmurs resume. The fragments never move, yet sonar reveals they are not fixed. Each return scan shifts by millimeters, always in the same direction, always west, as if drifting, not from current, but by decision. One geologist proposed that the fragments were part of a living structure, not a creature, but an ecosystem, intelligent, possibly linguistic, perhaps once spanning coastlines now lost beneath ancient glaciers. He believed these were tongues of the deep, not organs for taste or sound, but memory repositories, sheared apart when the oceans reformed their beds. The theory was dismissed until an audio engineer studying ambient recordings discovered something buried in the noise floor. Beneath the natural vibrations of equipment, below the turbulence of breathing regulators, there was a rhythm, not pulse, not beat, syllables, measured spaces between vibrations, a rise, a fall, a pause. It was as if the water surrounding the fragments was still speaking, quietly, slowly, and without the need for a listener. Another diver returned from the field, and could no longer sleep in silence. Every night, she played ocean recordings through a speaker beside her bed, not to soothe, but to respond. When questioned, she said only, "They are waiting for call and response." When asked who they were, she closed her eyes and whispered a sequence of sounds that matched the hum picked up by the sonar, the same tonal loop repeating across all frequencies recorded in the area. That loop, when played at 20 times normal speed, produced a vocal cadence nearly identical to infant babble. But no infant has ever learned to shape these syllables. They belong to something that did not learn to speak, but always knew how to be heard. The fragments resist collection. Attempts to retrieve even the smallest pieces fail. Gloves slip, fingers numb, containers crack. Once a diver managed to wedge one into a carrying tube and brought it aboard the support vessel. Within 6 hours, condensation formed across every surface of the ship's interior, even in sealed electronics. The diver fell unconscious and remained comatose for 4 days. The fragment, when scanned later, appeared to have vanished from the tube without leaving residue or damage. Yet one technician swore he saw it hovering in the reflection of a monitor, though no one else could verify the image. And the most unsettling pattern of all, the fragments rearrange, not by storm or current or tectonic activity, but deliberately. Photos taken over years reveal patterns changing from scattered disorder into concentric alignment, loops forming inside loops, rings spiraling inward, as if responding to observation, not by the viewer, but through them, as if awareness was the signal the field required, as if waking memory in the human mind activated something within the seafloor. No one lives near the whisper field now. No station anchors close, not because it is forbidden, but because every team that departs never requests to return. They continue studying from afar, but none dare re-enter the field. Perhaps it's because each visitor begins to speak that language, unbidden and untranslatable. Or perhaps it's because each whisper feels closer to meaning, and meaning once grasped, cannot be unmade. We are used to thinking of language as a tool, a vessel for expression, but this place suggests otherwise. That language may have existed before thought. That sound, shaped into purpose, carved reality before time gave it sequence. And down in the depths where the last breath of the ice age still coils around lost plains and silenced tongues, there exists not a message, but a reminder. A voice so old it no longer needs words, only resonance, only silence wrapped in shape. Folded deep within a submerged basin once carved by glacial runoff, and now buried under centuries of sediment, lies a structure that does not appear in satellite reliefs, nor in sonar returns unless approached at a very specific angle, an angle so precise it has become a ritual to achieve. The formation is not tall, it does not rise from the seafloor like a tower or reef. Instead it curls flat like a spiral of slate, winding tighter and tighter inward, as if drawn by the same invisible hand that once pulled the tide itself. Though composed of stone, its pattern is unnatural, not a fossil, not sediment drift, but placement. Placement of intention. No coral clings to it. No barnacle dares attach. The stone remains bare, untouched, and always slightly warm, not warm to the fingers, but to the mind. Those who pass over it in silence later report dreams of unrolling surfaces, of walking across ceilings that whisper beneath their steps. The structure, if it can be called that, never alters its position, yet its shape is never twice the same. Every mapped return contradicts the previous scan. The spiral changes direction. The distance between coils fluctuates. Sometimes the outer ring disappears entirely, leaving only a core. Sometimes a mirrored double appears beside it, never present when viewed by eye, but captured in thermal readings as a negative echo. The water surrounding the spiral holds no current, yet silt patterns drift across it, revealing symbols for which no alphabet has ever claimed ownership. These are not letters, they are not glyphs, they are motions. Each line drawn in fine sediment appears as if made by a finger trailing slowly through the water, guided by a hand older than memory, unseen and unreplicable. Divers describe an uncanny experience upon reaching the spiral's center. Pressure does not change, yet their thoughts do. Words begin to loop. Internal monologue warps. One diver surfaced after such an encounter and wrote for 13 hours without pause, not in a known language, but in arcs and curls across every wall of her cabin. She spoke of a rhythm in the stone, one that could not be heard or seen, but sensed as if the structure spoke not to the ear but to the body's sense of time. A time that stretched before life had taken shape, a time when the sea thought in spirals. There is no explanation for the structure's persistence. Other glacial features collapse, shift, erode. This spiral remains, not as fossil or artifact, but as presence, and yet it has never been found twice in the same exact coordinates. The moment a team leaves and returns, the readings shift, just enough to elude continuity. It does not move, but neither does it remain. It obeys no law but its own choreography, a slow undulation in the ocean's long breath. Researchers who track it often report losing time. Hours vanish without explanation. Dive logs show distortions, oxygen use fluctuates, heart rates flatline for moments without physical cause, and recorded audio fills with faint clicking patterns that grow faster when replayed at lower speeds. One technician slowed a recording from a dive over the spiral by a factor of 10 and discovered, beneath the mechanical hum, a sound like bones tapping glass. Repeating every 13 seconds. The sound did not stop when the recording ended. For days after, she claimed to still hear it in her dreams. The spiral bears no entrance, yet more than one diver has described the sensation of having come out of it, not surfaced, not ascended, but emerged, as if something inside the coils released them gently, like breath let go. One described it as being born from a thought too large for a skull to hold. Another wept, saying only, "I wasn't me in there." And yet they always return quiet, changed, neither frightened nor enlightened, but softened, as if some portion of themselves had been smoothed down like stone beneath a tide that does not end. This is what the sea leaves behind when the ice recedes. Not ruins, not wrecks, but impressions, patterns pressed into the world itself, memories folded so deep into the ocean's body that they emerge not as places, but as corrections. As if reality, long misaligned, subtly adjusts itself each time the spiral is found, each time a diver returns with no words but a silence too perfect to ignore. The spiral is not watched anymore. It is not mapped, but sometimes, in the records of current drift and thermal bleed, it reappears, faint, blurred, incomplete. A suggestion of shape moving beneath the surface logic of the world, a coil that never ends, never begins, waiting not for eyes, but for remembrance. And when the time is quiet enough, and the sea is still, it will emerge again, not in stone, but in thought. A structure that shifts without moving, and has never once been forgotten. In a forgotten trough between two continental ridges, drowned beneath glacial weight, there rests a pattern so exact, it feels accidental. 4 dozen smooth stone pillars, each no taller than a person, arranged in a perfect arc so wide it appears broken, like a shattered ring. From above, the arc resembles a mouth, slightly parted, mid-breath. From the side it vanishes, invisible against the surrounding seabed. Only when one descends directly into its center does the space become perceptible. The seafloor here is different, not soft, not ridged, but tense. A quiet stillness coils beneath each grain of sediment, as if the ocean itself is holding its breath. Each pillar is spaced evenly from the next, yet they are not identical. Their shapes bend subtly, not carved, but grown through compression, as if pushed slowly from beneath by some pattern that once mapped the frozen plains above. No marine organism clings to them. Not even bacteria gather near. In fact, the area within the arc is curiously sterile. Water samples reveal near-zero microbial life. The surrounding currents hold no plankton, and no scavenger has ever been seen within its perimeter. A living void, but not a dead one. Stillness in its oldest form. Divers who enter the arc report feeling watched, though there are no shadows cast, and no motion to observe. Many describe a shift in spatial awareness. Distances change. One step takes too long, another takes none at all. Several have reported reaching out toward the nearest pillar, only to find their hand land, not on stone, but on their own shoulder. It is not disorientation. It is as if the pillars decide what is near, what is far, as though they rearrange not physically, but perceptually, allowing only the correct sequence of movements to approach. Inside the ark, sound behaves differently. Recording equipment goes quiet, not due to malfunction, but by returning files filled with only static laced with faint rhythm, an ultra-low beat that mirrors the pulse of deep water tides. Divers say they can still hear their breathing, but not as sound, as texture, as if the act of exhaling leaves a mark on the water itself, seen rather than heard. Speech is impossible. Mouths open, but words emerge inside the mind, instead of the air. One diver recited an entire poem he'd never written after exiting the ark. When he searched the lines later, he found matching fragments etched into stone tablets discovered in a coastal cave hundreds of miles away, words buried long before known settlement. The ark is not marked on any official chart. Those who visited it do not speak of it unless prompted, and even then, they grow quiet mid-sentence, as if remembering the experience alters their perception of it. A researcher once claimed the ark was an interface, not of technology, but of intention, a space designed to shape thought, that in the Ice Age, when coastlines stretched further and ocean levels were lower, this formation may have once aligned with structures on land, forming a network of pressure and silence that stored memory across the planet, not in data, but in geometry. When glacial walls collapsed and sea levels rose, the memory lattice dissolved, but the ocean remembers. The ark, now submerged and functionless, remains a scar of that intention, still shaping, still tuning, still folding the minds of those who enter, bending them not toward madness, but toward stillness. A stillness so precise it becomes unbearable, a quiet that rings like a bell once struck in reverse. No team has mapped the ark in full. Measurements always return incomplete. A researcher will swear there were 48 pillars. The scan shows 47. Another team finds 50. A third returns with no image at all. What remains consistent is the dream. All who visit dream of walking barefoot across dry sand, guided by voices that hum without sound. In the distance stands a broken ring of standing stones, and as they approach, the ring folds downward, becoming not a gate, but a mirror. And in that reflection, the diver standing not beneath the ocean, but at the mouth of a cave lit by ice. Some believe this ark was never meant to remain, that it was built for a world now drowned. Others think it was never built at all, that it formed itself, a byproduct of something older than biology, older than construction, a natural echo of purpose, left behind like a fingerprint pressed into the skin of the seabed, when the ice age receded, and the ocean finally exhaled. But even now, the ark resists full perception, not because it hides, but because it only reveals itself to those ready to forget what shape the world is supposed to take. In the deep, shape is a lie, and the ark, impossibly still, proves that nothing must move to shift everything. Along the sunken edge of an ancient escarpment, now blanketed in the weight of forgotten oceans, lies a ledge too smooth to have formed naturally, and too wide to have been carved by hand. It runs straight for nearly half a mile, not broken by reef or rise, uninterrupted by life or rockfall. It simply persists. A single, unwavering band of surface-level flatness, aligned at an angle no current topography justifies. The stone is darker here, not by pigment, but by reflection. It absorbs light in a way that seems deliberate, pulling shadows downward. Divers who swim along it report feeling as though they're ascending, even as their depth remains the same. Some describe vertigo in reverse, as if the sea above and the sea below had traded places. This ledge is often mistaken for a natural shelf, until one descends slightly and views it from beneath. From that angle, the bottom is not flat, it's carved. Repeating shallow grooves undulate across its underside, in a pattern that suggests purpose. The grooves do not follow tidal wear or pressure stress. They bend like musical staves, converging at intervals that mimic the harmonic oscillations of deep-sea soundscapes. They aren't decorative, they're resonant. When a diver taps a finger against one of these grooves, Just once vibrations travel down the line, echoing into the structure, until the rest of the ledge thrums, as if remembering a note it was waiting to hear again. This effect is not auditory alone. Divers have reported a sensation akin to temperature shifting, not hotter or colder, but older, as though the very age of the water changed in that moment. One diver claimed she felt time wrinkle against her skin. Another, upon returning, said he no longer trusted his dreams, because they'd begun predicting tides. Not figuratively, he could sense moon pull, deep pressure, oceanic breath before equipment could, as if something in the ledge gave him back a memory long unearned. Attempts to measure the grooves reveal inconsistencies. Their depth and width vary depending on the material used. A plastic caliper reports different readings than a metal one. Hands feel nothing. Laser mapping returns overlapping data that glitches between depth intervals. It's as if the grooves don't exist in a single state, but shift depending on how one tries to understand them. Some researchers theorize that the ledge is a recording surface, not of sound, but of presence. That in the Ice Age, when the oceans were younger, voices or thoughts may have imprinted here, not as audio but as vibrations so deeply embedded they became spatial. A topography of memory, a terrain of song. The ledge itself is immobile, it hasn't shifted since its discovery, and yet no image of it remains the same. Cameras distort. Footage reveals different sequences of grooves. Sometimes faint symbols appear, geometric forms that resemble the rotational spirals seen in ammonite shells, or early Ice Age cave art. But only briefly, frames flicker, images vanish. One diver, upon reviewing footage of her dive, saw herself pause over a portion of the ledge that, in real time, she had no memory of encountering. Her flashlight flickered. She reached forward, and in the footage, only in the footage, her hand passed through the stone. She has never returned to the water. She claims something followed her out, not a being, not a creature, but a feeling like a memory not her own now tethered behind her eyes. Every night she dreams of a room built of ledges like this, arranged like ribs around a central hollow, and in the hollow a voice speaks, but only in tremors. When she wakes, her teeth ache as if echo carried there first. Others have tried to relocate that section of the ledge. They cannot. Not because it is hidden, but because the ledge offers itself differently to each visitor. It does not move, but it remembers movement, and so it responds to the shape of attention, shifting not physically, but through resonance. What one sees is what one brings. What one hears is what one has forgotten. This is not architecture. This is not geology. This is something else. Something only possible in a time before continents finalized their boundaries, before maps became walls, before memory was something that belonged to the living alone. This ledge, flat and silent and still, may be one of the last remaining pages of a book written in echo. Read only when silence aligns with pressure, and thought is soft enough to be shaped. Structures like these do not wait for discovery. They are not invitations. They are corrections, reminders that the ocean remembers its architects, even when the land above has forgotten their names. And somewhere within that perfect ledge, grooves still hum with the weight of purpose, waiting for the next mind quiet enough to listen. Resting in the pit of a submerged channel, choked with glacial debris and forgotten sediment, lies a feature that has eluded consensus even among those who have seen it. Not a building, not a ruin, not a temple or cave. It is often described simply as a corridor, though there is no structure around it to support such a thing. The seafloor here bends inward, unnaturally, forming a long trough of stone flanked by two walls of basaltic columns that rise from the seabed like elongated vertebrae. Each one slightly twisted, each surface faintly etched. The corridor narrows as one swims deeper in, but never closes. It spirals, not vertically or horizontally, but in a way that defeats all spatial sense, as if space there folds in a slow rhythm too old to rush. Divers who've made it to the far end return silent for days, unable to recount what lay at the terminal point, only murmuring that it was waiting. The formation is not fixed by tectonic frame. No fault supports it. No plate edge explains it. It exists as if suspended in pause, untouched by collapse, erosion, or sediment buildup. Unlike reefs or ridges, it doesn't accumulate life. The water within it is clearer than outside, as if filtered by the corridor's very geometry. A camera once sent through the path recorded continuous footage for 7 hours before the signal failed. When recovered, the footage showed the same corridor repeated over and over, but with each loop, subtle differences emerged. Pillars appeared with new patterns. One loop had no floor, another had symbols burned into the walls that resembled both constellations and lungs. None of the divers who enter recall turning around. They simply exit. Some surface miles from the drop site. Some find themselves ascending in water they don't remember swimming through. One diver emerged from a lagoon far beyond the original dive radius, with suit pressure readings indicating no ascent and no decompression event. His oxygen tank was still half full. He had no memory of resurfacing. When asked what he saw, he whispered, "I forgot what forward meant." This corridor is not a tunnel. It is not a road. It is a consequence, a shape that should not exist in natural topography, yet continues to persist as if memory alone carves its boundaries. Scientists have attempted to scan it in full, but each scan contradicts the last. One sonar map shows a series of nested spirals, another shows a single line that bends into a Mobius strip, a third shows nothing at all, yet divers insist it's real, tangible, felt. Some claim to hear breathing within it. Not their own but vast, patient inhalations that don't displace the water but press into thought itself, as if the corridor is alive not with cells, but with expectation. And still, it has no door, no frame. It begins as suddenly as it ends, found only when the ocean allows. Teams who revisit the same coordinates rarely find it again. It doesn't vanish. It simply refuses repetition, as if its visibility is triggered only when needed. Not by the diver, but by whatever placed it there. There are beliefs among deep-sea folklorists, those rare scientists who still speak in the language of wonder, that the corridor was once a message meant for a different age, not for humans, not even for life, as we understand it. A message not carried by sound or image, but by presence. A shaped space, constructed not to be inhabited, but to be moved through. A test of stillness. A maze designed not to confuse, but to align, to strip away forward, backward, and place the traveler in a state where only being remains. Some suspect it was meant to teach, others think it was meant to trap, yet no one who's passed through it speaks of harm, only of strangeness, of knowing without memory, of shapes seen behind closed eyes days later. One diver, a geologist known for his rigid skepticism, now carves spirals into his notebooks instead of words. He's filled 14 of them. None repeat. When asked what they mean, he simply responds, "One day it will all spiral back." The corridor exists not as evidence of a civilization, but as a flaw in our understanding of how space behaves, when shaped by minds other than ours. Minds that did not rise from biology, but from pressure and time, from silence, from ice. The corridor may have been there long before water arrived, long before the glaciers collapsed, long before memory took root in the bodies of creatures who dreamed. It waits, still, shifting without motion, fixed yet never found twice. And when it is found again, perhaps it won't need to show anything, perhaps it will only remind. Folded into the ocean floor where no vessel sails, and no sonar lingers, there lies a place where reflection ceases to function, not because of absence, but because of rejection. Divers call it the mirror field, a name far too ordinary for a phenomenon so precise in its refusal. Here an expanse of plate-like surfaces fans outward beneath layers of calcified silt, each one smooth as glass and round as a coin, yet not a single surface returns light. Shine a torch upon them, and the beam vanishes into stillness. Not absorbed, not scattered, simply dismissed. It's as if the light forgets its shape upon contact, folding into the plate and unmaking itself. The mirror field stretches for miles, yet no current disturbs it, no alga grows, no fish crosses its edge. It exists in ocean stillness, where sound becomes a presence, not a sense. The plates lie stacked in quiet drifts, each tilted slightly differently, as if once positioned with intention, but that intention has long unraveled into mystery. The material is unknown, not stone, not metal. It hums when brushed gently with a gloved hand, a low vibration not felt through fingertips, but through teeth and spine, like a whisper humming beneath the bones. Divers experience time differently here. No clocks malfunction, no equipment fails. But the descent, which should take minutes, stretches. Many surface believing they've been gone for hours. Their watches confirm otherwise. One researcher returned convinced he had dreamed during the dive, only to find sand embedded beneath his fingernails and patterns etched into the inside of his mask. When cleaned, those etchings revealed a repeating sequence, a sequence later matched to a submerged megalith, thousands of kilometers away. A coincidence too exact for chance. The plates do not echo. Tap them, and no sound comes back. Not silence, but absence. Like asking a question in a dream, and realizing there was never a mouth to speak it. Some believe the mirror field to be a failed structure, the remnants of a civilization that tried to capture images not with pigment or sculpture, but with resonance. A civilization that wished to preserve not appearance but impression. The way something feels in the memory of someone long gone. But if that was its purpose, it no longer functions. Or worse, it functions perfectly, and the absence of reflection is the message. Sonar scans of the field produce corrupted data. The plates return no elevation. They do not appear in 3 dimensions. Instead, they show up as voids in the map, zones of non-information, surrounded by normal topography. A technician once inverted the sonar data and discovered that when the voids were treated as signal, instead of failure, they aligned into a constellation, a pattern of points matching the layout of a now submerged landmass once thought barren. She has since disappeared. Others claim that to stare too long into the plates is to see not nothing, but too much. That the mind fills the vacuum with imagery, faces, cities, hands reaching upward through silt. One diver swam the field for 12 minutes, and returned with no memory of having entered the water. He later described a place where the surface of the ocean hung above him like a mirror cracked across its center, a sky beneath the sea, a voice beneath his own breath. These mirrors, if they are that, were not made to reflect our image. They were made to hold stillness in place, to anchor silence in shape. No one knows why they were laid here. No one knows how deep the stacks go. Attempts to excavate have failed. The plates resist all tools, slipping free from grip, returning to rest with no splash, no sound, as if falling through dream instead of water. Perhaps they are not mirrors at all. Perhaps they are lids. Perhaps each one seals away something forgotten, and the reflection they deny is not ours, but their own. Maybe they were meant to never see again, or maybe they are waiting to reflect something that has not returned. Here in the quiet folds of Ice Age oceans, where no sun has touched for millennia, and the pressure presses thought into echo, the mirror field lies unblinking, still, watching nothing, reflecting only the shape of absence. Somewhere beyond the mirrorless plates lies a channel of stone that has no floor, only more reflections of its own absence. The path to it winds gently along the seabed, descending in gradients too subtle for instruments to measure. Depth changes, not by meter, but by sensation. Divers do not notice the drop until it's behind them. By then, the light has faded, and the water becomes not darker, but deeper in a different sense, thicker, heavier, as if every molecule remembers something it cannot release. Along the corridor, embedded in the walls, are mirror-like discs, larger than the plates of the mirror field. Each one measures nearly a meter across, and each one faces slightly away from the others, refusing symmetry. No matter how a diver aligns themselves, no 2 discs reflect the same angle. They shimmer, not with light, but with something closer to memory. Those who pass near often recall things they cannot place. Doorways they've never seen, voices too familiar to be strangers, warmth that lingers without source. These memories don't feel foreign, they feel misplaced. The discs react to proximity, approach slowly, and they begin to change color, not with pigment, but with vibration. The water near them takes on a faint hue, one that can't be captured by camera or measured by device. Some say it's silver, others insist it's the color of sleep or regret. One diver reported seeing her childhood reflection, not her face, but the feeling of that time, reflected back in the disc. It vanished the moment she blinked. Another diver swam too close and vanished from sonar entirely. He was recovered an hour later, adrift 20 miles from the site, unconscious but unharmed. When he woke, he repeated a phrase in a language no one recognized. He has not spoken since. No tool can scratch the discs, no pressure deforms them. They seem to adjust slightly between dives, as though reacting to attention. Their positions shift subtly, not in coordinates, but in angle, as if they're orienting towards something not yet present. Teams have recorded their configurations, only to find every return trip reveals a new alignment, always facing away, always hiding their shared reflection. One researcher postulated that these mirrors were never meant to reflect us. They're waiting for a specific viewer, one that understands the language of stillness. Acoustic tests conducted near the discs returned incomplete data. Pings vanish into them. Sonar doesn't bounce. Instead, it enters and is never heard again. The theory is that these discs are not surfaces, but openings, not literal portals, but passages of recognition. Each one might be tuned to a different concept, a grief, a sound, a forgotten intention. A pair of marine archaeologists once spent 3 weeks logging every variation in disc placement. On the final day, their lights failed as they approached the deepest mirror. In the dark, they claimed they felt something watching, not from within, but from across the mirrors themselves, as if something on the other side was waiting for their attention to align. When they surfaced, they refused to return. One of them had a scar on his shoulder he couldn't explain, a perfect spiral of slightly raised skin. The mirrors are not just absence, they are prevention. They seem to act as a barrier, not to keep us out, but to keep something within from being remembered too quickly. Each disc denies access to a form of knowing we are not yet ready to hold, not because it's dangerous, but because it would unmake our sense of direction. To truly reflect something is not to bounce light, but to offer its shape back changed, revealed. These mirrors do not allow that. They withhold, not cruelly, but protectively. And yet, the more time passes, the more they seem to shift. The angles turn however subtly. The field begins to align, not with the sea, not with light, but with us. One day, a diver may approach and find their face staring back, not their reflection, but their memory, heended back in full. That moment may be the last quiet moment on Earth, or the first moment of return. Still they wait, flat, cold, not blank, but unreadable. Pages that have refused our alphabet. Mirrors with no surface, lightless, faceless, and infinitely watching. Beyond the drifting fields and spiraled corridors, there is a trench so narrow and precise in its symmetry that some have questioned whether it was ever shaped by water at all. Nestled along one of its walls are what appear to be embedded reflective slabs, squares so sharply outlined they seem cut, not worn, and yet they bear no chisel marks, no erosion patterns, no organic trace. These slabs, larger than a door and spaced in exact intervals along the rock face, appear like mirrors at first glance, yet no light emerges from them. They do not return an image. They hold the illusion of depth, and yet offer no spatial confirmation. Divers approaching these slabs have noted strange behavioral shifts in the surrounding water. Bubbles refuse to rise, lights lose their sharpness. Audio feeds begin to warble with a static that carries rhythmic thuds, like a distant heartbeat. No sonar device has successfully mapped the interior of the trench. Data collapses. Recordings fragment into unusable strands of incomplete readings. Each dive yields a new contradiction. One team claimed the trench was 200 meters deep. Another measured it at less than 50. The slabs themselves sometimes vanish entirely from scan, appearing only in visual recordings, distorted, faint, but unmistakably present. Closer inspection of the slabs reveals something more unsettling. Within their surfaces, a distortion moves, not in sync with the observer, but in resistance to them. Look at one slab, and a faint shimmer emerges, not a reflection, but an opposition. Something that mimics the diver's movement, but always a second too slow, a gesture slightly incorrect, a turn of the head delayed or reversed. Many report seeing themselves blink when their own eyes were open. Others see no self at all, only a shape, a form they know intuitively is them, but altered by some unknowable law of perception. One diver lingered in front of a slab for 6 minutes. His colleagues watched from above, calling out, but he did not respond. When he surfaced, he had no recollection of entering the trench. His dive camera, however, recorded everything. In the footage, his breathing slows. His hands hover inches from the slab. The reflection before him doesn't mirror, it watches. And then for less than a second it smiles. He has not dived since. Another account tells of 2 divers witnessing a third appear within one of the slabs, pressing hands against the inner surface, as if trapped behind glass. The figure matched no one in the team. The expression was one of urgency, desperate and wide-eyed, yet no sound emerged. When they blinked, the slab was empty again. One of those divers now sketches obsessively in a journal he never shares, filling page after page with faceless figures held behind windows of black. The slabs may not be reflective surfaces at all, but memories held in form, impressions captured not from light, but from something deeper. A kind of recording medium beyond understanding, shaped not by tools but by presence. If so, then each slab is not a mirror, but a gate, not one to pass through, but one to recognize. What stands behind them may not be us. It may be what we were before language, before skin. A version of awareness fossilized in the shape of sentience and stored here, deep beneath the Ice Age waters, waiting for some alignment to occur. And there are whispers among the most superstitious oceanographers, those who track anomalies and refuse to file them, that the slabs will not stay submerged forever, that one day, when enough eyes have seen them, they will begin to rise, not upward toward the surface, but outward into perception, not returning to us, but returning us to something we've forgotten, something that still waits in the cold black spaces between the mirrors that do not mirror. They do not reflect the sea, they reflect something colder, something beneath, something that remembers who looked into them last, and who still owes their shape to what was once seen there. At the edge of the continental shelf, where the ocean drops into silence so profound, it becomes a presence of its own. A formation rests half buried in silt and shadow. It appears only when surveyed from a distance, not through proximity but through subtraction. The surrounding seafloor glimmers faintly under ambient light, but this structure swallows it entirely. It is shaped like an amphitheater carved into the abyss itself, a wide, descending basin of concentric stone rings, each embedded with long, dark panels that resemble mirrors. Yet again, these are not mirrors. They do not reflect, they do not shine, they do not offer recognition. Divers who descend into this space report a sensation unlike any other. Their bodies feel heavy, but not from pressure. Movement becomes weighted by hesitation, as if each kick must push through something more than water. Sound vanishes almost entirely. Even breath, the constant rasp of diver survival, is muffled to a damp and indistinct rhythm. The mirrors on the amphitheater walls appear inert, but upon approach, the water around them thickens. Lights dim, and behind each panel, something shifts, not visibly, not in motion, but in intention. Divers describe a growing certainty that something behind those surfaces is aware of them, not watching with eyes, but with waiting, not observing, but calculating. A feeling akin to being anticipated by something ancient, as if one's presence isn't a discovery, but a return. And this return is met with quiet acknowledgement. No aggression, no welcome, only awareness. None of the mirrors match in shape. Some are oval, others rectangular, a few curving upward into impossible angles. Their material cannot be identified, and all attempts to sample the surface fail. Tools slide off, unable to grip. A gloved hand pressed to the surface returns cold, then warmth, then cold again, without any measurable temperature change. A marine chemist once described the panels as the closest thing to sentient metal I've ever encountered. When teams descend together, each diver sees a slightly different version of the amphitheater. One sees 12 rings, another sees 8, one sees stairs, the next sees nothing but slope. This discrepancy doesn't emerge in conversation until after the dive, when sketches and recollections contradict entirely, and yet none believe the others are mistaken. Instead they speak of a feeling that the mirrors gave them what they could understand, that each reflection wasn't visual, but cognitive, each panel shaped by the diver's inner architecture of belief. One story speaks of a diver who vanished from the amphitheater's lowest tier. His tether remained intact, his vitals stable, then silence. The feed returned 4 minutes later, showing his suit empty, floating gently in the current. No trace of him within. Months later, a second team returned. One diver approached a panel and gasped through the comms. The reflection staring back was not her own, but his. He was older, he was weeping, and then he was gone. The image never appeared on camera. Some researchers believe this structure is not meant to contain. It is meant to hold open, a conceptual breach, allowing memory, perception and identity to drift across the ocean's silence, reshaping whatever dares approach it. Perhaps during the Ice Age, this was a sanctuary not of worship, but of reflection without ego, a place where travelers came not to see themselves but to forget themselves, surrendering memory into form, memory into surface, and what was given away stayed, permanently, stored in the mirror that did not reflect. Others suspect something darker, that the mirrors are not passive, that they feed, not on matter, but on the soul's scaffolding, identity, belief, certainty, that those who stay too long lose not their bodies, but their frameworks, dissolving into versions too unfamiliar to return. No one has yet tested this, but more than one diver has surfaced unable to explain who they were before the dive. The amphitheater remains. It does not invite, it does not warn, it exists as a statement from an era that held no need for language. It remembers even as we forget, and with every visit it watches, building its mosaic, not in light, but in silence. In the absence of reflection, it assembles the shape of all we leave behind, and perhaps, in its unbroken quiet, it waits not for us to understand it, but for us to finally see ourselves as something it can accept. Beneath a sluggish current, where silt falls like snow, and nothing drifts unless summoned by intention, a field of depressions covers the seafloor in perfect intervals. At first glance, they appear to be natural indentations, perhaps the result of long-vanished glacial activity or the pressure of fallen ice masses. But the spacing is too deliberate. Each hollow is nearly identical in diameter, spaced no more than a few meters apart, and arranged in lines that curve gently, almost rhythmically, across miles of barren ocean floor. They give the distinct impression of graves, though nothing lies within them. No bones, no remnants, only darkness, soft and undisturbed, as if the earth itself once remembered a shape, and never let it go. Divers say the water here moves strangely, not faster, but with a kind of sentient calm, as if each current carefully avoids disturbing the indentations. Approaching them, visibility sharpens, not in clarity, but in focus. The world contracts. The surrounding blue thickens into a darker hue. Those who dive above the field describe a sensation like standing in a vast hall where breath is not permitted, where silence is not absence, but a form of law. Voices in the comms thin out, fading not to static but to distance, as if the sound must travel across time, not space. Attempts to probe the hollows yield no result. Robotic arms sink gently into the center of each depression, but meet no resistance. No buried objects, no difference in material, nothing but fine sediment that seems to reset after every disturbance. Samples pulled from the depths appear normal under microscope, yet one researcher noted a peculiarity. The particles seem unnaturally uniform, as if they were filtered, selected, and placed grain by grain. There is no biological matter, no algae, no decay. It is a purity not found elsewhere, the kind found only where something has been prepared. And then there are the sounds. Hydrophones dropped above the grave field pick up intermittent pulses, low-frequency thuds that resemble distant footfalls, not random but regular. They do not match marine life. They do not echo from surrounding terrain. Some believe the pulses are seismic, yet the pattern repeats in ways no tectonic activity has ever exhibited. One theory suggests these are echoes of movement that no longer exists, a kind of pressure memory embedded in the crust, repeating the final walk of something long gone. Others are not so certain it's gone at all. One dive team reported a sudden shift in visibility while descending toward the center of the field. The water became clear, almost crystalline, and the hollows seemed to deepen, as if adjusting themselves. One diver, suspended above a central depression, froze mid-motion. When retrieved, he could not describe what he saw, only that it was looking up at him. He insists no creature was present, just an impression, the overwhelming certainty that something beneath the sediment still remembered how to wait. What unsettles most who study this place is not what is there, but what is missing. There are no markings, no debris, no signs of collapse or burial, just empty forms, perfectly preserved. The kind of preservation not caused by luck, but by reverence or fear. If these are graves, they were not dug by hands. They were not made to bury the dead. They may have been made to contain absence itself, to anchor some vanished presence into place, before it could become untethered from the world entirely. It has been suggested that these depressions could be the result of massive long-decayed marine fauna. Yet no bones have ever surfaced, no trace of digestion, nesting, or predation. They are too clean, too deliberate, as if the ocean itself laid down the hollows as a ritual, not as aftermath. A record, not of loss, but of removal, and it remains unclear what was removed, or why it had to be remembered this way. Farther into the plane of depressions, the spacing shifts. What once formed neat arcs now spirals outward in unsettling precision, as if the burial field was not merely a record of where something ended, but of where it moved. Each indentation flows into the next with imperceptible curvature, forming a trail that leads toward a drop-off, a ledge descending into a basin so dark even the light from specialized submersibles fails to return. This descent, unnamed and unmapped, is not on any marine chart. It wasn't discovered so much as noticed, after the patterns of the graves began to suggest an origin. Divers who follow the spiral down report the same phenomenon again and again, a narrowing of sense, a collapse of horizon, not darkness, but a blurring of distinction. Left and right lose meaning. The sea no longer feels like water, but like a mind holding its breath, as if the ocean itself remembers the ritual of descent and insists it be performed with respect. And when that respect is broken, when divers swim too quickly, disturb too much silt, or shine their beams too harshly, the hollow shapes in the sediment shift ever so slightly, not in location, but in tone. They appear deeper, hungrier. One account tells of a geologist who brought a new type of scanning rig to the site, one capable of pulsing vibration into the seabed to detect mineral densities. He fired the scanner once. The pulse disappeared, returned as silence. The second pulse came back inverted, producing a waveform that resembled a heartbeat. The third pulse caused a blackout. Lights dimmed, instruments froze, and all 5 divers began ascending unconsciously, eyes closed, hands clutching their harnesses. Each one later claimed to hear no alarm, no panic, just a voice, soft and indistinct, saying the same phrase in different languages. None of them remember what the words were, only that they weren't afraid. Beneath the spiral, a singular hollow lies deeper than the rest, wide enough to fit a vessel, yet untouched by anything man-made. No sub has entered it fully. Those who lower lights into its center find that beams vanish at a certain depth, not from murk, but from refusal. It is described as a kind of optical suffocation, where photons lose interest in returning. Some speculate a massive object lies buried within, something ancient and covered deliberately, perhaps by the collapse of glacial shelves. Others believe nothing is buried there, and that the hollow is not a grave, but a wound in the earth itself, one that never healed. Sonar echoes differently here. Pings return not as sound, but as whispers, glitches in the frequency range that oscillate with uncanny regularity, sometimes forming patterns that resemble breathing or speech. Linguists have tried to decode the pulses. Some believe they mimic the cadence of prayer, though no known language matches the rhythm. One translator proposed they might not be meant to be read at all, but felt emotional scaffolding held in sonic vibration, a form of grief encoded into the seabed. The most chilling theory comes not from scientists, but from a poet who visited the mission site and studied the field from scan renderings alone. She proposed that the grave field is not a record of death, but a warning, that each hollow marks not something that was buried, but something that was removed from reality, intentionally erased, excised with care, as if its presence could no longer be tolerated. Not evil, not dangerous, but incompatible. She wrote, "The ocean remembers everything but allows only the safest memories to float. These holes are not absences. They are edits. If this is true, then what once lay here might not have died. It might have been forgotten on purpose." The seabed in this interpretation acts as a kind of librarian, preserving the blank pages where forbidden chapters once were. And when divers swim too close, or ask too loudly, the sea reminds them that some stories are not lost, they are locked. The hollows remain still, unyielding in their silence, pressing no fear upon those who visit, only wonder. And in that wonder lies a gravity far stronger than any trench. Divers return, again and again, drawn not by what they hope to find, but by the inexplicable sense that something within those cold depressions already knows them, has always known them, is waiting. Drifting nearer to the most remote edge of the depression field, one encounters a change, so subtle it often goes unrecorded in logs, until afterward, when memory refuses to align with the footage. Divers recall hollows that do not appear on sonar. They describe rows that curve at sharp angles, only to find their paths straight when traced later. Several insist that the number of graves shifts during a single dive, not growing, not shrinking, rearranging. The floor of this place does not remain static. It watches the watcher and seems to shift accordingly, not maliciously, but reflexively, as if the ocean itself is undecided on what it wishes to remember, or allow to be remembered. A marine biologist once likened the phenomenon to a jellyfish's memory, that the field pulses with the same kind of thoughtless recollection. A memory stored not in neurons, but in geometry and sensation. "These are not tombs," she said. "These are imprints, fossils not of bone, but of presence. Something once was here, in great numbers, and whatever it was left, no trace that can be understood in traditional terms. No carbon remains, no keratin, no trace mineral or tooth. And yet the shapes, impossibly consistent and organized, persist, a presence erased and remembered in the same act." Local myths, passed down through coastal generations who've never seen the ocean's floor, speak of a place where ancestors go when they are no longer allowed to die. Not heaven, not underworld. A holding ground, an in-between. Many dismissed these tales as abstract, but the pattern of the field bears strange resemblance to ceremonial layouts found in cave systems that predate language. Spiral sequences, hollowed rings, always with the center reserved, always with one space left unfilled. At the dead center of this underwater necropolis lies a depression different from all the rest. It's not deeper, not wider, but it vibrates imperceptibly, like the faintest hum through the body of the water. Divers do not hear it, but feel it, often in their teeth, or chest, or the spaces behind their eyes. It pulses at irregular intervals, like a thought slowly remembering itself. The effect is disorienting, but not aggressive. Several report a profound calm settling over them there, a kind of emotional blankness, difficult to describe, as if all previous memory had been momentarily placed on pause, as if identity itself had been asked to wait outside. One diver, a veteran of hundreds of deep-sea expeditions, surfaced after her encounter with this center point, and wept uncontrollably, not from fear, but from recognition. She claimed she saw a field of lights beneath the depression, spread like a city of sleeping lanterns. When questioned, she clarified that they weren't lights in the traditional sense, but a kind of awareness minds lying dormant in the folds of the earth, each one humming its own name. She never dove again. Still others report no vision, no pulse, only silence, so complete that even their own thoughts seem to echo too loudly in their skulls. One man likened it to standing at the edge of a cathedral, sunken into the seabed, one built not for worship, but for forgetting. A place where the act of burial is reversed, not to hide the dead from the living, but to shield the living from what the dead once knew. The more this place is studied, the more it resists explanation. Some believe it to be an artifact of glacial retreat. Others insist it is the scar left behind, after the disappearance of a species that was never biological in nature. There are even those who say the hollows aren't empty at all, that what lies within is not matter, but thought, suspended thought, preserved inside vacuum space, like stars inside jars of silt and salt. Attempts to fill a hollow, just one, were met with failure. Sand poured into the depression simply drifted aside. Ropes lowered into its center became slack, as if hanging into something deeper than physics allowed. No footage ever shows anything strange, yet the divers emerge pale and trembling. They speak slowly. Some write down dreams they had underwater, none of which make sense on the surface. One entry reads, "The hollows do not sleep, they count backwards. They remember from the end to the beginning. They will wait until we forget what they were made to hold. If these are graves, they are not graves for the dead. They are memorials to silence itself, places where nothingness was given form, named and left to rest with great care, not out of fear, not out of reverence, but because something once needed to be buried, not beneath the sea, but beneath the world's attention, and the ocean, ancient and gentle and cruel in equal measure, obliged." There exists, on the furthest stretch of this quiet underwater field, a slope that bends not down but inward, curling gently into itself like a closing petal. At its center lies a single hollow larger than any other, not circular, but elongated, almost serpentine, with curves so exact they seem drawn. Divers call it the cradle, though none agree on what it once held. Unlike the other depressions that exude silence and symmetry, this one feels listening. It is not empty. It is expectant. Approaching the cradle, electronic equipment becomes unreliable. Monitors flicker. Digital gauges fluctuate wildly. Even analog tools, compasses, dials, pressure meters, lose accuracy. Time stretches here. Dive clocks gain or lose minutes, without explanation. One diver reported feeling as though they'd been suspended above the cradle for only a breath, only to surface and learn that 42 minutes had passed. Another remained in the cradle's orbit for 15 minutes and described it as a week. The sensation, they said, was not one of time travel, but of stepping into a rhythm too old for the human mind to measure. Beneath the cradle, the seafloor isn't sediment. It's stone, smooth and pale, polished to a soft shine that never scuffs, never scratches. Teams who've attempted to drill into this surface found their tools simply halt, not with resistance, but with refusal. Drill bits spin freely against it, leaving no mark. Thermal scans detect no difference in temperature, yet divers report an unshakable chill near its edge, a cold that presses gently against their bones like memory. When floodlights are aimed directly into the hollow, visibility decreases. The more intensely the cradle is lit, the darker its interior becomes. It's not an absence of light, it's the disobedience of light. Beams curve away from its heart. Color drains. Photographic equipment records only smudged gray voids, even on the most advanced cameras. And inside that void, some divers say they feel a pulse, not heard, not seen, but known. A pressure deep in the chest, a slow rhythm that doesn't match any heart, any sea creature, any tectonic tremor. It is the rhythm of remembering, ancient and withheld. There was a time, according to some legends whispered among deep-sea mariners, when the earth had fewer places, not fewer lands, but fewer realities. And during that time, a pact was made with something below, not a being, not a god, but a memory too vast to carry forward. A piece of collective knowing so burdensome, it had to be stored, not forgotten, not destroyed, but buried in the most sacred vault the world had, the frozen cradle of the Ice Age sea. That's what the cradle may be. Not a grave, but a vault, a conceptual container, a place where memory was lowered like a stone, left not to die, but to sleep. And around it, the hollows were carved like sigils, sealing it in place with the weight of emptiness. Each depression a lock, each silence a key. One scientist who studied long-range acoustic data from the cradle found a pattern repeated every 12 days, an ultra-low vibration inaudible to humans, but felt in deep-sea instruments. The signature resembled a tone that builds, drops, then stops mid-wave. It's a breath, she concluded. Not from lungs, not from an animal, but from something practicing patience. We do not know what lies beneath the cradle. We do not know if anything does, but we know it waits, not in hunger, not in malice, in design. And there are nights, silent, windless nights, when ships pass above the field and their hulls seem to hum. Instruments tick at wrong intervals. Sleep comes too easily to the crew. Dreams stretch longer than rest allows. And when they wake, something is always forgotten. A name, a sound, a face, as if the cradle has reached up gently, brushed the edge of waking minds, and asked for just one more thing to hold. These are not graves, as we understand them. They are not meant to contain death. They are there to remember what death could not carry, what had to be preserved without ever being named. Drifting along a narrow escarpment, where the ocean shelf abruptly folds like paper, pressed by the weight of time, explorers have found a stretch of seabed, unlike any other. It rises not naturally, but intentionally, as if shaped by something that never needed hands. From a distance, the formation looks like petrified coral twisted into towers, but approach closer, and the truth becomes less organic and far more impossible. These towers are sculptures, not carved, not built, grown. Columns of stone and crystal extend in perfect spirals, braided like strands of thought, not material, their form so delicate that the water itself seems to part respectfully around them. Each spire varies in height and diameter, but all follow the same architectural logic, vertical growth that does not collapse, adorned with repeating patterns that appear mathematical, yet unfamiliar. No barnacles cling to them, no marine life weaves between their threads. The towers are not part of the seafloor, they are placed upon it, or perhaps emerged through it, like ideas that simply grew solid. Some researchers have described them as resembling frozen equations, concepts that once moved through time and pressure, crystallized here by a force that does not explain itself. Efforts to sample the towers end in failure. Tools go dull. Material collected simply disintegrates upon surfacing, turning not to dust but to absence, as if it were never matter to begin with. One geologist reported scooping a fragment into a jar only to find seconds later that the jar was empty, the dust replaced by a faint warmth, and the lingering scent of something sweet and undetectable. Another diver claimed that when he touched the surface of one tower, he remembered a dream he never had, a city under ice, silent and humming, where all structures had pulse instead of shadow. Even stranger are the echoes. Sonar bounces off the towers not in bursts but in tones, long humming frequencies that resemble song, not music, but vibration patterned with impossible precision. When recorded and slowed, these vibrations display waveforms containing fractal repetitions, shapes within shapes, tones hidden within tones. A few cryptographers attempted to decode the signal, and found only this: rows of mirrored symbols repeating endlessly, in what seems to be a form of recursive language. A language, they concluded, that speaks only to itself. And then, there are the faces. Only in stillness, when currents stop and light rests at just the right angle, do shadows fall in a way that hints at recognition. Along the outer ribs of the tallest towers, faint reliefs emerge, not carved, not etched, but present, like memories remembered by the stone. These are not human faces, they are not animal. They carry symmetry, familiarity, and error. Mouths not quite in the right place, eyes slightly too far apart. A look that suggests imitation, as if something once tried to understand form but never truly saw a living being. These faces stare outward, not in warning, not in invitation, but in stillness. They wait. One diver reportedly descended into the forest of towers alone. His lights failed halfway through the journey. He kept moving, drawn by something like warmth, not of heat but of comfort. When he surfaced, he was calm, silent for 2 hours before speaking only a single sentence. They don't want to be worshipped, they want to be forgotten slowly. What made these sculptures remains beyond all classification. No tectonic force, no coral, no volcanic event explains their geometry. And while some suggest they may be the result of glacial pressure or supercooled mineral accretion, even these theories fall apart under scrutiny. The towers grow upward, against current, against gravity, and with purpose. They are not natural, but neither are they artificial in any known sense. They are intentional phenomena, expressions of design from a mind not shaped by flesh, but by echo and time. Whatever grew them, or whatever they once held, did not leave symbols, it left form, it left structure, and in that structure lies a message not meant to be read, but felt slowly, over centuries, by whatever minds are quiet enough to listen. Beyond the initial cluster of towers, deeper into the abyssal plain, where sunlight has never reached, and pressure shapes silence into weight, the sculptures change. What begins as simple verticality becomes elaborate curvature, arches, loops, and woven spires that wrap around one another, like the filaments of some vast neural system. These are not ruins, they are not deteriorated, they are whole, complete forms without ornamentation, yet filled with intention, rising from bedrock that bears no cracks, no shifts, no record of seismic violence. They do not belong to geology, they belong to something older than choice, a language of creation not bound to evolution, but to concept. Divers swimming through this region report sensations not tied to the body. Breathing becomes effortless, even as the oxygen tanks remain unchanged. Buoyancy feels suspended, not neutral, but irrelevant. Time moves gently here. Each second stretches with softness, and even the ticking of internal clocks seems muted, not lost, just unneeded. One team, after mapping a small portion of the site, emerged with memory discrepancies. Video logs showed their dive lasted 40 minutes. Each diver swore it had been at least 3 hours, and none could recall their exact thoughts during the middle of the descent, only that something had passed between them, unspoken, like a shared realization too fragile to keep. Among the sculptures are voids, hollows shaped like vessels, deep and narrow, lined with crystalline ridges that catch no light. These ridges do not reflect, they absorb. Divers who stare into them often look away abruptly, overcome by nausea or a sudden sensation of vertigo. One referred to it as standing on the edge of something intelligent. In one case, a scientist monitoring sonar from the surface vessel watched as 3 of the divers' transponders faded not all at once, but sequentially, as if their signal wasn't lost, but turned off. They resurfaced minutes later, unharmed, with no knowledge of anything unusual. When shown the data, none could explain what had happened. Instruments designed to analyze mineral composition often fail to read the sculpture's material. Some register them as biological, others return null values, as if the scanners refuse to interpret what they find. Theories abound that they are calcified bioforms left behind by Ice Age giants, or fossilized pressure waves shaped into matter by time. But none explain the proportions. None explain the repetition of certain forms, like curved veins resembling wings, or spiraling spindles shaped like horns. These recur not randomly, but rhythmically, as though part of a visual lexicon. In one of the larger formations, nicknamed the Vault by divers, there exists a chamber open to the sea, yet undisturbed by current. Inside, the walls are covered with raised ridges that spiral inward toward a central knot. Divers who enter describe hearing nothing, not even their own breath. One compared it to being inside the throat of a sleeping god. Sonar cannot map it. Cameras inside this space often record only static or strange overlays of prior footage, frames from past dives, or even entirely different locations. It is as if time folds thin here, not in dramatic ways, but like fabric stretched to transparency, and across every tower, every arch, every impossible column, one thing persists: the absence of signature. No tool marks, no biological residue, no decay. These structures are not growing, but they are not degrading either. They remain in a state of preserved intent, not eternal, but unfinished, waiting for something, or perhaps they already completed their purpose, and what remains is residue, fossilized process, the byproduct of minds that spoke in structure rather than sound. A sculptor once brought renderings of the formations back to his studio and attempted to replicate them using clay. He failed, not from lack of skill, but from lack of understanding. They aren't art, he said. They're memories you can touch, but only if you've never seen them before. To touch these sculptures is to enter a communion with something that never wished to speak, only to show. They are messages from a vanished era, not made for humanity, not left behind for us, but stumbled upon like echoes of a conversation between things we were never meant to hear. Woven deeper into the field of impossible spires lies a region divers have come to call the choir, not for what it sings, but for how it listens. Unlike the rest of the formations, this collection of sculptures forms a circle, not geometric, but organic, bent and angled, just enough to imply intention without design. Each tower here is smaller, no taller than a person, and shaped like twisting vertebrae coiled in mid-motion. The spacing between them is exact, a rhythm one cannot measure, but only feel, like breath, when it slows before sleep. Between these towers, sound behaves differently. Even at the bottom of the sea, where silence is already king, the choir absorbs every whisper. Divers have reported speaking aloud in their suits, only to find their own voices lost as soon as the words leave their mouths. Comms go quiet, static vanishes, and in its place a pressure builds, not physical, but cognitive, a sensation that something is hearing and understanding, but with no intention to answer. The choir has no face, no mouths, no ears, and yet it feels alert. Those who've stood among the spires describe an overwhelming calm, followed immediately by a heavy knowing. Memories rise uninvited, old ones, irrelevant ones, sometimes not even their own. A marine technician once claimed to relive a memory of being born into water, not as a human, but as something wider and slower. Others report the recollection of languages they never learned, poems they never read, or dreams that belong to someone else. The prevailing sensation is this: the choir is not broadcasting, it is recording, and it is ancient enough that it has been doing so since long before ice ever touched the poles. When sonar pulses sweep across the choir, the return signal forms patterns, not random echoes, but repetitions of what seem to be symbols. Each pulse creates its own signature, as though the formations respond not to noise but to intention. The more focused the diver, the more intricate the response. When pulses are sent absent-mindedly, the return is minimal, just sound on stone. But when sent with care, purpose or wonder, the signal folds, bends and returns like a whispered answer in a language just out of reach. A researcher once submerged a specially constructed microphone array into the heart of the choir and left it there for 72 hours. The data it returned was not audio, but modulation, micro-pressure variations, that when translated visually, resembled weather maps. The anomaly: these maps did not reflect Earth's atmosphere. They showed patterns no planet's climate has ever displayed, swirls and heat bands like those of a gas giant, or an atmosphere thicker than anything breathable. Some believed these weren't weather patterns at all, but thought structures, emotional impressions given form by memory, a kind of mood map for a place that has never lived. More than one diver who entered the choir has described the sculptures as not being fully here. They exist, clearly, you can touch them, swim around them, yet they behave like an echo caught between spaces. If one looks away, they seem to shift, not in movement, but in position, as if they're less anchored to the sea floor than we assumed. A glimpse from the corner of a visor will show the arrangement subtly changed. Divers have chalked this up to pressure-induced confusion, and yet, every team reports it. One particularly unsettling incident involved a dive where two explorers entered the choir simultaneously from opposite ends. Each recorded a distinct arrangement of towers. Not only were the sculptures in different places, but their shapes were not the same. Where one diver saw spires of coiled spine-like forms, the other described smooth domed pylons that resembled seeds beginning to split. Upon surfacing, both insisted they had seen truth. The logs backed them, the cameras corroborated both. There was no overlap. It has been suggested that the choir, like the other formations scattered across the seabed, is not physical in the way we understand physicality. Perhaps it is environmental memory taking form, a dream space given shape by the presence of those who enter it. The towers are real, yes, but reactive. They may be less monuments and more mirrors, not reflecting our image, but our weight, our history, our questions. And if they are mirrors, what they reflect is not the shape of us, but the shape of what we've forgotten. They are the shadows of meanings long shed, architecture without blueprints, a kind of waiting that has no urgency, only depth. Nestled at the center of this vast seafloor cathedral, beyond the choir, beyond the vaults and spiraled braids of unknown material, sits a singular anomaly that neither resembles tower nor ruin. It has no verticality, no elegance of design. In fact, at first glance, it appears entirely out of place, flat, featureless, circular. A stone disc roughly 20 meters wide lies flush with the seabed, surrounded by a wide berth of silence, an emptiness so distinct that even plankton seem to avoid drifting over it. Divers call it the table, and though it looks inert, it commands a strange, quiet reverence from all who find it. This disc bears no carvings, no ornament, no discoloration, yet those who've studied its surface insist it is not blank. Beneath the smooth layer of sediment-slick stone is something more, an impression not visual, but spatial, as if the table has depth that refuses to be measured. Tap it, and it rings not with resonance, but with refusal. Sound disappears, light dims across its surface. One diver lowered a probe equipped with pressure sensors and thermal scanners directly onto the center. The data returned was uniform, no variation, no warmth, no echo. A flat line, not of lifelessness, but of concealment, like knocking on a sealed room that had never been opened. Some believe the table is a capstone, a lid covering something deeper still, but no subsurface scans can penetrate it. One expedition attempted to use seismic imaging. The result? Interference. Patterns emerged not beneath the table, but in the scan itself. Binary strings appeared briefly across the equipment, numbers that when run through a codebreaker's software, resolved into a shape, a circle, the same diameter as the table. The machine was shut down soon after, and yet the circle appeared again in another experiment, this time etched into the ice of the dive ship's observation window. The following morning, not scratched, not drawn, frosted from within the layers of glass. Psychologically, the table provokes reactions that are impossible to predict. Some divers find themselves overcome with awe, weeping silently as they hover above it. Others feel fear so immediate they abort their dive without remembering why. One diver fell unconscious just above the disc, and when revived, she spoke a single word in a language no one recognized, then forgot having spoken at all. Audio logs captured the word Karen. Linguists searched for meaning. It has none. And yet, across 3 different expeditions in 3 different years, the same syllables were uttered by unrelated crew. Always above the table, always spoken once, never remembered. One speculative theory proposes that the table is not an object, but an interface, a place where matter interacts with memory, not through mechanics, but through recognition. Some say it waits to be activated, not by technology, but by the right awareness. A mind shaped by silence, softened by the sea, capable of forgetting just enough to hear what the world is trying not to say. In this view, the table is not passive, it is dormant, or listening. The fact that none of the table's material erodes, not even under centuries of current and salt, has led others to believe it may be a relic of something not built, but condensed, a truth so vast it could not survive in language, forced down into form and stored here beneath the weight of forgotten oceans. Those who've touched it, truly touched it, with an ungloved hand, report strange dreams in the nights that follow, dreams of lights without source, structures that hover instead of stand, sounds that resemble wind traveling through wet bone. One diver awoke repeating the phrase, "They left it in the silence so we wouldn't chase the sound." When asked what that meant, he only smiled and said, "It's not a warning, it's a mercy." Perhaps the table marks the boundary of understanding, the place where explanation dissolves into stillness, not because the answers aren't there, but because the questions themselves no longer matter. It is the full stop at the end of a language never meant for us. And if these sculptures, these towers, arches, choir formations, and this solitary disc, truly were formed in the age of ice, then they survived not just to be found, but to be felt. Felt deeply, in the marrow of wonder where no words survive. They do not demand interpretation, they wait. Far beyond the reach of the shallows, past the regions where ancient glaciers once dragged their iron nails across the seabed and left jagged scars behind, lies an expanse so still that even the ocean forgets to move. This is not a trench, not a rift, not a fault line. It is a plain of water suspended in hush. No current passes through it. No eddy stirs its silence. Submersibles that drift into its domain find their trajectory subtly altered, not by force, but by disinterest, as though the sea has stepped back to let something else be. Within this space, sound falls away, not muffled, not distorted, simply removed, like a conversation abandoned mid-sentence. Explorers who have entered the still plain describe a phenomenon difficult to document, a sense that they are being watched, not from below, but from within the water itself. The ocean, they say, feels denser here, not physically, but cognitively, like memory thickened into fluid. More than one diver has compared it to walking into a room where something monumental has just occurred, though no signs of it remain. The air is still, the furniture undisturbed. But something lingers, a vibration of presence without identity. Across the center of this stillness, thin ribbons of temperature shift can be detected, not warm, not cold, but subtly separate from the surrounding water. They run in precise lines, as if drawn by an invisible hand. Attempts to trace their origin lead nowhere. They loop, they vanish, they reappear, miles away. Their pattern is too deliberate to be natural, yet too meaningless to be artificial. One researcher proposed that they are thought currents, residual trails left behind by something that once moved through this place, not with limbs, but with will. These currents emit no detectable energy. They disturb no marine life. Fish swim past them without pause, unaware. And yet, instruments falter in their presence, not from magnetism or interference, but from confusion. One deep-sea probe sent into the heart of the still plain returned a data log, overwritten with nonsense, strings of repeating decimal points, time-stamp loops, and sensor readouts arranged in perfect palindromes. A marine coder remarked that the pattern resembled someone trying to remember forgetting. Some believe this quiet expanse was once the site of a gathering, a convergence of beings or events never meant to survive the passage of time, not a city, not a civilization, but a moment, stretched across centuries, collapsed into water, and left to float in a form that resists memory. The still plain does not hide its secrets. It is the secret, fluid thought disguised as unmoving sea. Divers who remain in the plain too long begin to exhibit subtle shifts in behavior. They speak more slowly. Their dreams stretch into waking thoughts. One described a sensation of being submerged beneath her own consciousness, as though watching herself navigate from a layer below the self. Others hear whispers, not in their ears, but in their bones, sounds that are not voices, but intentions, brushing against the edges of thought, like kelp across bare skin. And at the core of this expanse lies a dip in the ocean floor so shallow it can barely be seen. A basin that spans less than 100 feet, yet feels infinite when hovered above. Lights dim when pointed into it, not from interference, but from refusal. Visibility shrinks to inches. Within that darkness, divers report hallucinations of great limbs made of mist, drifting shadows that dissolve upon approach, and strange slow pulses like the breath of something dreaming beneath the bedrock. One man, a veteran of dozens of deep-sea missions, surfaced after only 15 minutes in the basin. His helmet light had gone out. His radio was silent. When pulled back onto the ship, he whispered a single phrase before losing consciousness for 3 days. It's not water anymore. Whether this still plain existed before the ice, or was formed by its withdrawal, no one can say. What we know is this: it remains untouched, unbothered by time, immune to decay. It is not a remnant. It is not a ruin. It is a pause left in the middle of the world's sentence, waiting not to be filled, but to be understood for what it is. The silence between meanings, the breath before language, the moment when the ocean remembered something it was never meant to forget. Extending from the center of the still plain, like veins from a sleeping heart. Narrow tendrils of slow water reach outward, undetectable by most instruments, yet deeply felt by those who drift across them. These tendrils are not currents in the usual sense. They do not push or pull, do not churn or spiral. Instead, they glide like memory, soft and unbroken, flowing across the seabed, without direction or destination. Divers who pass through them report sensations not of movement, but of recognition, as if the water itself has brushed past them and paused just long enough to ask a question they cannot quite hear. What's most unusual is their temperature. Not warm, not cold, but incorrect. Measured values fluctuate subtly, just beyond the margin of error, off by half a degree, then a full one, then returning to baseline. Yet the effect on human perception is profound. Inside one tendril, a diver claimed she could see the trail her body had taken through the water, as though her motion left behind a faint glowing echo. Another described the sensation of being followed, not by presence, but by intent, like something waiting just outside the frame of understanding, watching where she was going, rather than why. Each of these watery tendrils flows toward nothing. They disappear mid-ocean. Some stop just short of undersea ridges. Others vanish inside long dead trenches. A few pass beneath thick blankets of sediment, and are never seen again. And yet, they always seem to begin at the basin in the center of the plain. Like threads unraveling from a forgotten knot, they extend outward with eerie precision, forming invisible patterns no one has fully mapped. One team tried tracing 5 tendrils at once, using automated submersibles. 3 were lost within hours. The 4th returned spinning in place, its internal compass locked in a loop. The 5th arrived at its destination, a shallow sandbank with no notable features. Yet beneath that sandbank, sonar revealed a perfectly flat layer of stone measuring 40 feet in diameter, with a single depression in the middle, identical to the table found hundreds of miles away. Some believe these currents are messages, not in words or frequencies, but in flow, an ancient kind of language spoken in motion, rhythm and density, one that cannot be read, only felt. It is as if the sea, during the Ice Age, attempted to remember itself not in stories or songs, but in pathways, long slow pulses of remembrance stretching across time. If this theory holds, then every tendril is a sentence, every tendril is a thought, and these thoughts are not idle. Divers who've returned from multiple excursions into the still plain report cumulative symptoms. Their dreams begin to repeat. Their thoughts become slower, less linear. Some begin to draw strange loops during waking hours. Spirals with sharp, deliberate turns, resembling no known symbol. When asked about these drawings, many cannot remember making them. One oceanographer kept a journal during his time aboard the research vessel. In it, between observations and temperature readings, he wrote, "There is a pulse beneath the water, but it is not a heartbeat. It is a memory remembering itself." He died weeks later of unrelated causes. His final dream, according to his partner, was of floating through the stillness, following the tendrils towards something he never reached. Why this region resists time, data, and comprehension remains unknown. Some suggest the Ice Age merely revealed these still waters, exposing remnants of an older world long buried beneath glacial weight. Others believe the plain itself is an artifact, a creation of forgotten will, an oceanic cathedral built not with stone or steel, but with current and stillness. Either way, its presence cannot be denied. The water behaves differently here. The sea listens, and perhaps it has always listened, not to words or signals, but to attention, to thought, to presence. Perhaps the plain is not waiting to be discovered. Perhaps it has already discovered us, and is simply waiting for the moment we slow down enough to answer. Out along the outer ring of the still plain, where the quiet begins to fray, and the pull of ordinary ocean returns, lies a place divers have come to call the driftline, a narrow band where the sea forgets to be silent, but hasn't yet remembered how to speak. Here, small eddies form without cause, temperatures oscillate without pattern, and visibility fractures, not because of particles or silt, but as if the water itself bends vision in ways unrelated to light. Even the best calibrated instruments cannot agree on what lies here. Pressure sensors rise and fall like breath. Compasses veer by degrees and return without correction. And yet, when surveyed from above, the driftline traces an imperfect circle, more suggestion than boundary, like a chalk line drawn in water that cannot be erased. Strange things gather here, not relics, not ruins, but objects, the kinds that seem to drift toward the line, as if nudged by some slow and ancient preference. Bits of shell that do not match any known species, bones too old and too clean, shaped like nothing that swims, smooth stones, always smooth, always warm to the touch, despite the cold around them. One diver recovered a fragment of translucent material that resembled glass, yet pulsed faintly with internal motion. Scientists could not classify it. It emitted no heat, no light, no energy, only a pulse at 9-second intervals. The pulse stopped the moment it was taken inland, and no further activity has been observed. Still, it remains locked in a vault, and those who visit it claim that when the room is silent, it hums, not with sound, with memory. Some describe the driftline as a filter, a border through which only certain things may pass, or from which they emerge, like breath caught between sleep and waking. Others describe it as a graveyard, not because it is full of the dead, but because it holds no signs of life. Everything here feels placed, not by accident, but by resignation, as though these remnants, shells, stones, fragments, were brought here not to be found, but to be left, like letters never meant to be read, only set down in the hope that someone, someday might feel the weight of their silence. And sometimes, even the sea forgets to hold still. In the driftline, the water ripples with patterns not tied to wind or tide. They move like glyphs, spreading across the surface in spiraling bursts before vanishing entirely. Aerial drones have captured them. The footage reveals shapes that do not repeat, each unique, each impossible to replicate. Scientists have compared them to the discharge of electric eels, to seismic pressure waves, to the distortions left behind by sonic booms, but none fit. One researcher, a cryptographer by trade, stated that the patterns behaved like writing, but only the punctuation, as though the sentences had been lost, and only the pauses remained. And then there are the sounds, not recorded, not transmitted, heard. Divers often report low, droning notes, too deep to be sonar, too resonant to be equipment failure. These sounds do not echo, they pass through the body like vibrations felt during dreams, where the source is always just behind the listener. One diver emerged early from a dive, visibly shaken, and refused to return to the water. When asked what he heard, he only said, "It wasn't calling me, it was calling something else, and it was already too late to stop it from arriving." The driftline may be a boundary not between places, but between understandings, between what the sea was before the ice, and what it became after, between the logic of formation and the mystery of remembrance. It may mark the edge of where the stillness ends not in silence, but in a choice, whether to cross back into known waters, or to go deeper, toward a place where memory thickens into shape, where time moves sideways, and where the ocean speaks not in waves, but in pauses. Following the contours of the driftline, in the outermost ring of the still plain, explorers once found a slope, barely perceptible, shallow enough to seem like an illusion on most sonar scans. But it isn't a trick of light or current. This incline leads downward, gradually but persistently, toward a place where the seafloor ceases to behave like terrain and begins to resemble something sculpted, not by tools or erosion, but by absence. The slope leads to what divers have called the hollow fold, a depression shaped like an unfurled spiral, vast and seemingly bottomless, its ridges too smooth, its angles too deliberate. The hollow fold is not deep in the traditional sense. It does not descend in meters so much as in perspective. Divers who enter it feel the pressure change not just in their suits, but in their thoughts. One described the sensation as being lower in the world, not by distance, but by time. Another reported that the color of the water darkened around them, not to black, but to a shade of memory. Notably, the hollow fold resists mapping. Sonar becomes unreliable. Lights refract back in twisted halos. Even the most stable reference points, rock formations, instruments, body orientation, shift subtly as one moves deeper, creating a sense that the descent is not into space, but into something cognitive. Along the ridged walls of the spiral, embedded at irregular intervals, are shapes, not structures, not plants, not bones, impressions. Depressions in the stone, each roughly the length of a human, some curled, some stretched long, some folded, as if in prayer. They bear no detail, no fingers, no faces, no bones, but their placement is intentional, their silence profound. They look like places where something once rested, not slept, not died, rested, as if these shapes once held beings made of salt and breath, who later uncoiled and slipped into the stillness around them. Divers report strange feelings here, not fear, not awe, a blend of homesickness and reverence. One said it felt like returning to a place he had only ever visited in dreams. Another claimed to recognize the pattern of the spiral from her childhood, not from a book or a myth, but from the structure of her own thoughts. And when she traced the spiral with her light, she noticed her heartbeat began to match the rhythm of her breathing, and both aligned with the soft thrum that filled the fold. This thrum has been recorded, barely. It registers not as sound, but as pressure fluctuation. It is slower than any tide, slower than any known wave. A single oscillation takes minutes to complete, rising and falling like a breath from a lung. Too vast to be seen, too old to be remembered. It does not disturb the water, but it affects the body. Divers feel it in their stomachs, in the backs of their eyes. It is not a signal, it is not a pulse, it is a presence, a waiting. Some say the hollow fold is the final echo of something that existed long before land took shape, that it was formed not by collapse, but by departure, a leaving so slow and deliberate, that it carved its memory into the ocean floor itself. Others say the fold is a kind of cradle, not for life, but for awareness, that what once rested in those depressions may still exist, dissolved into the water, sleeping between molecules, not dead but distributed, waiting only for the right frequency to rise again. In the center of the spiral lies a hollow deeper than all others. No diver has reached its base, not because it is too deep, but because the descent halts on its own. Lights dim, buoyancy vanishes, thought becomes circular. Divers report a sensation of stillness so profound that movement becomes unthinkable, not from fear, but from completion, as if the body knows there is nothing left to seek. The hollow fold marks no grave, it sings no hymn, it speaks no name, but it endures. And if there was ever a place where the ocean itself curled inward to listen to its own ancient breath, it would be here, where water holds the shape of things forgotten, and where stillness is not silence, but remembrance slowed beyond comprehension. In the hush that follows, beneath the dark weight of imagined depths, let your breath slow to the rhythm of forgotten tides. You've drifted through hollows, shaped by no hand, followed still currents that never sought to move, stood where silence becomes memory, and the ocean holds its secrets not in speech, but in form. These places lost beneath the glacial hush of a world no longer breathing ice, do not ask to be solved, they ask only to be witnessed, and in witnessing, felt. Perhaps you've heard something in the distance of the deep, a tone that does not ring but rests, a shape that exists just beyond knowing. Perhaps you've dreamt of spiral valleys and stone tables, of shadows etched in pressure, and languages made from pause. Let it stay with you now, as you float in that liminal place between waking and sleep. The ocean is still listening, it always has been. Let the silence carry you.